Section 44 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 44, Chapter 179, The Journey. Richard Markham struck into the fields and pursued his way in a southerly direction. He avoided even the small hamlets and kept as much as possible in the open country. Being unaware of the precise nature of the danger which menaced his life, although, of course, connecting it with the part which he had recently played in the invasion, he feared lest printed descriptions of his person, with rewards for his apprehension, might be circulated, and this source of terror induced him to choose the most secluded paths. It was long after sunset when he stopped at a small country public-house, where he determined to rest for the night. To his great joy, the coffee-room was unoccupied by other travellers, and the landlord appeared a simple, honest kind of half-farmer, half-publican, who never troubled himself about any one's business save his own. A good supper and a bottle of very excellent wine tended to raise our hero's spirits, and when the meal was concluded, he fell into a train of meditation on the events of the preceding evening. 1,000 times did he ask himself who could be the occupant of that chaise which was journeying in such haste, for that there was some person inside the vehicle who had urgent reasons for the utmost circumspection. The fact of the drawn blinds would not permit him to doubt. Moreover, the young aide-de-camp was evidently riding outside for the purpose of answering any questions that might be put, paying the bills, directing the postilions, and in all respects acting with a view to save the person or persons inside from the necessity of giving their own orders. The words, "Terrible events have occurred at Montoni," were also fraught with a most menacing and mysterious importance. What could they mean? Whom had these events endangered? Was it possible that the kindness of the Grand Duchess towards himself had been detected? And if so, what results could such a discovery have produced? While he was thus lost in the most painful conjectures, a horseman suddenly galloped up to the door of the inn, and in a few moments the traveller himself entered the coffee-room. He was a slightly built, middle-aged man, with a good-humoured expression of countenance. He was attired in a kind of undress cavalry uniform, consisting of a foraging cap with a broad gold band, a laced jacket, trousers with a red stripe down each leg, and a very small black leather knapsack at his back. "Now, landlord," he exclaimed as he entered the room, followed by the individual whom he thus addressed, "some supper at once, not a moment's unnecessary delay, and see that a fresh horse is ready in 20 minutes. That is all the rest I can allow myself here." The landlord bustled about to serve up the best his house could afford in such haste, and in the meantime the newcomer addressed himself to our hero. "Rather chilly this evening, sir," he said. "And yet you can scarcely feel the cold, considering the pace at which you appear to ride," returned Richard with a smile. "Egad, I do not ride so for pleasure, I can assure you," observed the man. "But I presume that you are travelling in this country for your amusement," he added, "for I perceive by your accent that you are not a Castelcicalan, and I can judge your avocation by that portfolio lying near you." "You have guessed correctly," answered Richard. "Have you travelled far to-day?" "A considerable distance. I am, as perhaps you may know by my dress, a government courier, and I am the bearer of dispatches from Montoni to the Captain-General of Montecuculi." "Anything new in the capital?" asked Richard, scarcely able to conceal the anxiety with which he waited for a reply. "Great news," was the answer. "The Grand Duchess has fled." "Fled?" ejaculated Markham. "Yes, left the capital, gone no one knows where, and no one knows why," continued the courier. "Montoni is in a dreadful ferment. Martial law was proclaimed there the day before yesterday, and a tremendous crowd collected in the palace square in the evening. The military were called out, but refused to fire upon the people. Numerous conflicting reports are in circulation. Some say that the Grand Duke has sent to demand the aid of an Austrian force. The people attacked the mansion of the Prime Minister, and the firmness of the political prefect alone prevented serious mischief. In fact, sir," added the courier, sinking his voice to a whisper, "we are on the eve of great events, and for my part, although I am in the government employment, I don't think it's treason to say that I would as soon serve Alberto as Angelo." At that moment the landlord entered with a tray containing the courier's supper, and the conversation ceased. Nor had our hero an opportunity of reviving it, for the courier was too busily engaged with his knife and fork to utter a word during his meal, and the moment it was terminated he wished Markham good night and took his departure. Still our hero had gleaned enough to afford him some clue to the mystery of the post-chaise. The Grand Duchess had fled. The reason of her flight was not publicly known. Was it not probable that she was an occupant of the post-chaise which journeyed so swiftly? Did not this idea receive confirmation from the fact that Mario Bazzano accompanied the vehicle? Then again occurred the question, had the Grand Duchess involved herself in difficulty by her generosity towards him? The bare supposition of such an occurrence was the source of the most poignant anguish in the breast of Richard Markham. He retired to rest, but his sleep was uneasy, and he awoke at an early hour, little refreshed. He was, however, compelled to pursue his melancholy journey, which he resumed with a heavy heart, and with a mind oppressed by 1,000 vague apprehensions. There was one circumstance which especially afflicted him. He had not dared to write a letter to Isabella, and he knew that the tidings of the failure of the invasion would shortly reach her. Then what must be her feelings? She would believe that he had either fallen in the conflict or was a prisoner in some Castelcicalan fortress, and he entertained so profound a conviction of her love for him, a love as sincere as that which he experienced for her, that he dreaded the effects which would be produced upon her by the most painful uncertainty or the worst apprehensions concerning his fate. Still, how could he write to her with any hope that the letter would reach her? In the existing condition of Castelcicala, he felt persuaded that all correspondence addressed to Prince Alberto or any member of his family would be intercepted. This conviction had hitherto prevented him from addressing a word to that charming girl whose image was ever present to his mind. But as he journeyed wearily along, it suddenly struck him that he might write to Whittingham and enclose a note for Isabella. Besides, he was also anxious to acquaint that faithful servant, as well as Mr. Monroe and Ellen, with the hopes that he entertained of being shortly enabled to return to his native land. He accordingly resolved to put this project into execution. For that purpose he was compelled to pass the next night at a town where there was a post-office. He wrote his letters in the most guarded manner, and omitted the signature. When they were safely consigned to the letter-box, he felt as if a considerable load had been taken off his mind. At this town he gleaned a great deal of information concerning the agitated condition of the country. Martial law had been proclaimed in every province, and the worst fears existed as to the Grand Duke's ulterior views. The idea of Austrian intervention appeared to be general, and deep, though not very loud, were the curses which were levelled against the policy of that sovereign who could venture to call in a foreign soldiery to rivet the shackles of slavery which he had imposed upon his subjects. One circumstance peculiarly struck our hero. The Grand Duke seemed to possess no supporters, no apologists. The hatred excited by his tyranny was universal. Castelcicala only required a champion to stand forward, a leader to proclaim the cause of liberty, and Richard felt convinced that the whole nation would rise as one man against the despot. That the Grand Duchess had fled precipitately from Montoni was a fact now well known, but the motives and details of her departure were still veiled in the most profound mystery. There was another circumstance which forced itself on Markham's observation. This was that the deepest sympathy existed in behalf of the prisoners who had been taken in the conflict near Ossore, and who, it seemed, had all been despatched to the fortress of Estella. Richard's prowess in rallying the troops also appeared to be well known, and on more occasions than one, during his wanderings in Castelcicala, did he find himself the object of the most flattering discourse, while those who eulogized him little suspected that the hero of their panegyric was so near. But it is not our intention to follow him through those wanderings. Suffice it to say that he found his journey more wearisome than he had anticipated, and that he was frequently compelled to avail himself of a carrier's van along the by-roads, or to hire a horse, in order to diminish the fatigues of his wayfaring. It was on the 12th evening after he left Friuli, where he had parted with Morcar, that he crossed the river Usiglio at a ferry about 4 miles to the east of Pinalla. He was now only 40 miles from the Neapolitan frontier, and in 24 hours more he fondly hoped to be beyond the reach of danger. He had partaken of but little refreshment that day, for the nearer he approached the point where peril would cease and safety begin, the more anxious did he become. Having crossed the ferry, he inquired of the boatman the way to the nearest inn. A dreary by-lane was pointed out to him, with an intimation that it would lead to a small public-house at the distance of about a mile. Richard pursued his way, and had proceeded about 300 yards down the lane, which was shaded on either side by large chestnut trees, when several individuals rushed upon him so suddenly that he had no time to offer any effectual resistance. He, however, struggled desperately, as 2 of the banditti, for such his assailants were, attempted to bind his arms with cords. But his endeavours to free himself from their grasp were vain and fruitless, and only provoked a rougher treatment at their hands. For one of the banditti drew a pistol from his belt, and with the butt end of the weapon aimed a desperate blow at our hero's head. Richard fell, bleeding and insensible, upon the ground. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a comfortable bed. Putting aside the damask silk curtains, he glanced anxiously around the room, which was sumptuously furnished. He fell back on his pillow, and strove to collect his scattered ideas. His head pained him. He raised his hand to his forehead, and found that it was bandaged. Then the attack of the banditti in the dark lane flashed across his mind, and he mechanically thrust his hand into his bosom. Alas! Armstrong's letter was gone. End of section 44.
Section 45 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 45, The Boozing Ken Once More. We must now direct our readers' attention for a short space to the parlour of the Boozing Ken on Saffron Hill. It was 9 o'clock in the evening, and as usual a motley company was assembled in that place. A dozen persons, men and women, were drinking the vile compounds which the landlord dispensed as fine cordial gin, treble X ale, real Jamaica rum, best cognac brandy, and noted stout. At one of the tables sate the Buffer, smoking a long clay pipe, and from time to time paying his respects to a pot of porter which stood before him. He occasionally glanced towards the clock, as if he were expecting someone, and then an impatient but subdued curse rose to his lips, proving that the individual for whom he waited was behind his time. "Well, as I was saying," exclaimed an old, shabbily dressed and dissipated-looking man who sate near the fire, "it's a burning shame to make people pay so dear for such liquor as this." And he made a quart pot, which he held in his hand, describe sundry diminutive circles, in order to shake up the liquor whereat he gazed with disgust. "Why'd you drink it then, friend Swiggs?" demanded the Buffer in a surly tone. "You was once a licensed whittler yourself, and I'll be bound no one ever doctored his lush more than you did." "Of course I did," ejaculated the old man. "The publican can't live without it. Look how he's taxed. Look how the police preys upon him. Look at the restrictions as to hours that he's subject to. I tell you, the publican must adulterate his liquor. Aye, even the most honest. But I don't like to drink it so, none the more for all that. Besides, this beer is so preciously done up, that one does not know whether there's most oculus indicus or most tobacco juice in it." "What's cocculus indicus?" asked the Buffer. "An Indian berry of so poisonous a nature," was the reply, "that the natives throw it into the ponds to render the fish insensible and make them float to the surface, when of course they're easily caught. That will show you the strength of it. Ha ha!" And the old man chuckled with a sort of malignant triumph, as he recalled to mind his own practices when he was in business, and ere dissipation ruined him. "Oh, I have the Vintner's Guide all by heart, I can assure you," continued Swiggs; "and now that I'm out of the business, and never likely to be in it again, I don't mind telling you a secret or two. Let us begin with the beer. In the first place, the brewer adulterates it, to save his malt and hops, and then the publican adulterates it, to increase its quantity. His business is to make one butt of beer into two, aye, and sometimes three. Ha ha! Now how do you think he does it? He first deluges it with water. Then, of course, it's so weak and flat that no one could possibly drink it. It wants alcohol or spirit in it. It wants the bitter flavour. It wants pungency. It wants age. And it wants froth. All these are supplied by means of adulteration. Cocculus indicus, henbane, opium, and Bohemian rosemary are used instead of alcohol. These are all poisons, and the Bohemian rosemary is of so deadly a nature that a small sprig produces a raving intoxication. Ha ha! That's good so far. Then aloes, quassia, wormwood, and gentian supply the place of hops, and give bitterness to the hell broth. Ginger, cassia buds, and capsicum produce pungency. Treacle, tobacco juice, and burnt sugar give it colour. Oil of vitriol not only makes it transparent, but also imparts to it the taste of age, so that a butt so doctored immediately seems to be 2 years old. I needn't tell you what sort of a poison oil of vitriol is. I don't want to suggest the means of suicide, ha ha. But when the brew has gone so far, it wants the heading. That froth, you know, which you all fancy to be a proof of good beer. Alum, copperas, and salt of tartar will raise you as nice a heading as ever you'd wish to dip your lips in. You don't mean to say all that's true, Swigs? Exclaimed the buffer. For though I ain't particular, I don't think I shall ever like porter again. True, ejaculated the old man contemptuously. It's as true as you're sitting there. But there's a dozen other ingredients that go into the stuff you lap up so pleasantly and pay for as beer. What do you think of extract of poppies, coriander, nux vomica, black extract, leghorn juice, and bitter beans? But all these names are Greek to you. They ain't to the publicans, though. Ha ha! Why, half the poor people that go to lunatic asylums are sent there by the poison called beer. What have you got to say agin Blue Ruin, old fella? Demanded a knacker, who was regaling himself with a glass of gin and water. Blue Ruin? Gin? Cried the old man. Ah, I can tell you something about that too. Oil of vitriol is the chief ingredient. It has the pungency and smell of gin. When you take the cork out of a bottle of pure gin, it will never make your eyes water, but the oil of vitriol will. Ha ha, there's a test for you. Try it. Oil of turpentine, sulphuric ether, and oil of almonds are used to conceal the vitriol in the made-up gin. What is called fine cordial gin is the most adulterated of all. It is concocted expressly for dram drinkers. Ha ha! Rum, I should think, is the best of all the spirits, said the buffer. Because you like it best, perhaps, exclaimed the old man. Ha ha! You don't know that the fine Jamaica rum is nothing else but the vile, low-priced Leeward Island rum, which is in itself a stomach-burning fire-water of the deadliest quality, and which is mixed by the publican with cherry laurel water and devil. What's devil? Asked the knacker. Aye, what is it indeed? It is nothing but chili pods infused in oil of vitriol, that's all. But now for best cognac brandy, continued the old man. Do you think the brandy sold under that name ever saw France? Ever crossed the sea? Not it. Aqua ammonia, saffron, mace, extract of almond cake, cherry laurel water, devil, terra japonica, and spirits of nitre make up the brandy when the British spirit has been well deluged with water. That's your brandy. Ha ha! What a precious old sinner you must be, Swigs, said one of the company, if you used to make up such poisons as you're now talking about. Dare say I was, observed the old man composedly. Nearly every publican does the same, I'll tell you. Those who don't go into the Gazette, that's all. Ha ha! But if the poor are cheated and poisoned in that way, how d'ye think the middle classes and rich ones are served? Shall I tell you anything about wine, eh? "Yes, do," cried several voices. "Let's hear how the swell cove is served out." "Well, I'll tell you that too," continued the old man. "There's hundreds of wine guides that contain instructions for the merchants and vintners and publicans. Take a bottle of cheap port wine and get a chemist to analyse it. He'll tell you it contains 3 ounces of spirits of wine, 14 ounces of cider, 1 ounce and a half of sugar, 2 scruples of alum, 1 scruple of tartaric acid, and 4 ounces of strong decoction of logwood. That's the way I used to make my port wine. Not a drop, not a single drop of the juice of the grape. Ha ha! Families bought it wholesale, 3 and 6pence the bottle. Rank poison! Ha ha! Nearly all fictitious wines possess too high a colour, particularly sherry. The way to make such wine pale is to put a quart of warm sheep's blood in the butt, and when it's quite fine, to draw it off. I always did that, but I didn't tell the families so, though. Which do you think is the greatest cheat of all the cheap wines? The Cape. The publicans sell it at 18pence and 2 shillings. Why, it's nothing more than the drippings from the casks, the filterings of the lees, and all the spoiled white wines that happen to be in the cellar, mixed together with rum cow and cider, and fined with sheep's blood. "I'm glad to hear the rich is humbugged as well as the poor," observed the knacker. "That's a consolation, at any rate." "So it is," said a cat's meat man, nodding his head approvingly. "Humbugged!" ejaculated Swiggs triumphantly. "I believe you. I'll tell you how 2/3 of all the port wine drunk in the United Kingdom is made. Take 4 gallons of cider, 2 quarts of the juice of red beetroot, 2 quarts of brandy, 4 ounces of logwood, half a pound of bruised ratany root, and 1 ounce of alum. First infuse the logwood and ratany root in the brandy and a gallon of the cider for 10 days. Then strain off the liquor and mix all the other ingredients with it. Put it into a cask, keep it for a month, and it will be fit to bottle. Not a drop of grape juice there. Ha ha! If the colour isn't quite right, an infusion of raspings of red sanders wood in spirits of wine will soon give it a beautiful red complexion. But then the bee's wing. Ah, the bee's wing, eh? A saturated solution of cream of tartar, coloured with Brazil wood or cochineal, will give the best crust and bee's wing you can imagine. There's for you. Port made in a month or 6 weeks can be passed off for wine 10 or a dozen years old. The corks can easily be stained to indicate age, and who's to discover the cheat? Nobody but the chemist. Ha ha! "Well, I've learnt summat tonight," said the knacker. "Learnt something? You know nothing about it yet," cried the old man, who was on his favourite topic. "You don't know what poison, rank poison, there is in all these cheap wines, eh? And in the dear ones too, for that matter. Sugar of lead is a chief ingredient. I needn't tell you that sugar of lead is a deadly poison. Any fool knows that. Salinixium and slaked lime are used to clear muddy wine, and litharge gives a sweet taste to wines that are too acid. Bitter almonds imparts to port a nutty flavour. Cherry laurel water gives it a bouquet, and tincture of raisin seeds endows it with a grapey taste, which it hasn't got and can't have otherwise. But I've told you enough for tonight, and now I dare say you wonder why I drink beer or spirits at all. Because I am old and miserable, because I am poor and wretched, because I must kill care somehow or another, and therefore I take daily doses of those slow poisons." With these words the old man rose and shuffled out of the room. His denunciation of the abominable system of doctoring wines, spirits, and malt liquors produced a gloomy effect upon the company whom he left behind. The Buffer glanced often and often towards the clock. The time was passing rapidly, and yet the person for whom he was waiting came not. "Who'll tip us a song?" said the knacker, glancing around. "There's Jovial Jenkins up in the corner there," exclaimed the cat's meat man. "He's the chap for a song." "Well, I don't mind, pals," cried a diminutive specimen of the male sex, dressed in a suit of clothes every way too large for him. "What shall I sing you? Oh, I suppose it must be the favourite, eh? Come, here goes then." And in another minute the parlour of the boozing ken reverberated with the intonations of the following strange song: The Man of Many Pursuits. "Come, lip us a chant, pals. Why, thus mum your dubber. My gropers clinks coppers, and I'll fake the rubber. Here's a noggin of lightning to slacken your glib. Then pass round the lush, and cease napping the bib. T'other night we'd a precious rum squeeze at the spell, and togged as a yokel, I used my forks well. From a rum tom pat kixie I'd napped a green twitch, and nearly got off the gold glims from his snitch. But a swell with hock dockies and silken gam cases put the parish prig up to the rig of such places. So finding the nib cove was chanting the play, I shoved my trunk nimbly and got clean away. As a jolly gay tyke boy I sometimes appear, and chirp for the curs that are spelt in the leer. Or as a leg glazier with fadger and squibs, I work my way into the nibsomest cribs. But when on these dodges the blue bottles blow, as a flue flake a tog, then at daybreak I show. And though from the slavey I get but a flag, I can fly the blue pigeon, and thus bank the rag. Sometimes as a mabber I dose the swell Fred, or else as a vamper I mill for a Ned. And as soon as my man is tripped by the gams, a pal naps his ticker, or frisks off his flams. But the life that I love is in Swell Street to shine, with a Monsieur Fate calp, and my strummel all fine. Heater case is well polished, and lully so white, and an upper ben fitting me jaunty and tight. Then with nice silk rain napper, or gold-headed dick, I plunge neck and heels into sweet River Tick. And if in a box of the stone jug I get, though hobbled for macing, 'twill prove but a debt. Then lip us a chant, pals. Why thus mum your dubber? My gropus clinks coppers, and I'll fake the rubber. A noggin of lightning will slacken our glib. So pass round the lush, and let none nap the bib. "Bravo, Jovial Jed!" shouted the inmates of the boozing ken parlour. "You're the prince of good fellows at a spree," said the knacker, "and I'll stand a quartern of blue ruin and 2 outs, in spite of what old Swiggs said of the lush." The promised treat was called, paid for, and disposed of. Scarcely had the applause, which greeted this song, terminated, when the door opened, and Lafleur, Mr. Greenwood's French valet, entered the room. He was disguised in a large rough coat and slouched hat, but the Buffer immediately recognised his countenance, and hurried to meet him. "You're late," said the Buffer in a low tone. "Yes, I could not come before," answered the valet, "but I knew that you would wait for me, as I told you yesterday that the business was important." "Well, we can't talk here," observed the Buffer. "There's a snug room upstairs devoted to them that's got private business, and I'll show you the way." The Buffer left the parlour, followed by Lafleur, whom he conducted to a private apartment on the first floor. A bottle of wine was ordered, and when the waiter had withdrawn, the Buffer made a sign for his companion to explain the object of the interview. You know very well that I am in the service of Mr. Greenwood, the Member of Parliament," began Lafleur. "Yes, me and two pals once did a little job for him on the Richmond Road," answered the Buffer. "You mean the affair of the robbery of Count Alteroni?" said Lafleur. "Well, I do, since you know it. Does your master tell you all his secrets?" demanded the Buffer. "No, no," was the reply, and the Frenchman gave a sly laugh. "But he can't very well prevent me listening at the door of his room when he's engaged with people on particular business. I know enough to ruin him for ever." "So much the better for you. There's nothing like being deep in one's master's secrets. It gives you a hold on him." "Let us talk of the present business," said Lafleur. "Are you the man to do a small robbery on the Dover Road, as skilfully as you helped to do it on the Richmond Road?" "I'm the man to do anything for fair reglars," answered the Buffer. "Go on." "I will explain myself in a few words," continued Lafleur. "By dint of listening at doors, and looking over my master's papers when he was out, I have made a grand discovery. To-morrow evening Greenwood leaves town in a post-chaise and four for Dover. It seems that he has embarked in some splendid speculation with a house in Paris, and the success of it depends on influencing the rates of exchange between English and French money. He will take with him £20,000 in gold and Bank of England notes to effect this purpose." "Never mind the rigmarole of the reasons," said the Buffer, "for I don't understand them no more than the Queen does the papers she signs. They say by dozens and dozens at a sitting." "It is sufficient, then, for you to know that Mr. Greenwood will leave London to-morrow evening with £20,000 in a post-chaise," proceeded Lafleur. "His Italian valet and myself are to accompany him, and we are all to be well armed." "What sort of a feller is your Italian Wally?" demanded the Buffer. "Not one of our sort," replied Lafleur. "He will do his duty to his master, although I don't think he has any very great love for him." "Greenwood believes you to be stanch, also, s'pose?" "Of course he does. I shall have to see that his master's pistols are in proper order and place them in the chaise, but the Italian will take care of his own. There will, consequently, only be one pair loaded with ball." "I understand you," said the Buffer. "Still, that one pair of pistols may send two good chaps to Davy Jones." "Risk nothing, get nothing," observed Lafleur. "The chances are that Filippo and I shall ride together on the dickey. If so, the moment the horses are stopped, I shall have nothing more or less to do than turn suddenly on Filippo and prevent him from doing any mischief." "So far, so good," said the Buffer. "But I ought to have at least 3 pals with me. Remember, there's 2 postillions. Greenwood himself won't part with his tin without a struggle, and Filippo, as you call him, might master you." "Can you get 3 men as resolute as yourself to accompany you?" asked Lafleur. "The notice is so deuced short," returned the Buffer; "but I think I can reckon on 2. Long Bob and the Lully Prig," he added, in a musing tone, "are certain to join in." "3 of you will scarcely be sufficient," said Lafleur. "Only think of the sum that's at stake. We mustn't risk the loss of it by any want of precaution on our parts." "Well, I must see," cried the Buffer. "It isn't that I don't know a many chaps in my line, but the thing is to get one that we're sure on, that won't peach either afore or arterwards. Ah, I lost my best pal in Tony Tidkins, poor feller." "The Resurrection Man, you mean?" said Lafleur. "The same. Greenwood was a good patron of his'n," observed the Buffer; "but that wouldn't have prewented him from jining in along with me." "I remember that Greenwood wanted Tidkins for some business or another nearly a year ago," said the French valet; "and he sent me with a note to him at this very place. He did not, however, come; but I called here a few days afterwards, and heard that he had received the letter." That was just about the time poor Tidkins was desperately wounded by Crankey Jem," said the Buffer, rather speaking to himself than to his companion, "and circumstances forced him to keep deuced close arterwards. But that's neither here nor there. Let's talk on our own business. Leave me to get a proper number of pals. And now answer me a question or two. At what time does Greenwood intend to start?" "At 7 o'clock. He means to get to Dover, so as to have a few hours' sleep before the packet leaves for Calais." "Then the business mustn't be done this side of Chatham," said the Buffer. "It would be too early. There's a nice lonely part of the road, I remember, between Newington and Sittingbourne, with a chalk pit near, where we can divide the swag, and each toddle off in different directions arterwards. The chaise will reach that place about 10. Now, one more question. Where will the blunt be stowed away?" "Under the seat inside, no doubt," answered Lafleur. "Then I may consider the business agreed upon between us?" "As good as done, almost," said the Buffer. At this moment the conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door. The waiter entered, and whispered something to the Buffer. "By God, how fortunate!" ejaculated this individual, his countenance suddenly assuming an expression of the most unfeigned joy. "Show him up this minute." The waiter disappeared. "Who is it?" demanded Lafleur. "The very person we are in want of. He has turned up again. That fellow has as many lives as a cat." "But who is it?" repeated Lafleur impatiently. Before the Buffer could answer the question, the door was thrown open, and the Resurrection Man entered the room. Section 45.
Section 46 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 46. The Resurrection Man again. Anthony Tidkins was dressed in a most miserable manner, and his whole appearance denoted poverty and privation. He was thin and emaciated, his eyes were sunken, his cheeks hollow, and his entire countenance more cadaverous and ghastly than ever. "My dear fellow," cried the Buffer, springing forward to meet him, "how glad I am to see you again. I really thought as how you was completely done for." "And no thanks to you that I wasn't," returned the Resurrection Man gruffly. "Didn't you leave me to die like a dog in the plague ship?" "I've been as sorry about that there business, Tony, ever since it happened, as one can well be," said the Buffer. "But if you remember the hurry and bustle of the sudden panic that came over us, I'm sure you won't harbour no ill feeling." "Well, well, the least said the soonest mended," growled the Resurrection Man, taking his friend's hand. "Hullo, Lafleur, what are you doing here?" "Business, Mr. Tidkins," answered the valet. "And you're the very man we are in want of." "The very man," echoed the Buffer. "I give up the command of the expedition to him. He's my old captain." "In the first place, order me up some grub and a pint of brandy," said the Resurrection Man, "for I've been precious short of everything at all decent in the eating or drinking way of late. And while I refresh myself with some supper, you can tell me what new scheme there is in the wind. Of course I'm your man, if there's any good to be done." The waiter was summoned. Lafleur ordered him to bring up the entire contents of the larder, together with a bottle of brandy; and when these commands were obeyed, the Resurrection Man fell to work with extraordinary voracity, while the French valet briefly explained to him the nature of the business already propounded to the Buffer. The hopes of obtaining a considerable sum of money animated the eyes of Tidkins with fire, and his cadaverous countenance with a glow of fiendish satisfaction. He highly approved of the idea of engaging the Lully Prig and Long Bob in the enterprise, for he entertained a good opinion of their courage, in spite of the affair of the plague ship. Indeed, he could well understand the invincible nature of the panic terror which had seized upon them on that occasion, and, as he foresaw that their co-operation would be valuable in other matters, he was disposed to forget the past. In fine, all the preliminary arrangements were made with Lafleur, who presented the two villains each with a £10 note as an earnest of his sincerity, and then took his departure. When the Resurrection Man and the Buffer were alone together, they brewed themselves strong glasses of brandy and water, lighted their pipes, and naturally began to discourse on what had passed since they last saw each other. The Buffer related all that had occurred to him after his return to Mossop's Wharf, how he had been pursued by the three men belonging to the Blossom, how one turned out to be Richard Markham, another a policeman in disguise, and the third Morcar, how they had vainly searched the Fairy to discover Anthony Tidkins, and how he himself eventually sold the lighter. "Since then," added the Buffer, "I have not been doing much, and was deuced glad when Greenwood's valet came to me last evening and made an appointment with me for to-night to talk upon some business of importance. You know what that business is, and I hope it will turn up a trump, that's all." "Then the whole affair of the Blossom was a damnation plant?" cried the Resurrection Man, gnashing his teeth with rage. "And that hated Markham was at the bottom of it all? By the thunders of heaven, I'll have the most deadly vengeance. But how came you to learn that Morcar was one of the three?" "Because I heard Markham call him by that name when they all boarded the Fairy, and I instantly remembered the gipsy that you had often spoken about. But what do you think? He was the black, the counterfeit Brummagem scoundrel that could neither speak nor hear. The captain was the blue bottle, and Markham, I suppose, had kept down below during the time the Blossom was at Mossop's. It was a deuced good scheme of theirs, and if you hadn't been left in the plague ship, it might have gone precious hard with you." "Well said, Jack," observed the Resurrection Man. "Out of evil sometimes comes good, as the parsons say. But that shan't prevent me from doing Master Richard Markham a turn yet." "You must go to Italy, then," said the Buffer laconically. "What gammon's that?" demanded Tidkins. "Why, I happened yesterday morning to look at a newspaper in the parlour downstairs, and there I read of a battle which took place in some country with a cursed hard name in Italy about 3 weeks ago, and what should I see but a long rigmarole about the bravery of our gallant fellow countryman, Mr. Richard Markham, and the great delight it would be to all the true friends of freedom to learn that he was not retained amongst the prisoners." "But perhaps he was killed in the battle, the scoundrel," said the Resurrection Man. "No, he wasn't," answered the Buffer. "For the moment I saw that all this nonsense was about him, I read the whole article through, and I found that he had been taken prisoner, but had either been let go or had made his escape. No one, however, seems to know what's become of him. So p'raps he's on his way back to this country." "I'd much sooner he'd get hanged or shot in Italy," said the Resurrection Man. "But if he ever does come home again, I'll be square with him, and no mistake." "Now you know all that has happened to me, Tony," exclaimed the Buffer. "Have the kindness to tell us how you got out of that cursed scrape in the Lady Anne." "I will," said the Resurrection Man, refilling his glass. "After you all ran away in that cowardly fashion, I tried to climb after you, but I fell back insensible. When I awoke, the broad daylight was shining overhead, and a boy was looking down at me from the deck. He asked me what I was doing there. I rose with great difficulty, but I was much refreshed with the long sleep I had enjoyed. The boy disappeared, and in a few minutes the surgeon came and haled me down the hatchway. I begged him to help me up out of the hold, and I would tell him everything. He ordered me to throw aside my pistols and cutlass, and he would assist me to gain the deck. I did as he commanded me. He and the boy then lowered a rope with a noose. I put my foot in the noose, grasped the rope tight, and was hauled up. The surgeon instantly presented a pistol and said, 'If you attempt any violence, I'll shoot you through the head.' I declared that nothing was farther from my intention, and begged him to give me some refreshment. This request was complied with, and I then felt so much better that I was able to walk with comparative ease. It, however, seemed as if I had just recovered from a long illness, for I was weak, and my head was giddy. I told the surgeon that I was an honest, hard-working man, that I had come down to Gravesend the day before to see a friend, and had fallen in with some persons who offered me a job for which I should be well paid, that I assented and accompanied them to their boat, that when I understood the nature of their business I declared I would have nothing more to do with it, that they swore they would blow my brains out if I made any noise, that I was compelled to board the ship with them, that when some sudden sound alarmed them, as they were examining the goods in the hold, they knocked me down with the butt end of a pistol, and that I remembered nothing more until the boy awoke me by calling out to me from the deck. The surgeon believed my story, and said, "A serious offence has been perpetrated, and you must declare all you know of the matter before a magistrate." I of course signified my willingness to do so, because I saw that the only chance of obtaining my liberty was by gaining the good opinion of the surgeon, for he had a loaded pistol in his hand, I was unarmed, and the police boat was within hail. "But according to the quarantine laws," continued the surgeon, "you cannot be permitted to leave the vessel for the present. And what guarantee have I for your good behaviour while you are on board?" "That was a poser," observed the Buffer. "No such thing," said the Resurrection Man. "I spoke with so much apparent sincerity, and with such humility, that I quite gained the surgeon's good opinion. I said, 'You can lock me in your cabin during the day, sir, or you can bind my hands with cords, and at night I can sleep in the hold from which you released me, with the hatches battened down.'" "I really do believe you to be an honest man," exclaimed the surgeon, "but I must adopt some precaution. You shall be at large during the day, and I think it right to give you due notice that I carry loaded pistols constantly with me. At night you shall sleep in the hold, with the hatches battened down, as you say." I affected to thank him very sincerely for his kindness in leaving me at liberty during the day, and he then repaired to the fore cabin to attend to his patients. "Hadn't he got the plague himself?" inquired the Buffer. "No, but the fetid atmosphere of the fore cabin, to which he was compelled so frequently to expose himself, had made him as emaciated and as pale as if he had only just recovered from the malady. I got into conversation with the boy, and found that he had contrived, shortly after you and the others decamped, to free his arms from the cords with which we had bound him, and that his first care was to release the surgeon. They neither of them entertained the remotest suspicion that any of the pirates were left in the ship, until the boy discovered me in the hold shortly after daybreak." "Well, and how did you escape after all?" "I remained 3 or 4 days on board before I put any scheme into force, although I planned a great many. At night I could do nothing, because I was a prisoner in the hold, and during the day the police boat was constantly about, besides the sentinels on land. The surgeon always made me go down into the hold while it was still daylight, and never let me out again until after sunrise, so that I was always in confinement during the very time that I might contrive something to effect my escape from that infernal pest ship. But the surgeon seemed afraid to trust me when it was dark. I never passed such a miserable time in my life. The slight touch that I had experienced of the plague, for it could have been nothing else, kept me in a constant fear lest it should return with increased force. How often did I mutter the most bitter curses against you and the other pals for abandoning me! But now, in consequence of what you told me of the plant that Markham had set a-going against me, I am not sorry to think that I was left behind in the plague ship. One evening, I think it was the 5th after my first entrance into the vessel, I observed that it was growing darker and darker, and yet the surgeon did not appear on deck with his loaded pistol to send me below. The boy was walking about, eyeing me suspiciously, and at length he went down into the after cabin. It struck me that the surgeon was probably indulging in a nap, and that the lad would wake him. It was not quite dark, but still I fancied that it was dusk enough to leap from the bow of the ship, which part of the vessel was high and dry, without alarming the sentinels on shore. At all events, the chance was worth the trial. Seizing a handspike, I hurried forward and sprang from the ship. Then, without losing a moment, I ran along the bank towards Gravesend as rapidly as I could. In a short time I knew that I was safe. I hurled the handspike into the Thames, and walked on to the Lobster Tavern. There I obtained a bed, for I had plenty of ready money in my pocket. My only regret was that I had not been able to bring away any of the gold dust with me." "Why didn't you knock the surgeon and the boy on the head, and help yourself?" demanded the Buffer. "So I should if I had seen the chance," replied the Resurrection Man; "but I was so weak and feeble all the time I was on board, that I was no match even for the young lad; and the surgeon always kept at such a distance, with a loaded pistol ready cocked in his hand, when I was ordered into the hold of an evening, or called up of a morning, that there wasn't a shadow of a chance. Well, I slept at the Lobster Tavern, and departed very early in the morning, long before it was daylight. I thought that London would be too hot for me, after everything that had lately occurred, and I resolved to pay a visit to Walmer, my own native place. I was still too weak to walk many miles without resting, and so I took nearly 4 days to reach Walmer. Besides, I kept to the fields, and avoided the high roads as much as possible. I took up my quarters at a small inn on the top of Walmer Hill, and then made inquiries concerning all the people I had once known in or about the village. I have often related the former incidents of my life to you, and you will therefore recollect the baronet who was exchequered for smuggling, and was welcomed with open arms by his friends when he paid the fine. You also remember all that occurred between him and me. I found that he had married his cook maid, who ruled him with a rod of iron, and that the very select society of Walmer and Deal had all cut him on account of that connection, which was much worse in their eyes than all the smuggling in which he had been engaged. In fact, he was a hero when prosecuted for smuggling, but now no decent persons could associate with him, since he had married his scullion. In a word, I learnt that he was as miserable as I could have wished him to be." "And didn't you inquire after your friend the parson?" demanded the Buffer. "You may be sure I did," returned the Resurrection Man. "He had made himself very conspicuous for refusing the sacrament to a young woman who was seduced by her lover, and had an illegitimate child; and the select society of Walmer greatly applauded him for his conduct. At length, about a year ago it appears, this most particular of all clergymen was discovered by a neighbouring farmer in too close a conversation with the said farmer's wife, and his reverence was compelled to decamp, no one knows where. He, however, left his wife and children to the public charity. That charity was so great that the poor woman and family are now inmates of the very workhouse where his reverence's slightest wish was once a law. I stayed at Walmer for nearly a week, and then departed suddenly for Ramsgate, with the contents of the landlord's till in my pocket. At Ramsgate I put up at a small public house, where I was taken dreadfully ill. For 4 months I was confined to my bed, and both landlord and landlady were very kind to me. At length I slowly began to recover, and when I was well enough to walk abroad, I used to go upon the beach to inhale the sea air. It was then summer time, and bathing was all the rage. I never was more amused in my life than to see the ladies, old as well as young, sitting on the beach, to all appearance deeply buried in the novels which they held in their hands, but in reality watching, with greedy eyes, the men bathing scarcely 50 yards off. "You don't mean to say that?" cried the Buffer. "I do indeed, though," returned Tidkins. "It was the commonest thing in the world for elderly dames and young misses to go out walking along the beach, or to sit down on it close by the very spot where the men bathed, although there were plenty of other places to choose either for rambling or reading. Well, I stayed 2 more months at Ramsgate, and as the landlord and landlady of the public house had behaved so kind to me, I took nothing from them when I went away. I merely left my little account unsettled. I walked over to Margate, with the intention of taking the steamer to London Bridge, but just as I was stepping on the jetty, some one tapped me on the shoulder, and, turning round, I beheld my landlord of the little inn on the top of Walmer Hill. All my excuses, promises, and entreaties were of no avail. The man collared me, A crowd collected, a constable was sent for, and I was taken before a magistrate. Of course I was committed for trial, and sent across in a cart to Canterbury jail. There I lay till the day before yesterday, when the sessions came on. By some extraordinary circumstance or another, no prosecutor appeared before the grand jury, and I was discharged. I resolved to come back to London, for, after all, London is the place for business in our way. With all its police, it's the best scene for our labours. So here I am, and the moment I set foot in this ken I find employment waiting for me." "Well, I'm sorry to hear you've been lumbered, old feller," cried the respectable Mr. John Wicks, "but it's a blessing the prosecutor never come for'ard. Let's, however, think of the present, and botheration to the past. I'm heartily glad you've turned up again. I was precious nigh going into mourning for you, Tony. Joking apart, though, this business of the Frenchman looks well, and we must be about early to look after the Lully Prig and Long Bob. I know their haunts down by Execution Dock, just opposite to Mossop's." "Where are you hanging out now, Jack?" inquired the Resurrection Man. "Me and Moll has got a room in Greenhill's Rents, at the bottom of St. John Street, you know," was the answer. "Well, I shall sleep here to-night," said the Resurrection Man, "and by 6 o'clock to-morrow morning I shall expect you." End of Section 46. Section 47 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 47. Mr. Greenwood's Journey. It was 6 o'clock on the evening following the incidents related in the 2 preceding chapters. Mr. Greenwood had just concluded an early dinner, early for him, after having devoted the greater part of the day to business in the city, and a small portion of it to his fair Georgian, for whom he had taken elegantly furnished apartments in Suffolk Street, Pall Mall. Having disposed of his last glass of champagne, the honourable member for Rottenborough rang the bell. Lafleur made his appearance. "Is the chaise ordered for 7 precisely?" inquired Mr. Greenwood. "Yes, sir, 7 precisely, sir," answered the valet. "Did you write to my agent at Rottenborough to tell him that I should pass through that town at 8:30, and that although I wished to preserve a strict incognito, yet I should not mind being recognized while the horses are changing at the inn?" "I mentioned all that, sir," replied Lafleur, "and I suggested that he had better get together 100 or so of persons in the tap-room to be ready to rush out and cheer you." "That was well thought of, Lafleur. I have already sent a paragraph to the morning newspaper, in which I am a shareholder, stating that I was enthusiastically cheered as I passed through Rottenborough. It will appear to-morrow morning. Have you renewed my positive orders to the policeman on this beat to take all beggars into custody who are found loitering near my door?" "I have, sir. One woman, with 3 whimpering children, was dragged off to the station-house half an hour ago for looking too earnestly down the area windows," said Lafleur. "Her husband has just been to beg you to intercede with the inspector for her release. He said he was a hard-working man, and that it must be a mistake, as his wife was no beggar." "And what did you say, Lafleur?" demanded Mr. Greenwood, sternly. "I said nothing, sir. I merely banged the door in his face." "That was right and proper. I am determined to put down vagrancy. Nothing is more offensive to the eye than those crawling wretches who are perpetually dinning in one's ears a long tale about their being half-starved." "Yes, sir, it is very disagreeable, sir," observed Lafleur. "The free and independent electors of Rottenborough have not sent me to Parliament for nothing, I can assure you," continued Mr. Greenwood. "No, sir," responded Lafleur. "And I, from my place in the House, will denounce this odious system of mendicancy," added Mr. Greenwood. "Yes, sir," observed Lafleur. "By the by, did you send the letter I gave you just now to the post?" The valet answered in the affirmative. "I am glad of that. It was to the Reverend Dr. Beganuff, the rector of some place in some county. I am sure I forget where. However, the reverend gentleman is having the parish church enlarged, or made smaller, I really forget which, but I know it's something of the kind, and he has sent a circular to all persons whose names are in the Court Guide, soliciting subscriptions. I cannot, of course, refuse to contribute my mite of £5 to the pious work, especially as the list of subscribers is to be advertised in the principal London and provincial papers. We must support the church, Lafleur." "Yes, sir, decidedly, sir," observed the valet. "What would become of us without the church?" continued Mr. Greenwood. "It is the source from which flow all the blessings of Christian love, hope, benevolence, and charity. Hark, Lafleur, I do really believe there is a woman singing a ballad in the street. Run out and give her into custody this minute." "Beg your pardon, sir," said the valet. "It's only the muffin boy." "Oh, that's different," observed Mr. Greenwood, rising from his seat. "The chaise will be here at 7, you say?" "Yes, sir." "You and Filippo will accompany me. Tell Filippo to see that his firearms are in good order. And do you attend to mine as well as your own. Not that I apprehend any danger on such a road as that on which we are about to travel. Still, it is better to be prepared." "Decidedly, sir," answered Lafleur, not a muscle of his countenance betraying any extraordinary emotion. "Take a lamp to my study," said Greenwood, "and then go and see about the firearms. Let my case of pistols be put inside the chaise." "Yes, sir." And Lafleur was about to leave the room, when he suddenly recollected himself, and said, "If you please, sir, your bootmaker sent you new slippers this morning, wrapped up in a piece of the Weekly Dispatch. I thought I had better mention it, sir." "By God, you have done well to acquaint me with this infamy, Lafleur," cried Mr. Greenwood, desperately excited. "The scoundrel! He reads the Dispatch, does he? The journal that possesses more influence over the masses than even pulpits, governments, sovereigns, or religious tracts. The villain! I always thought that man was a Democrat at heart, because one day when I told him if he didn't vote for the Tory churchwarden he would lose my custom, he smiled, yes, smiled. And so he reads the Dispatch, the people's journal, the vehicle of all argument against our blessed constitution, the champion to which all who fancy themselves oppressed fly as naturally as bees to flowers. Lafleur," added Mr. Greenwood, solemnly, "you will send to that bootmaker and tell him to show his face no more at the house of the member for Rottenborough." "Yes, sir." And Lafleur left the room. A few minutes afterwards Mr. Greenwood repaired to his study, where the lamp had already been placed upon the table. He then opened his iron safe, and drew forth a large canvas bag full of sovereigns. This he consigned to a tin box, resembling those in which lawyers keep their clients' papers. 3 more bags, of the same size as the first, were taken from the safe and stowed away in this japanned case. £4,000, murmured Greenwood to himself. How many a family would be made happy with only the 100th part of that sum? But those who want the glittering metal should toil for it as I have done. Mr. Greenwood, having thus complimented himself upon those toils whereby he had gained his wealth, proceeded to take a large portfolio from the iron safe. Partially opening its various compartments, so as to obtain a glance at the contents, he smiled still more complacently than when his eyes lingered on the canvas bags. £16,000 in Bank of England notes! He exclaimed aloud, as he consigned the portfolio to the tin case. And these £20,000, judiciously applied in Paris, will produce me 25,000 clear gain, 25,000 at the least. His really handsome countenance wore an expression of triumph, as he carefully locked the tin case, and placed the key in his pocket. My combinations are admirable. £30,000 already embarked in these Parisian speculations have prepared the way for enormous gains. And now, continued Greenwood, now this sum," and he glanced towards the tin box, "will strike the decisive blow. It is a glorious science, that of the financier. And who is more subtle than I? True, I have experienced some losses during the past week, a few thousands, but they are nothing. I was wrong to job as I did in the English funds. The fluctuations in the French securities are the means by which brilliant fortunes can be made. The timid talk of the great risks, pshaw! Let them combine their projects as I have done." He ceased, and surveyed himself complacently in the mirror above the mantel. He then rang the bell. Lafleur appeared in about a minute, but so calm, composed, and unruffled was his countenance, that no living soul would have suspected that he had been attentively listening at the door of the study, all the while his master was transferring the treasure from the iron safe to the tin box. "Bring me my upper coat and travelling cap, Lafleur," said Mr. Greenwood, not choosing to lose sight of his tin box. Lafleur once more disappeared, and speedily returned with his master's travelling attire. He announced at the same time that the chaise was at the door. In a few minutes Mr. Greenwood was ensconced in the vehicle. The tin box was stowed away under the seat, and his case of pistols lay by his side, within convenient reach. Filippo and Lafleur mounted the dickey, the postillions cracked their whips, and the equipage rolled rapidly away from Spring Gardens. At 8:30 precisely, the vehicle drove up to the door of the principal inn of which the town of Rottenborough could boast. The ostlers seemed to bungle in a very unusual manner as they changed the horses, and full 5 minutes elapsed ere they could loosen the traces. In a word, they punctually obeyed the directions of Mr. Greenwood's agent in that famous town. Suddenly the door of the tap-room burst open, and vomited forth about 80 of such queer and suspicious-looking fellows that no prudent man would have walked down a dark lane where he knew any one of them to be lurking. Out they came, in most admirable disorder, pell-mell, jostling, hustling, pushing, larking with each other. "Hooray, Greenwood! Bravo, Greenwood!" they shouted at the tops of their voices, somewhat disguised in liquor. "Greenwood for ever! Down with the Tories!" "No, no!" shouted a little man, dressed in deep black, and who suddenly appeared at the head of the mob. "Down with the Liberals, you mean?" "Oh, so it is!" cried the mob, and then they shouted louder than ever, "Hooray for Greenwood! Down with the Liberals! The Tories for ever!" Then the little man in black, who was none other than the honourable member's agent, rushed up to the carriage window, exclaiming, "Ah, Mr. Greenwood, you are discovered, you see. Very pretty, indeed, to think of passing through Rottenborough incog. You who are the hope and the glory of the town. Luckily a party of gentlemen, all independent electors," added the lawyer, glancing round at the ragged and half-drunken mob, "were partaking of some little wholesome refreshment together, quite accidentally, in the tavern, and thus they are blessed with an opportunity of paying their respects to their representative in our glorious Parliament." "Bravo, Greenwood!" ejaculated the crowd of gentlemen, when the little lawyer had concluded his speech. "Gentlemen," said Mr. Greenwood, thrusting his head out of the chaise window, "you cannot conceive the delight which I experience at this most unexpected, most unlooked-for, and entirely spontaneous expression of your good feeling towards me. Gentlemen, when I behold an enlightened and independent, a respectable and an intelligent assembly thus coming forward to signify an approval of my parliamentary career, I meet with an ample recompense for all my exertions and toils to maintain the interests of the great constituency of Rottenborough. Gentlemen, the eyes of the world are upon you at this moment." "Then the world can see in the dark without spectacles," cried one of the free and independent inhabitants of Rottenborough. "Yes, gentlemen," cried Greenwood, unabashed by this interruption, which raised a general titter. The eyes of the world are upon you, for when Rottenborough thus emphatically expresses itself in favour of its member, it is avowing its staunch adherence to the true principles of Conservatism. This is a great fact, gentlemen, and so long as Rottenborough remains faithful to those principles, the democratic disturbers of the public peace must look on and tremble." With this splendid finale, Mr. Greenwood sank back in the chaise, which immediately drove rapidly away, amidst the uproarious shouts of the ragamuffins and tatterdemalions whom the lawyer had convoked, according to Lafleur's written instructions, for the occasion. The ragamuffins and tatterdemalions were, however, well recompensed for their trouble, for they were copiously regaled with beer and tobacco before the arrival of the honourable member, and as soon as the member had departed, a supper of boiled tripe and onion sauce was served up to them. The entertainment concluded with a quarrel and a battle among the convivialists, several of whom took home with them broken heads and black eyes as trophies of their prowess. Meantime the travelling chaise rolled along the road. The night was beautiful, clear, and frosty, and the moon rode high in the heavens. Newington was past, and Mr. Greenwood was just falling into a delicious sleep, when 4 men, wearing masks and enveloped in thick pilot coats, rushed from a hedge. The horses were stopped suddenly, and 2 of the ruffians presented pistols at the heads of the postillions, menacing them with instant death if they offered any resistance. Greenwood lowered the windows of the chaise, and holding a pistol in each hand, exclaimed, "I'll shoot the first who dares approach me." Filippo leapt to the ground on one side, and Lafleur followed him so closely that he fell over the Italian, one of whose pistols went off by the shock, but without doing any mischief. Before he could make an effort to rise, Lafleur struck him on the head with the butt end of one of his weapons, and laid him senseless on his back. Meantime, while the Lully Prig and Long Bob took charge of the postillions, as above stated, the Resurrection Man and the Buffer rushed up to the door of the chaise. Greenwood fired point-blank at Tidkins's head, but without the slightest effect. The door was opened, and the Resurrection Man sprang into the vehicle. Greenwood fired his second pistol, but it merely singed his assailant's hair. Then the Member of Parliament was dragged into the road, and bound hand and foot almost in the twinkling of an eye. This being done, the Resurrection Man hastened to search the chaise, and speedily secured the tin box. He gave a long, shrill whistle. This was a signal to announce his success, for it had been previously agreed amongst the ruffians that they should not utter a word more than might be absolutely necessary, so that their voices might not be afterwards recognised in case suspicion fell upon them. Moreover, the Resurrection Man's voice was well known to Greenwood, and thus this precaution was not a useless one. The 4 robbers and Lafleur now beat a rapid retreat towards an adjacent chalk pit, the Buffer leading the way, and the Resurrection Man carrying the tin box. End of section 47.
Section 48 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andee. Chapter 183. Kind Friends. We left Richard Markham at the moment when, awaking in a strange bed, he perceived that Thomas Armstrong's letter was gone. It would be impossible to describe his grief at this discovery. The mysterious document, which he had treasured with so much care, and concerning which such particular instructions had been left by his departed friend, a document which seemed so intimately to regard his future welfare, had been wrested from him. For a few moments he remained a prey to the deepest dejection, and tears stole into his eyes. But he was not allowed to remain long in that unpleasant reverie. The door opened slowly, and a light step approached his couch. He drew aside the curtain, and beheld a middle-aged lady, elegantly dressed, and with a countenance on which the Almighty had written the word benevolence, in characters so legible that a savage might have read and learnt to revere them. Advancing close up to the bed, the lady said, in a soft tone, and in the Italian language, "Be not alarmed, Signor Markham. You are with those who will treat you as your dauntless valour and noble mind deserve." "Where am I, madam?" asked our hero, reassured by the lady's words and manner. "In the house of my brother, Signor Viviani, the most eminent banker in Pinalla," answered the lady. "And how did you discover my name, Signora?" inquired Richard. "By means of a letter which was secured in a morocco case about your person, and is now safe in my brother's possession," returned Signora Viviani. "A thousand thanks, lady, for that assurance, a thousand sincere and grateful thanks," exclaimed Markham, new life, as it were, animating his soul. "Hush!" cried the banker's sister, placing her finger upon her lip. "You must not give way to excitement of feelings. You have been ill, very ill." "How long, Signora, has this illness lasted?" 10 days, was the reply. "You have been delirious." 10 days!" ejaculated Richard. "Alas, poor Morcar, what will he think? Where can he be?" "Morcar is safe, and knows that you are here, Signor," said the lady. "But do not excite yourself. Providence has allowed you to suffer, for its own wise and inscrutable purposes, but it never deserts the good and great." "Ah, lady, how can I ever thank you sufficiently for the goodness of yourself and your brother towards one who is a perfect stranger to you?" said Markham, pressing the lady's hand respectfully to his lips. "You are not altogether so much a stranger to us as you imagine," observed the banker's sister, with a mysterious but good-natured smile. "But I will not tantalize nor excite you by keeping you in suspense. Your deceased countryman Thomas Armstrong was my brother's intimate friend." "Is this possible?" cried Markham, overjoyed at such welcome intelligence. "Then Providence has not indeed deserted me." "I will now hasten and fetch my brother to see you," said the lady. "He is burning with impatience for the moment when he can converse with you." Signora Viviani left the room, and shortly returned, accompanied by a gentleman of about 60, and whose countenance was as expressive of excellent qualities as her own. "Here is our patient, brother," said the lady with a smile. "A patient, however, only in one sense, for he has been very impatient in his queries, and now you must satisfy his curiosity in all respects." "I am delighted to find that you are able to devote a thought to such matters, my dear young friend," exclaimed the banker, pressing both Markham's hands cordially in his own. "For as a friend do I indeed regard you," added the excellent man. "How can I possibly have deserved such kind sympathy at your hands?" asked Richard, overpowered by so much goodness. "Your deceased and much lamented friend Thomas Armstrong was as a brother to me during his residence at different times in Castelcicala," answered the banker, "and he constantly corresponded with me when he was in his native country. In the letters which he wrote during the last 2 years of his life, he mentioned you in terms which, did I know nothing else meritorious on your part, would have induced me to welcome you as a friend, as a son. But your noble conduct in the late attempt to release Castelcicala from the sway of a tyrant and place that excellent Prince Alberto on the ducal throne hath confirmed my good opinion of you, if any such confirmation were necessary. I learned from Armstrong that you were generous, intelligent, and virtuous. Recent events have shown that you are brave and liberal-minded. How rejoiced I am that my conduct in that unhappy affair merits your approval," said Richard. "I have often trembled since the fatal day when so many brave spirits came to these coasts to meet death or imprisonment, lest the more sensible portion of the Castelcicalan community should look upon the expedition as one concocted only by selfish or insane adventurers." "Selfish or insane?" ejaculated Viviani. "Was Grachia selfish or insane? Was Morosino a mere adventurer? Oh, no! Castelcicala weeps over the bloody graves of her patriots, and thousands of tongues are familiar with the name of Richard Markham." The countenance of our hero became animated with a glow of generous enthusiasm as these words met his ears. "How handsome he is!" exclaimed the banker's sister. "An old woman like me may say so without impropriety," she added, smiling. "And even the Princess Isabella would not be offended did she overhear me." "The Princess!" ejaculated Richard, surprised at this allusion to that beautiful lady. "You must not be angry with your faithful Morcar," said the banker's sister, smiling, "if he betrayed your secret. But it was with a good motive. When he found that you were with those who were anxious to be considered in the light of your friends, he communicated to us your secret respecting the Princess, in order that we might write to her and relieve her mind of all anxiety by assuring her that you were safe and well. So I took upon myself the duty of addressing a letter to Her Highness the Princess Isabella, and I thought that a little falsehood relative to your real condition would be pardonable. I assured her that you were in security and in good health, save a sprain of the right hand, which had compelled you to employ a secretary, and in order that the letter might be sure to reach her, my brother enclosed it in one to his agent in London, with special directions that it might be delivered as speedily as possible. Morcar also wrote a note to his father and his wife, and addressed it to the care of some person in a part of the English capital called St. Giles's. In a word, you need be under no anxiety relative to your friends in England." "Excellent lady," cried Markham, "you accumulate kindnesses so rapidly upon me that I know not how to testify my gratitude. And Morcar, too, how thoughtful of him! Oh, I have indeed found good friends." "You are doubtless anxious to learn how you came into this house," said the banker. "I will tell you, for you will not allow your mind to compose itself until you know everything. I had been to pass the day with a friend whose country seat is at a few miles' distance from Pinalla, and I was returning home in an open chaise attended by my groom, when, in the middle of a lane which I had taken as a short cut, I was accosted by a man who seemed frantic with grief, and implored me to render assistance to his master. He spoke in English, and fortunately I understand that language tolerably well. In a word, the person who accosted me was your dependent Morcar. He has since explained to me how you had separated at Friuli, in order to gain the Neapolitan frontier by different routes, and it seems that he was journeying along that lane when he stumbled over a body in the path. The light of the moon speedily enabled him to recognize his master. At that moment my chaise fortunately came up to the spot. Not knowing who you were, but actuated by that feeling which would prompt me to assist any human being under such circumstances, I immediately proposed to convey you to my own house. Your dependent was overjoyed at the offer, and I desired him to accompany you. He would not tell me your real name, but when I questioned him on that point, gave a fictitious one. The poor fellow did not then know how I might be disposed towards the Constitutionalists who had survived the slaughter near Ossore. You may therefore conceive my astonishment when, on my arrival at my house, I discovered a letter in a case fastened to a ribbon beneath your garments, as I helped to undress you. These words, "To my dear friend Richard Markham," in a handwriting well known to me, immediately excited a suspicion in my mind, and when I had procured the attendance of my physician, and ascertained that there was a hope of your eventual recovery, although your wound was a serious one, I questioned Morcar more closely than before, but he would not confess that you were Richard Markham. I then showed him the letter which I had found about your person. Still he obstinately denied the fact. At length, in order to convince him that I was really sincere in my good feeling towards you, I showed him several letters from the deceased Mr. Armstrong to me, and in which you were favourably mentioned. Then he became all confidence, and I can assure you that he is a most faithful and devoted creature towards you." While the banker was yet speaking, he drew from his pocket the morocco case containing Armstrong's letter, and laid it upon the bed. Richard warmly pressed his hand with grateful fervour. He then, in a few words, narrated the particulars of the attack made upon him by the banditti in the narrow lane, and concluded by saying, "I consider the fact of the ruffians overlooking that document when they rifled me as another proof of Heaven's especial goodness towards me, for I value this relic of my departed friend as dearly as my life." "And you are still ignorant of its contents?" said the banker with a smile. Richard was about to explain the nature of the mysterious instructions which Armstrong had written on the envelope, when Viviani stopped him, saying, "I know all. Some months before his death, Armstrong wrote to me his intentions concerning you, and therefore I presume that, when you are destitute of all resources, when adversity or a too generous heart shall have deprived you of all means of subsistence, and when your own exertions fail to supply your wants, you will open the enclosed letter, but should no circumstances of any kind deprive you of the little property which you now possess, and should you not be plunged into a state of need from which your own talents and exertions cannot relieve you, then will you open that letter on the morning of the 10th of July, 1843, on which day you are to meet your brother." So astonished was Markham, while the banker recapitulated the very words of Armstrong's mysterious instructions, that he could not utter a syllable until the excellent man had finished speaking, and then he cried, in a tone of the most unfeigned surprise, "My dear sir, you know all, then?" Signora Viviani laughed so heartily at Markham's astonishment that her good-natured countenance became quite purple. "Indeed, I do know all," exclaimed the banker, laughing also, "and that is not surprising either, seeing that every farthing Armstrong has left you is in my hands. But I must not say any more on that head. Indeed, I am afraid I have violated my departed friend's instructions to me by saying so much already. However, my dear Richard, for so you must allow me to call you, as I am a sort of guardian or trustee towards you, you will not want to open that letter until the 10th of July, 1843. For if you require money, you have only to draw a cheque upon me, and I will honour it, aye, even for 10 or 15,000 pounds. Is it possible that I am awake? Am I not dreaming? Is this fairyland, or Castelcicala? Said Richard. I am overwhelmed with happy tidings and kindnesses. Again did the good banker and his merry sister, who, though bachelor and spinster, possessed hearts overflowing with the milk of human kindness, and who felt towards Richard almost as a father and mother would feel towards their own child, again did they laugh heartily, until the lady remembered that their patient might be too much excited. "And now I dare say you are anxious about your faithful Morcar," said the banker. "In truth, he is a mystery whom I cannot fathom. All I know of him is that he is most devotedly attached to you. He comes to the house every evening, and sits by your bedside a couple of hours, or perhaps more, and then he takes his departure again. In vain have I pressed him to remain here, to live here so long as you are my guest. No, he declares that he has business on his hands, and he keeps that business a profound secret. He is always absent save during those 2 or 3 hours which he spends near you. And when he's here," added the banker's sister, laughing, "he will not allow a soul save himself to do anything for you. No, he must smooth your pillow, he must raise your head, and give you your cooling drink. He must hold your hands when the delirium is on you. But thank heaven that has passed now. In a word, no one is permitted to be your nurse save himself." "The good faithful creature!" cried Markham, tears standing on his long, dark, and slightly curled lashes. "Heaven grant that he be not involving himself in any difficulty." "He seems prudent and steady," said the banker, "and those are grand qualities. Moreover, these men of Egyptian origin have strange fancies and whims. In any case, he will be more communicative to you than he is to us." "You have now gratified my curiosity in many, many ways," said Richard, "but there is one more point." "You are interminable with your questions," exclaimed Signora Viviani, laughing. "Now, remember, this is the last we will answer on the present occasion, or we shall really fatigue you." "Oh, no," returned our hero. "When the mind labours under no suspense, how soon the physical energies revive." "Speak, then," said the banker. "What is the present condition of Castelcicala? Has it been ameliorated, or rendered more deplorable?" The banker's countenance fell. "My dear Richard," he replied, "strange and striking events have occurred during the last few days, events which it pains me to recount, as it will grieve you to hear them. The Grand Duchess fled from the capital, no one knows wherefore. It is certain that she reached Montecuculi in safety, and her farther progress is a complete mystery. All traces of her cease there. But that is not all. An army of 30,000 Austrians, Richard, an army of foreigners, has been called into the state by Angelo III. 10 days ago it crossed the Roman frontiers and encamped beneath the walls of Montoni." "Merciful heaven!" ejaculated Richard. "An army of occupation in the country!" "Alas, that I should tell the truth when I say so," continued the banker in a melancholy tone. "The Grand Duke intends to enforce his despotism by means of foreign bayonets. 4,000 Austrians moved on as far as Abrantani, where they are placed under the command of Captain General Santa Croce, that province being considered the most unsettled, and the one exhibiting the greatest inclination to raise the standard of liberty. But Montoni, Richard, Montoni, our capital, has set a glorious example. The same day that the Austrians appeared beneath its walls, its inhabitants rose against the Grand Duke and his infamous ministers. The municipal council, with the mayor at its head, declared its sittings permanent, and proclaimed itself a committee of government. The garrison, consisting of 10,000 brave men, pronounced in favour of the committee. The Grand Duke and his ministers fled to the Austrian camp and took refuge with Marshal Herbertstein, the generalissimo of the foreign army of occupation. And now, Richard, now the Grand Duke and his Austrian allies are besieging the capital of Castelcicala. Alas, these are terrible tidings, said Richard, astounding at all he had just heard, and at the rapidity with which so many important events had occurred. Terrible tidings they must be to one who, like you, has fought for Castelcicalan liberty, continued the banker. Oh, that I should have lived to see my country thus oppressed, thus subject to a foreign yoke! But I have not yet told you all. The Lord High Admiral of Castelcicala has declared in favour of the Grand Duke, and has instituted a blockade with all his fleet at the mouth of the Ferretti, so that no provisions may be conveyed into the besieged capital. The garrison of Montoni is, however, behaving nobly, and as yet the Austrians have made no impression upon the city. But a famine must ensue in Montoni, and then all hope will be lost. And the other great cities of Castelcicala, asked Richard, do they make no demonstration in this terrible crisis? Alas, no. Martial law everywhere prevails. And had we not a humane and merciful Captain-General at the head of the province of Pinalla, our condition here would be desperate indeed. You are doubtless aware that all the constitutionalists who were taken prisoners at the Battle of Ossore are now prisoners in Estella. Signor Viviani was interrupted by the entrance of a servant, who came to announce that Morcar requested admittance to the sick-room. The kind-hearted banker and his no less excellent sister withdrew, in order to allow the gipsy an opportunity of free and unrestrained intercourse with his master. End of section 48. Recording by Andee.
Section 49 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 49, Estella. Nothing could exceed the joy which the faithful Morcar experienced on finding his master restored to consciousness, and evidently in a fair way towards convalescence. The reader may imagine with what enthusiasm the gipsy dwelt upon the kindness of Signor Viviani and his sister, and when the grateful fellow had exhausted all his powers of speech in depicting the excellent qualities of these good people, he begged Markham to acquaint him with his adventures since they separated at Friuli. Richard related those particulars which are already known to the reader, and he did not forget to reproach Morcar for having refused to accept his share of the purse at the tavern in the suburbs of the above-mentioned town. "I knew that I should not require the gold, sir," answered Morcar, "for an individual of my race finds friends and brethren all over the world. Nor was I an exception to that rule. At a short distance from Friuli, I fell in with an encampment of Cingani, for so the gipsies are called in Italy, and I was immediately welcomed in a way becoming my position as the heir to the sovereign of the Zingarees of Great Britain." "But how did you render yourself intelligible to your Italian brethren?" asked Richard, with a good-natured smile at the solemn manner in which his follower had uttered the concluding portion of his observations. "We have a language peculiar to ourselves, sir," replied Morcar, "and although it is not very rich in words, it nevertheless contains sufficient to enable us to converse freely with each other. I travelled with the Cingani belonging to the encampment, and when we arrived in the neighbourhood of Pinalla, I took leave of them with the intention of hastening over the frontier to Naples. God ordained that I should strike into the same path which you were pursuing, and I could not have been many yards behind you, when you were attacked by the banditti in the manner you have just explained to me. You may conceive my grief when I found you lying senseless in that gloomy lane, and when the moonlight, falling on your countenance, showed me who you were. Had it not been for the accidental arrival of Signor Viviani on the spot, and at that particular moment, I cannot say what would have become of us. You know the rest." "Not entirely, my dear Morcar," said Richard. "I do not wish to penetrate into your secrets, but I am anxious to learn wherefore you refused the hospitality of Signor Viviani's mansion." "When I found that you were amongst friends, sir," answered Morcar, "and that there was no longer any necessity for me to proceed to Naples, I returned to my brethren, the Cingani. I have dwelt with them ever since, but have occasionally called to inquire after you." "Nay, my faithful friend," exclaimed Richard, taking the gipsy's hand, "do not depreciate your own goodness of heart. I have learnt how regularly you came to pass the evening by my side, and how kindly you ministered to me. Heaven grant that the day may arrive when I shall be enabled to reward you adequately." "You must not talk any more at present, sir," said the gipsy. "If you will only remain quiet for a few days, you will be quite well, and then—" "And then what?" asked Richard, seeing that the gipsy checked himself. "And then we can deliberate on the best course to adopt," replied Morcar. Our hero saw that his dependant had some plan in his head, but he did not choose to press him on the subject. A fortnight had elapsed since Richard Markham awoke to consciousness in the house of the generous Castelcicalan banker. This interval had produced a marvellous change in his physical condition. A powerful constitution, aided by excellent medical advice, and the unremitting attention of his kind friends, enabled him to triumph over the severity of the treatment which he had experienced at the hands of the banditti. He was now completely restored to health, with the exception of a partial weakness and pallor which naturally followed a long confinement to his couch. But by means of gentle exercise in the garden belonging to the banker's house, he was rapidly recovering his strength, and the hues of youth again began to bloom upon his cheeks. It was on the 26th of December, 1840, that he had a long conversation with the banker and Morcar. A certain project was the topic of this debate, a project for which Morcar had arranged all the preliminaries during Richard's illness, and which our hero now burned to carry into execution. Signor Viviani raised but one objection, and that was only for the purpose of delaying, not renouncing, the scheme in view. He feared lest Markham's health might not be sufficiently restored to enable him to embark so soon in the enterprise. But this doubt was completely overruled by his young friend, whose enthusiastic soul could not brook delay in a matter that was so near and dear to his heart. The deliberations of the three individuals who formed this solemn council lasted for 4 hours, and concluded at sunset. Richard then wrote several letters, which he sealed and placed in the hands of Signor Viviani, saying, "You will forward these only in case of my death." The banker wrung our hero's hand cordially, exclaiming, "No, my generous, my gallant-hearted young friend, something within me seems to say that there will be no need to dispatch those letters to your friends in England, for proud success shall be yours." Signora Viviani entered the room at this moment, and in a tone of deep anxiety inquired the result of the deliberation. "The expedition is to take place," replied the banker solemnly. "Ah, Signor Markham," exclaimed the lady, "have you well weighed the contingencies? Do not imagine that I would attempt to dissuade you from so generous, so noble an undertaking. Oh no, I should be the last to do so, and yet—" "My dear madam," interrupted Richard with a smile, "I appreciate all your kind anxiety in my behalf, but I must fulfil my duty towards those unfortunate creatures who embarked in an enterprise of which I was one of the chiefs. It would be improper in me to urge a single argument against so noble a purpose," said the banker's sister. "May God prosper you, Richard." The old lady wiped the tears from her eyes as she spoke. It was now quite dusk, and our hero signified his intention of taking his departure. He confided the morocco case containing Armstrong's letter to his excellent friend the banker, and at the same time expressed his deep gratitude for all the kindness he had experienced at the hands of that gentleman and his sister. "Do not talk thus, my noble boy," ejaculated the old man. "It makes me melancholy, as if I were never to see you more; whereas I feel convinced that there are many, many happy days in store for all of us. Here, Richard, take this pocket-book. It contains bank notes to some amount; but if you require more, hesitate not to draw upon me for any sum that you need. And now, farewell, and may all good angels watch over you." Signora Viviani, on her side, felt as acutely in parting with our hero as if she were separating from a near relative. So much had his amiable qualities, generous disposition, and noble character endeared him alike to the banker and his kind-hearted sister. And now the door of that hospitable mansion closed behind Richard Markham, who was accompanied by his faithful Morcar. They pursued their way, the gipsy acting as the guide, through the streets of Pinalla, and passing out of the town by the north-eastern gate, followed the course of the river Usiglio for upwards of 2 miles and a half. The night was clear with the pure lustre of the chaste moon, and the air was mild, though fresh enough to be invigorating. At length they reached the confines of a forest, into which Morcar plunged, closely followed by his master. They now continued their way amidst an almost total darkness, so thick was the foliage of the evergreens through the mazes of which they pursued their course. Presently lights glimmered among the trees, and in a few minutes more Morcar conducted our hero into a wide open area, where a spacious gipsy encampment was established. Markham caught his companion by the arm, and held him back for a few moments while he contemplated that scene so strange, so wild, and yet so picturesque. A space, probably an acre in extent, had been cleared in the midst of the forest, and the tall trees all around constituted a natural barrier, defining the limits of the arena formed for the encampment. 100 tents, of the rude gipsy fashion, swarmed with life. Dark countenances bent over the cheerful fires, above which mighty cauldrons were simmering, and the lurid light was reflected from dark eyes. The tall athletic forms of men and the graceful figures of women were thrown out into strong relief by the lambent flames, and the sounds of many voices fell in confused murmurs upon the ears. "There are 400 brave men who will welcome you as their leader, sir," exclaimed Morcar, stretching forth his arm towards the encampment. "Oh, my dear friend!" cried Markham, all the enthusiasm of his soul aroused by the hopes which those words conveyed. "By what magic were you enabled to collect this band in so short a time?" "My influence as the son of Zingari was sufficient to induce them to make our cause their own, sir," replied Morcar; "and the extensive organisation of the fraternity was already well calculated to gather them thus together. I have moreover informed you that they are all well armed, for their funds have been devoted to the purchase of the weapons and ammunition necessary for the undertaking." "Which outlay it will be my care immediately to reimburse," said Richard. "But you speak of me as the chief of this band, Morcar. No, that honour is reserved for you, whose energies and influence alone could have brought those 400 men together." "That may not be, sir," returned Morcar seriously. "These men have assembled with the hope that you will be their chief. It is your name which is enthusiastically spoken of in Castelcicala, and it is your presence which will animate this gipsy band with courage. Come, let me introduce you to the chiefs of the tribe." "Is the king amongst them?" asked Richard. "No, sir. The king of the Cingani, or Italian gipsies, is at present in Tuscany, but the chiefs, to whom I will now conduct you, are his relations." Morcar led our hero through the mazes of the encampment to a tent more conveniently contrived and spacious than the rest, and as they passed along, the groups of Cingani surveyed Richard with curiosity and respect. They evidently divined who he was. In the tent to which Morcar conducted his master, 3 elderly men were seated upon mats, smoking their pipes, and discoursing gravely upon political affairs. They welcomed Richard with respectful warmth, and instantly assigned to him the place of honour at the upper end of the tent. A council was then held, but as the results will explain the decision to which the members came, it is not necessary to detail the deliberations on this occasion. We must, however, observe that Markham accepted the responsible and difficult post of commandant of the entire force, and he immediately handed over to the gipsies an amount in banknotes equivalent to £1,000, for the purpose of reimbursing the outlay already effected by the Cingani chiefs, and of supplying an advance of pay to all the members of the band. At about 11 o'clock the fires were all extinguished throughout the encampment, and sentinels having been posted at short intervals round the open space, those who were not on duty laid down to rest. At daybreak the scene was once more all bustle and life. The morning meal was hastily disposed of, and Richard then issued the necessary orders for breaking up the encampment. It was arranged that the men who bore arms should proceed by forced marches towards Estella, while the women and children might follow at their own pace. The farewells between husbands and wives, brothers and sisters, fathers and children, sons and mothers, took place in silence, but in profound sincerity, and the corps, consisting of 400 men, all well armed with muskets and cutlasses, and some few with axes also, was soon in motion amidst the dense mazes of the forest. Markham, with a sword by his side and a pair of pistols in the breast of his coat, advanced in front of the column, attended by the 3 chiefs and Morcar. It was at daybreak on the 29th of December that the sentinels posted on the southern bastion of the citadel of Estella observed a small but compact body of men suddenly emerge from the forest which stretches along the Usilio from the neighbourhood of Pinalla almost up to the very walls of Estella. An alarm was given throughout the citadel, for the beams of the rising sun glistened on the weapons of the small force that was approaching, and although no uniform attire characterised the corps, it was easy to perceive that it advanced with a hostile intention. But ere the garrison could be got under arms, Richard's followers had already cut an opening in the palisades which protected the glacis, and were advancing up the inclined plane towards the rampart. On they went, their youthful leader at their head. The glacis was passed, the covered way was gained, and then the sentinels on the bastion discharged their muskets at the besiegers. 2 of the Cingani fell dead, and 1 was very slightly wounded. "Follow me!" cried our hero, and rushing along the covered way, he reached the wooden bridge which communicated with the interior of the citadel. And now commenced an interval of fearful peril, but for which Markham was not unprepared. The soldiers of the garrison had by this time flocked to the rampart of the bastion, and commenced a terrific fire upon the besiegers. The latter, however, replied to it with rapidity and effect, while 6 of the foremost cut down with their axes a huge beam from the wooden bridge, and under the superintendence of Markham, used it as a battering ram at the postern gate. The Cingani, however, lost 8 or 9 of their men while this task was in progress, and their position, exposed as they were to a murderous fire, would soon have become untenable, had not the postern gate shortly yielded to the engine employed against it. Then, with his drawn sword in his hand, Markham precipitated himself into the citadel, closely followed and well supported by the brave and faithful Cingani. The tunnel beneath the rampart, into which the postern opened, was disputed for some minutes with desperate valour on both sides. But our hero was so ably backed by Morcar, the 3 chiefs, and the foremost of his corps, that he eventually drove the soldiers before him. "Constitutional freedom and Prince Alberto!" shouted Richard, as he rushed onward, and entered the court of the citadel. The cry was taken up by the Cingani, and although the conflict continued in the court for nearly half an hour longer, it was evident that the note of liberty had touched a chord in the hearts of the Castelcicalan soldiers, for they resisted but feebly, and though superior in numbers to the besiegers, rapidly gave way. On the farther side of the court stood a large but low and straggling building, the windows of which were defended with iron bars. "Friends!" exclaimed Markham, pointing with his blood-stained sword towards that structure, "there is the prison of the patriots!" These words operated like an electric shock upon our hero's followers, and they rushed onward, driving the soldiers like chaff before them. The gate of the prison was reached, and speedily forced. Richard entered the gloomy stronghold, and the work of liberation commenced. 500 Castelcicalan patriots were restored to freedom in a short half-hour, and when they recognised in their deliverer him who had been one of the chiefs of the first expedition, and whose valour was so signalised in the battle near Ossore, their enthusiasm knew no bounds. The name of Markham was shouted to the sky. The patriots flocked around him with heartfelt thanks and the most fervent outpourings of their gratitude, and they hailed him as a deliverer and a chief. There was not, however, much time for congratulation or explanation. Though the garrison of the citadel was weak, that of the town itself was strong, for the Captain General had concentrated the greater part of his force in the heart of Estella in order to overawe the inhabitants. This fact had been previously gleaned by the spies whom Morcar had sent out while Richard was yet an inmate of the banker's house, and hence the attack upon the most exposed part of the citadel in preference to an attempt upon the town. Richard was now master of the citadel. A portion of the garrison had fled into Estella, but by far the larger part, about 300 in number, declared its readiness to join the cause of liberty. This offer was joyfully accepted. The armoury was then visited, and arms were distributed to the patriots who had been delivered from their dungeons. Thus Richard Markham found himself at the head of an effective force of nearly 1,200 men, a triumphant position, which had fortunately cost no more than about 20 lives on the side of the Cingani. It was now midday, and while his forces were obtaining refreshment, and putting the citadel in a proper state of defence, in case of an attack on the part of the Captain General of Estella, Richard called a council of the 3 Cingani chiefs, Morcar, the leading patriots whom he had released, and the officers of the garrison troops that had declared in favour of constitutional liberty and Prince Alberto. At this council it was resolved that Richard should issue a proclamation to the inhabitants of Estella, declaring the real objects for which the standard of civil liberty had been raised, namely, to release the imprisoned patriots, to expel the Austrians from the land, and to place Prince Alberto upon the ducal throne. This resolution was carried into effect, and the document was forwarded to the Mayor of Estella. The corporation was immediately assembled, and while the Captain General prepared to attack the citadel, the municipal body remained in close deliberation. 3 hours elapsed, when a rumour prevailed throughout the town that the troops had refused to leave their barracks at the command of the Captain General. This proof of sympathy with the successful Constitutionalists decided the opinions of the members of the corporation, and the Mayor, attended by several of the municipal authorities, waited upon Richard Markham and presented him with the keys of the city. No sooner were these tidings bruited throughout Estella than the Captain General, the political prefect, and one regiment, which remained faithful to the Grand Duke's cause, left the town with extraordinary precipitation. The remainder of the garrison sent a deputation to Markham's headquarters in the citadel to announce their readiness to join his cause, and at 7 o'clock in the evening of that eventful day, the roar of the artillery on the walls of Estella saluted the tricoloured flag of liberty which was hoisted on the town hall. By this grand and decisive blow, Richard possessed himself of one of the principal towns of Castelcicala, and found himself backed by a force of 3,000 men. His first care, when order and tranquillity were restored that evening, was to forward a courier with a letter to Signor Viviani at Pinalla. That letter not only detailed the events of the day, but contained a request that the banker would lose no time in writing an account of the proceedings direct to Prince Alberto, under the name of Count Alteroni, in England. Richard also enclosed a letter to be forwarded to Mr. Munro, and one from Morcar to Ava. The corporation had assembled in the town hall immediately after the tricoloured flag was hoisted, and remained in deliberation until past 10 o'clock. The Mayor then published a proclamation in which there were 3 clauses. The first declared the sittings of the municipal body permanent, under the title of Committee of Administration for the Province of Estella. The second nominated Richard Markham General-in-Chief of the army of that province. The third called upon all good and faithful Castelcicalan patriots to take up arms in the cause of constitutional liberty and Prince Alberto, and against the Austrian army of occupation. A copy of this proclamation was forwarded to Richard Markham, who highly approved of the first and last clauses, and accepted the rank conferred upon him by the second. Early on the following morning, uniforms, taken from the storerooms in the arsenal, were distributed amongst the Cingani and the patriots who had been liberated, and Richard then made his entry into Estella, in compliance with the request of the corporation. Wearing the uniform of a general officer, and mounted upon a handsome charger, our hero never appeared to greater advantage. The garrison of the town lined the streets, and presented arms to the youthful commander, whose extraordinary skill and prowess had so materially contributed to the victory of the preceding day, and who was hailed as a champion raised up by Providence to deliver Castelcicala from the tyranny under which it groaned. He was attended by 2 officers, whom he had appointed his aide-de-camp, and by the faithful Morcar, whom nothing could induce to accept any definite rank, but who, in the uniform of a private, was proud to follow his valiant master. The windows were crowded with faces, anxious to obtain a glimpse of the youthful hero, and while bright eyes shone upon his way, fair hands waved handkerchiefs or threw nosegays of exotics and artificial flowers from the casements. The bells rang merrily. The artillery saluted the entrance of the General into the town. The crowds in the street welcomed him with enthusiastic shouts, and the civic authorities, in their official robes, received him as he alighted at the town hall. There he was complimented on his gallant deeds, and invited to partake of a sumptuous banquet in the evening. But Richard's answer was firm, though respectful. "Gentlemen," he said, "pardon me if I decline your great kindness. There remains so much to be done to restore happiness to Castelcicala that I should deem myself unworthy of your confidence did I waste valuable time in festivity. A detachment of the Austrian army occupies and overawes the province of Abrantani. In 2 hours, with your permission, I propose to set out in that direction with all the forces that you will spare me. Should Providence prosper my arms in this new expedition, my course is simple. I shall proceed to Montoni, and either deliver the capital from the besieging force, or perish beneath its walls." This short but pithy speech was received with enthusiastic cheers by the municipal body. "Go, sir," said the Mayor, when silence was obtained once more, "and fulfil your grand mission. Take with you the force that you deem necessary for your purposes, and it shall be our duty to supply you with a treasury chest that will not be indifferently furnished. Go, sir. God has sent you to us in the time of our bitter need, and you are destined to deliver Castelcicala from its tyrant." Markham bowed and withdrew. His return to the citadel was a signal for the renewal of that enthusiasm which had greeted his entrance into the town. But he was not proud. No, he had no room in his heart for pride. Hope, delicious, burning, joyous hope, the hope of accomplishing his mighty aims and earning the hand of Isabella as his reward, this was the only sentiment which filled his soul. On his arrival at the citadel once more, he issued immediate orders to prepare for a march. He proposed to leave a garrison of 1,000 men in Estella, and take 2,000 with him, for he calculated that this number would be considerably increased by volunteers on his way to Abrantani. The evident rapidity with which he intended his movements to be characterised created a most favourable impression, not only amongst the inhabitants of Estella, but also with the troops under his command; and though they all deemed him eminently worthy of the post to which he had been raised, yet few foresaw the future greatness of that hero, who was destined to take his place amongst the most brilliant warriors of the age. It was at 2:00 in the afternoon that the Constitutional Army, consisting of 2,000 men, defiled through the western gate of the citadel towards the bridge over the Usiglio. A squadron of 400 cavalry led the way. Next came the corps of Cingani, then the horse artillery with 12 field pieces, next the liberated patriots, and the rear guard consisted of the regular infantry of the garrison. As soon as the river was crossed, Richard formed his little army into 3 columns, and then commenced a rapid march towards Villabella, which he knew to be well affected in favour of the constitutional cause. But while he was leading a gallant band over the fertile plains of Castelcicala, incidents deserving notice occurred in his native land far away. End of section 49.
Section 50 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andee. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 50. Chapter 185. Another New Year's Day. It was the 1st of January, 1841. If there be any hour in the life of man when he ought to commune with his own heart, that proper interval of serious reflection is to be found on New Year's Day. Then, to the rightly constituted mind, the regrets for the past will serve as finger-posts and guides to the hopes of the future. The heathen mythology depicted Janus with two faces, looking different ways. So let the human heart, when on the 1st day of January it stands between 2 years, retrospect carefully over the one that has gone, and combine all its solemn warnings for use and example in the new one which has just commenced. This also is the day that recalls with additional impressiveness the memory of those dear relatives and friends whose mortal forms have been swept away by the viewless and voiceless stream of time. Nor less do fond parents think amidst tears and prayers of their sons who are absent in the far-off places of the earth, fighting the battles of their country on the burning plains of India, or steering their way across the pathless solitudes of the ocean. But, alas, little reck the wealthy and great for those whose arms defend them, or whose enterprise procures them all the bounties of the earth. An oligarchy has cramped the privileges and monopolized the rights of a mighty nation. Behold the effects of its infamous poor laws, contemplate the results of the more atrocious game laws, mark the consequences of the corn laws. The poor laws! Not even did the ingenuity of the Spanish or Italian Inquisitions conceive a more effectual method of deliberate torture and slow death than the fearful system of mental abasement and gradient starvation invented by England's legislators. When the labourer can toil for the rich no longer, away with him to the workhouse. When the old man, who has contributed for half a century to the revenue of the country, is overtaken by sudden adversity at an age which paralyzes his energies, away with him to the workhouse. When the poor widow, whose sons have fallen in the ranks of battle or in defence of the wooden walls of England, is deprived of her natural supporters, away with her to the workhouse. The workhouse is a social dung-heap on which the wealthy and great fling those members of the community whose services they can no longer render available to their selfish purposes. The game laws. Never was a more atrocious monopoly than that which reserves the use of certain birds of the air or animals of the earth to a small and exclusive class. The Almighty gave man dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. And in those who dare to monopolize any of these, to the prejudice of their fellow creatures, fly in the face of the Lord of all. The game laws have fabricated an offence which fills our prisons, as if there were not already crimes enough to separate men from their families and plunge them into loathsome dungeons. That offence is one of human construction, and exists only in certain countries. It is not a crime against God, nor is it deemed such in many enlightened states. The selfish pleasures of a miserably small minority demand the protection of a statute which is a fertilizing source of oppression, wretchedness, ruin, and demoralization. The game laws are a rack whereon the aristocracy loves to behold its victims writhing in tortures, and where the sufferers are compelled to acknowledge, as a heinous crime, a deed which has in reality no moral turpitude associated with it. The corn laws. Were the Russian to boast of his freedom, common sense would point to Siberia and to the knout, and laugh in his face. When the Englishman vaunts the glory of his country's institutions, that same common sense comes forward and throws the corn laws in his teeth. What? Liberty in connection with the vilest monopoly that ever mortal policy conceived? Impossible. England manufactures articles which all the civilized world requires, and other states yield corn in an abundance that defies the possibility of home consumption. And yet an inhuman selfishness has declared that England shall not exchange her manufactures for that superfluous produce. No, the manufactures may decay in the warehouses here, and the grain abroad may be thrown to the swine, sooner than a miserable oligarchy will consent to abandon one single principle of its shameless monopoly. The corn laws are a broom which sweeps all the grain on the threshing floor into one corner for the use of the rich, but which leaves the chaff scattered everywhere about for the millions of poor to use as best they may. The aristocracy of England regards the patience of the masses as a bow whose powers of tension are unlimited. But the day must come, sooner or later, when those who thus dare to trifle with this generous elasticity will be struck down by the violence of the recoil. Although our legislators, trembling at what they affect to sneer at under the denomination of the March of Intellect, obstinately refuse to imitate enlightened France by instituting a system of national education, nevertheless, the millions of this country are now instructing themselves. Honour to the English mechanic, honour to the English operative, each alike seeks to taste of the tree of learning, whose root is bitter, but whose fruits are sweet. Thank God, no despotism, no tyranny can arrest the progress of that mighty intellectual movement which is now perceptible amongst the industrious millions of these realms. And how excellent are the principles of that self-instruction which now tends to elevate the moral condition of the country. It is not confined within the narrow limits which churchmen would impose. It embraces the sciences, the arts, all subjects of practical utility, its aim being to model the mind on the solid basis of common sense. To the millions thus enlightened, religion will appear in all its purity, and the objects of government in all their simplicity. The holy Christian worship will cease to be regarded as an apology for endowing a church with enormous revenues, and political administration must no longer be considered as a means of rendering a small portion of the community happy and prosperous to the utter prejudice of the vast remainder. There breathes not a finer specimen of the human race than a really enlightened and liberal-minded Englishman. But if he be deserving of admiration and applause who has received his knowledge from the lips of a paid preceptor, how much more worthy of praise and respect is the self-instructed mechanic. But to resume our narrative. It was the 1st of January, 1841. The timepiece on the mantel in Mr. Greenwood's study had just struck 2 in the afternoon. That gentleman himself was pacing the apartment in an agitated manner. His handsome dressing gown of oriental pattern was not arranged with the usual contrived air of negligence to display the beautiful shirt front over which hung the gold chain of his Breguet watch. On the contrary, it had evidently been hurried on without the least regard to effect. The writing-table was heaped with a confused pile of letters and accounts, not thrown together for show, but lying in the actual disorder in which they had been tossed aside after a minute investigation. Though not absolutely slovenly in his present appearance, Mr. Greenwood had certainly neglected his toilet on that day, and the state of his room, moreover, proved that he was too much absorbed in serious affairs to devote time to the minor considerations of neatness and the strict propriety of order. There was a cloud upon his brow, and his manner was restless and unsettled. "Curses! Eternal curses upon that Lafleur!" he exclaimed aloud, as he walked up and down with uneven steps. "To think that I should have lost so much at one blow! Oh, it nearly drives me mad! Mad! If it had only been the 20,000 pounds of which the black-hearted French villain and his confederates plundered me, I might have snapped my fingers at Fortune, who thus vented her temporary spite upon me. But the enormous amount I lost in addition, by failing to pour that sum of English notes and gold into circulation in the French capital, the almost immediate fall in the rates of exchange, and the fluctuation of the French funds. Oh, there it was that I was so seriously injured. 50,000 pounds snatched from me, as it were, in a moment. 50,000 pounds of hard money, my own money. And the 30,000 pounds that I had first sent over to Paris were so judiciously laid out. My combinations were admirable. I should have been a clear gainer of 25,000 had not that accursed robbery taken place. May the villain Lafleur die in a charnel house. May he perish the most miserable of deaths." Mr. Greenwood ground his teeth with rage as he uttered these horrible maledictions. He did not, however, recall to mind that Lafleur was an honest man when he entered his service. He did not pause to reflect upon all the intrigues, machinations, plots, duplicities, and villainies in which he had employed his late valet, thus gradually initiating him in those paths which could scarcely have led to any other result than the point in which they had actually terminated, the robbery of the master by the servant whom he had thus tutored. "The villain!" continued Greenwood. "And I was so kind to him, constantly increasing his wages and making him presents. Such confidence as I put in him, too! Filippo, whom I did not trust to half the same extent, save in my intrigues with women, is staunch and faithful to me." He paused and glanced towards the timepiece. 2:30, and Tomlinson does not come. What can detain him? Surely that affair cannot have gone wrong also. If so— And Greenwood's countenance became as dark and lowering as the sky ere the explosion of the storm. In a few moments a double knock at the door echoed through the house. "Here's Tomlinson!" ejaculated Greenwood, and with sovereign command over himself he composed his features and assumed his wonted ease of manner. The stockbroker now entered the room. "You are an hour behind your time, Tomlinson," said Greenwood, shaking him by the hand. "I could not come before," was the answer. "I was detained on your business." "What news?" asked Greenwood, scarcely able to conceal his profound anxiety. "Bad," replied Tomlinson. "You have sent £16,000 to look after the 50 you have already lost. Fortunately, you are a rich man, and can stand reverses of this kind. Besides, one who speculates so enormously as you have done of late must meet with occasional losses. For my part, I should advise you to leave Spanish alone. It seems that you are doomed to fail in your ventures in the foreign securities. First, your French scheme was totally ruined by the villainy of your servant, and now your Spanish one, so far from enabling you to retrieve your losses, has increased them." This long speech enabled Greenwood to recover from the shock which the announcement of a new reverse had produced. "My dear Tomlinson," he said, "I am resolved to follow up my speculations in Spanish. The private information I received from an intimate friend of the Spanish ambassador is correct. I am convinced it is, and I am sure that Queen Christina, by the advice of Espartero, will appropriate a sum to pay the interest on the passives. The announcement must be made in a few days. Of this I am certain. But all my resources are locked up for the present. In fact, I do not hesitate to tell you, Tomlinson, that I have over-speculated of late. Still, remember, I have plenty of means remaining, but they are not instantly available." "What, then, do you propose to do?" inquired the stockbroker. "You have raised yourself during the past year to a confidential position in the city, Tomlinson," continued Greenwood, "and people no longer remember your bankruptcy." "But I do," observed the stockbroker bitterly. "Oh, that is nothing," exclaimed Greenwood. "I was about to say that you could probably borrow me 15,000 or 20,000 on my bond, say for 3 months." "I doubt it," returned Tomlinson. "You have no mercantile establishment. You are known as a great speculator, and as a great capitalist, I flatter myself," added Greenwood, playing with his watch-chain in the easy, complacent manner which had so characterized him until lately. "That you were a capitalist there can be no doubt," said Tomlinson in his usual quiet way. "But ill news fly fast, and your losses—" "Are already known in the city, you mean?" exclaimed Greenwood, with difficulty concealing his vexation. "I care not a fig for that, Tomlinson. I have ample resources left. But, as I ere now observed, they are not immediately available." "I understand you. It is well known that you accommodate the members of the aristocracy and heirs expectant with loans. I presume that you have a mass of their bills, bonds, and acknowledgments. Now, if you were to deposit them as collateral security, I know where I could obtain you an equivalent loan in 12 hours. "Indeed!" ejaculated Greenwood. Then, after a moment's pause, he said, "And you think there can be no difficulty in managing the business in that way?" "None," answered the stockbroker. Again Greenwood appeared to reflect. "And yet," he observed, "all these pecuniary accommodations, of which you spoke, are strictly confidential, and I dare not violate—" "You know best, Greenwood," said Tomlinson coolly. "At the same time, I can assure you that my friend will not betray you. The whole thing lies in a nutshell. You deposit, say, £20,000 worth of securities for a loan of that amount, to be repaid in 3 months. You redeem the documents by the day appointed, and none of your aristocratic debtors will be one whit the wiser. The transaction could only become known to them if you failed to refund the money, in which case the holder of the documents would send them into the market." "I comprehend," said Greenwood. "Well, I have no objection to the arrangement. When will you ascertain whether your friend will advance the money?" "This afternoon," returned Tomlinson. "And should the reply be in the affirmative, of which I have no doubt, I will make an appointment for 4 tomorrow." "Be it so," cried Greenwood. "You will perhaps send me word between 5 and 6 this evening." "I will not fail," said the stockbroker. "Anything new in the city?" "Nothing particular." "And your late cashier, what has become of him?" inquired Greenwood. "He is still living in an obscure street in Bethnal Green," was the answer. "The poor old man never stirs abroad, and his health is failing fast." "Ah, it will be a good thing when he is gone altogether," said Greenwood. "If he had had to do with me, I should have shipped him to New Zealand or Van Diemen's Land long ago." Tomlinson turned away in disgust and took his leave. Greenwood never moved from his seat until he heard the front door close behind the stockbroker. Then he started from his chair, and all his apparent composure vanished. £16,000 more gone!" he exclaimed in a hoarse, hollow tone, while he clenched his fists with rage. "Loss upon loss! All this is enough to ruin any man, and I, who have been even far more unfortunate of late than I chose to admit to Tomlinson. Nothing short of one bold and successful hit can now retrieve my tottering fortunes. Securities for £20,000 indeed! Ha! Ha! I have not bills nor bonds in my possession to the amount of 3,000. And he laughed wildly. "But I will have them, though I and such ones as fully serve my purposes." Then he paced the room in a singularly agitated manner. "Yes, one more bold stroke, and I shall retrieve myself," he continued. "My good star cannot have altogether deserted me. No, no, these vicissitudes are only temporary. Accursed Lafleur! To think that he should have served me thus, instead of proceeding to Paris, with the means of following up those schemes which I had combined so well, and in which I had already risked so much, but with such absolute certainties of immense gain, instead of pursuing my career of success, to be plundered, robbed at the last moment, and compelled to return to London to raise fresh funds. Then, when in 4 days I was prepared with the necessary sum once more, with another £20,000, to receive letters which convinced me that the delay was fatal, and that all was lost. Yes, fortune did indeed persecute me then, but I will be even with her yet. My information concerning the Spanish debt is accurate, and on that ground I can build a fortune far more colossal than the one I have lost. Shall I hesitate, then, in obtaining this money through Tomlinson's agency? No, no." Having thus buoyed himself up with those hopes which invariably urge on the gambler, whether at the actual gaming table or in the public funds, for there is little difference in a moral light between the two modes of speculation, to put down fresh stakes on the chance aimed at, Greenwood recovered his wonted calmness. He busied himself in arranging his papers and restoring neatness to his writing-table. Thus passed the time until 6 o'clock, when Filippo entered the room with a letter. It was from Tomlinson. Greenwood tore it open. The contents were favourable. The stockbroker's friend had agreed to advance any sum up to £25,000 on the terms proposed, and had promised to observe the strictest secrecy in the transaction. "The rest now depends upon myself," ejaculated Greenwood. "Fortune has not altogether deserted me." End of section 50. Recording by Andee. Section 51 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andee. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 51. Chapter 186. The New Cut. At 9 o'clock on the same evening, Mr. Greenwood, muffled in a cloak, alighted from a hackney cab in the Waterloo Road at the corner of the New Cut. That wide thoroughfare which connects the Waterloo and Blackfriars roads is one of the most busy and bustling after its own fashion in all London. Nowhere are the shops of a more miscellaneous nature, nowhere are the pathways so thronged with the stalls and baskets of itinerant vendors. The ingenuity of those petty provision dealers adapts the spoilt articles of the regular fishmongers and butchers to serviceable purposes in the free market of the New Cut. The fish is cut in slices and fried in an oil or butter whose rancid taste obviates the putrid flavour and smell of the comestible, and the refuse scraps from the butcher's shops are chopped up to form a species of sausage balls called faggots. Then the grease in which the racy slices of fish and savoury compounds of lights and liver have been alike cooked serves to fry large rounds of bread, which, when thus prepared, are denominated sop in the pan. Of course, these culinary refinements are prepared by the vendors in their own cellars or garrets hard by. but when conveyed to the miscellaneous market in the New Cut, the luxuries impart a greasy and sickening odour to the air. It is perfectly wonderful to behold the various methods in which the poor creatures in that thoroughfare endeavour to obtain an honest livelihood. And although their proceedings elicit a smile, still, God pity them, they had better ply their strange trades thus than rob or beg. There may be seen, for instance, a ragged urchin holding a bundle of onions in his hand, and shouting at the top of his shrill voice, "Here's a ha'porth!" And no matter how finely dressed the passer-by, he is sure to thrust the onions under his or her very nose, still vociferating, "Here's a ha'porth!" Poor boy, he thinks everyone must want onions. The immediate vicinity of the Victoria Theatre is infested with women who offer playbills for sale, and who seem to fancy it impossible that the passers-by can be going elsewhere than to the play. Here an orange girl accosts a gentleman with 2 or 3 of the fruit in her hand, but with a significant look which gives the assurance that her real trade is of a less innocent nature. There a poor woman with an array of children before her offers lucifer matches, but silently appeals for alms. A little farther on is a long barrow covered with toys, and a tall man without a nose shouts at intervals, "Only a penny each! Only a penny each!" Some of these gimcracks excite astonishment by their extreme cheapness, but they are chiefly made by the convicts in Holland and are exported in large quantities to England. In the middle of the road a man with stentorian voice offers 100 songs for a penny, and enumerating the list he is sure to announce "The Return of the Admiral" amongst the rest. Nearly opposite the Victoria Theatre there is an extensive cook's shop, and around the window stands a hungry crowd, feasting their eyes on the massive joints which are intended to feast the stomach. In front of the butcher's shops the serving men keep up a perpetual vociferation of "Buy! Buy!" a sort of running fire that denotes the earnestness with which competition is carried on amongst rivals in that delectable trade. Perhaps a new baker's shop is opened in the New Cut, and then a large placard at the window announces that a glass of gin will be given to every purchaser of a quartern loaf. The buyers do not pause to reflect that the price of the cordial is deducted from the weight of the bread. The pawnbrokers' shops seem to drive a most bustling trade in the New Cut, and the fronts of their establishments present a more extensive and miscellaneous assortment of second-hand garments, blankets, handkerchiefs, and sheets than is to be seen elsewhere. The influx and efflux of people at the public houses and gin shops constitute not the least remarkable feature of that neighbourhood, where everything is dirty and squalid, yet where everyone appears able to purchase intoxicating liquor. On the southern side of the New Cut there are a great many second-hand furniture shops, the sheds wherein the articles are principally exposed being built against the houses in a fashion which gives the whole, when viewed by the glaring of the gaslights, the appearance of a bazaar or fair. The New Cut is always crowded, but the multitude is not entirely in motion. Knots of men congregate here and groups of women there, the posts at the corners of the alleys and courts or the doors of the gin shops being the most favourite points of such assembly. The edges of the pathways are not completely devoted to provision dealers, penny peep shows emblazoned with a coloured drawing representing the last horrible murder, itinerant quacks with certain remedies for the toothache, stalls covered with odd numbers of cheap periodical publications, old women seated on stools behind little trays containing combs, papers of needles, reels of cotton, pack-thread, stay-laces, bobbin, and such-like articles, men with cutlery to sell, and who flourish in their hands small knives with innumerable blades sticking out like the quills on a porcupine. These are also prominent features in that strange market. In some conspicuous place, most likely, stands a caravan, surmounted by a picture representing a colossal giant and a giantess to match, with an assurance in large letters that the originals may be seen inside. Then, as the eye wanders from the enormous canvas to the caravan itself, and compares their sizes, the mind is left in a pleasing state of surprise how even one of the Brobdingnag marvels, let alone 2, could possibly stow itself away in that diminutive box. Branching off from the New Cut on either side are numerous narrow streets, or rather lanes, of a very equivocal reputation, their chief characteristics being houses of ill fame, gin shops, beer shops, marine store dealers, pawnbrokers, and barbers' establishments. There are 2 facts connected with low neighbourhoods which cannot fail to attract the attention of even the most superficial observers in their wanderings amidst the mazes of the modern Babylon. The first is that the corner shops of nearly all the narrow and dirty streets are occupied by general dealers or people in the chandlery line. And the second is that all the barbers' establishments are ornamented with a blind or placard conveying an assurance that each is the original shaving shop. Here, again, the mind enjoys the excitement of uncertainty, as in the matter of the caravan and the giants. For it is impossible to arrive at any satisfactory decision whether the aforesaid placard means you to infer that the shop to which it belongs was the first ever opened in the world for tonsorial purposes, or only the first that shed the light of its civilization upon that especial neighbourhood. We may also observe that some of the proprietors of those establishments are not altogether unacquainted with the mysteries of puffing, inasmuch as we frequently read upon their shop fronts the truly exhilarating and inspiring words, "Hairdresser to the Queen." Such are the New Cut and its tributary lanes. And it was now along the New Cut that Mr. Greenwood, enveloped in his cloak, was pursuing his way. He scarcely noticed the turmoil, bustle, and busyness of that strange thoroughfare, for he was too much absorbed in his own meditations. The truth was that his affairs, once so gloriously prosperous, were now rendered desperate by various reverses, and he was about to seek a desperate means of retrieving them. The reader cannot have failed to observe that the characters of George Montague Greenwood and Richard Markham stand out from our picture of London life in strong contrast with each other. And it is not the less remarkable that while the former was rising rapidly to wealth, rank, and eminence, the latter was undergoing persecutions and sinking into comparative poverty. Now, at the epoch which we are describing, the tables seem to have turned, for while George Montague Greenwood is about to seek a desperate remedy for his desperate affairs, Richard Markham is leading a gallant army over the fertile plains of Castelcicala. The former, then, may be deemed the personification of vice, the latter the representative of virtue. They had chosen separate paths. The sequel will fully demonstrate which of the two characters had selected the right one. In the meantime, we will continue our narrative. Mr. Greenwood pursued his way, and having crossed over to the southern side of the New Cut, repaired to a small row of private houses of which this famous thoroughfare can boast at the extremity joining the Blackfriars Road. There he stopped for a moment beneath a lamp to consult a memorandum in his pocket-book, and having thereby refreshed his memory in respect to the address of which he was in search, he proceeded to knock at the door of a house close by. A dirty servant girl opened it just as far as a chain inside would permit, and protruding her smutty face, said, with strange abruptness, "Well, what is it?" "Does Mr. Pennywhiffe live here?" demanded Greenwood. "No, he don't, and if he did, you wouldn't come in, 'cause I know it's all your gammon," returned that most uninteresting specimen of the female domestic race. "Why not?" exclaimed Greenwood indignantly. "Whom do you take me for?" "For what you are," replied the girl. "And what am I, then?" "Why, a execution, to be sure." And with these words the girl banged the door in Mr. Greenwood's face. "I must have taken down the wrong number in my memorandum," thought the Member of Parliament, as he turned away from the house, which was evidently in a state of siege. "This is very provoking." He then knocked at the door of the next house. A woman with a child in her arms answered the summons, and without waiting for any question, said abruptly, "You'd better walk in." Greenwood entered accordingly, supposing that the woman had overheard his inquiry next door, and that he had now found the abode of the person whom he sought. The woman led the way into a back room, almost completely denuded of furniture, smelling awfully of tobacco smoke, and very feebly lighted with a single candle that wanted snuffing. In the midst of a dense cloud of that vapour, a man without a coat was sitting on a trunk. But the moment Greenwood entered, this individual threw down his clay pipe, and advancing towards the visitor, exclaimed in a ferocious voice, "So you're going your rounds at this hour, are you? Well, I'm as far off from having the tin as I have been all along, and as I am going away tomorrow, I don't mind if I give you a good drubbing to teach you how to pester a gentleman with shabby bits of paper in future." Thus speaking, the ferocious individual advanced towards Greenwood, squaring away like clockwork. "Really, sir, you must labour under some mistake," exclaimed the Member of Parliament. "I have never called here before in my life." "Then who the devil are you?" demanded the pugilistic phenomenon. "That is quite another question," said Greenwood. "Do you mean to tell me, then," exclaimed the man, "that you ain't the water rates?" "No, I'm not," answered Greenwood, unable to suppress a smile. I thought Mr. Pennywhiffe lived here." "Then he don't, that's all," was the rejoinder. "Blowed if I don't believe it's a plant after all. Come, ain't you a bum? No lies now." Greenwood turned indignantly away from the room and left the house, muttering to himself, "This is most extraordinary. Everyone appears to be in difficulties in this street." He was not, however, disheartened. It was highly necessary for him to see the person of whom he was in search, and he accordingly knocked at another door. "Tell him I'll send round the money to-morrow," shouted a masculine voice inside. "I know it's the collector, because he's rapping at every house." Greenwood did not wait for the door to be opened. He knew very well that Mr. Pennywhiffe could not live there. The fourth house at which he knocked was the right one. A decent-looking servant girl replied in the affirmative to his inquiry, and he was forthwith conducted to a well-furnished room on the first floor, where he found Mr. Pennywhiffe seated at a table covered with papers. This individual was about 50 years of age. In person he was short, thin, and by no means prepossessing in countenance. His eyes were deeply set, grey and restless, and his forehead was contracted into 1,000 wrinkles. He was dressed in a suit of black, and wore a white neckcloth, no doubt to enhance the respectability of his appearance. This was, however, a difficult task, for had he figured in the dock of a criminal tribunal, the jury would have had no trouble in coming to a verdict, a more hang-dog countenance being seldom seen, even in a city where the face is so often the mirror of the mind. "Ah, Mr. Greenwood," exclaimed Mr. Pennywhiffe, rising to welcome his visitor, "this is an unexpected honour. What can I do for you? Pray be seated, and speak plainly. There's no listeners here." "I require your aid in a most important business," answered Greenwood, taking a chair and throwing back his cloak. "To-morrow I must raise 20 or 25,000 pounds for 3 or 4 months, upon bills, good bills, Mr. Pennywhiffe." "To be deposited?" asked that individual. "To be deposited," replied Greenwood. "Shall you withdraw them in time?" "Decidedly. I will convert the money I shall thereby raise into 100,000, exclaimed Greenwood. "My commission will be heavy for such a business," observed Pennywhiffe, "and that, you know, is ready money." "I am aware of it, and am come provided. Name the amount you require." "Will 200 hurt you?" said Pennywhiffe. "Remember, the affair is a serious one." "You shall have 200 pounds," exclaimed the Member of Parliament, laying his pocket-book upon the table. "That is what I call coming to the point." Mr. Pennywhiffe rose from his seat, and opening an iron safe, took thence a memorandum-book and a small tin box. Returning to his seat, he handed the memorandum-book to Greenwood, saying, "There is a list of noblemen, wealthy gentlemen, and great mercantile firms, whose names are familiar to me. Choose which you will have, and make notes of the various sums the bills are to be drawn for. Let them be, for the most part, uneven ones, with fractions. It looks so much better." While Greenwood was employed in examining the memorandum-book, which contained upwards of 500 names of peers and great landowners, in addition to those of the chief commercial firms of London, Birmingham, Liverpool, Manchester, Leeds, Sheffield, Glasgow, and other places, besides several belonging to Paris, Lyon, Bordeaux, Havre, and Lille, Brussels, Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and Hamburg, New York, the West Indian Islands, and Montreal, Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras. While Mr. Greenwood, we say, was examining this strange register, and copying several of the best names of noblemen, gentlemen, and merchants upon a slip of paper, Mr. Pennywhiffe opened his tin case. The contents thereof were numerous paid cheques and bills of exchange, respectively bearing the signatures of the persons or firms whose names were entered in the memorandum-book. How Mr. Pennywhiffe became possessed of such important documents, which, seeing that they had all been duly honoured at maturity, ought to have remained in the hands of those who took them up, was a mystery which he kept to himself. Whether he had collected them by degrees, or had obtained them in a heap by robbery or any other means, he never condescended to acquaint his clients. "I have chosen 11 names," said Greenwood, "and have appended to them the various sums for which I require the bills to be drawn. The aggregate is 23,217 pounds 9 shillings and 7 halfpenny." "A good total, that," observed Mr. Pennywhiffe. "An excellent total. Sounds uncommon well. Nothing could be better. Am I to provide the stamps?" "If you please. I will pay you extra for them." Mr. Pennywhiffe once more had recourse to his iron safe, and returned to his seat with a small pasteboard box, long and narrow, and containing a vast number of bill stamps adapted to sums of all amounts. As the usual formula of such documents was printed, though in various ways, they having been procured at different stationers' shops, the process of filling them up was by no means a tedious one. But now the ingenuity of Mr. Pennywhiffe mainly exhibited itself. Each bill was filled up with a different ink and a different pen, and so skilful a calligrapher was he, that the most astute judge of writing could not possibly have perceived that they were all written by the same hand. Then, by the aid of red ink, a few flourishes, and little circles containing initial letters or figures, as if each document corresponded with some particular entry in some particular ledger or bill-book, the paper speedily assumed a very business-like appearance. And now the most difficult and delicate part of the entire process was to commence, the signatures. But Mr. Pennywhiffe went to work with the air of one who fully understood what he was about, and with the originals before him as a copy, he perfected acceptance after acceptance in so masterly a manner that Greenwood, when he compared the fictitious signatures with the genuine, was astounded at the calligraphic proficiency of that man, whose dangerous agency he was now rendering available to his purposes. "So far, all goes well," said Mr. Pennywhiffe. "The bills are excellent in every point save one," observed Greenwood. "Which is that?" demanded the calligrapher. "They look too new. The paper is too clean." "I know it," returned Mr. Pennywhiffe, "but the process is not entirely complete." He rose and threw a quantity of small coal upon the fire so as to smother the flame and create a dense smoke. He then passed each bill several times through the smoke, until the documents acquired a slightly dingy hue. Lastly, he placed them between the leaves of a portfolio scented with musk, so as to take off the odour of the smoke, and the entire process was terminated. Mr. Greenwood now counted upon the table bank-notes to the aggregate amount of the £200 promised, and the price of the stamps, and in exchange he received the bills for £23,217 9 shillings and 7 halfpenny. "This seems to be a most extraordinary neighbourhood, Mr. Pennywhiffe," said Greenwood, as he placed the bills in his pocket-book. "I knocked by mistake at 3 houses before I came to yours, and the inmates of each seem to be in difficulties." "No doubt of it, my dear sir. This part of London swarms with members of the swell mob, broken-down tradesmen, fraudulent bankrupts, insolvents playing at hide-and-seek with the sheriff's officers, railway projectors, and swindlers of all kinds. I have got a very queer kind of a lodger in my attic. He has no visible means of living, but is out nearly all day long, and he dresses uncommonly well, gold chain, polished boots, figured silk waistcoat, and so forth. He only pays me, or ought to pay me, 5 shillings a week for his furnished bedroom, and he is 6 months in arrears. But what is more remarkable still, I don't even know his name, and he never receives any letters, nor has any friends to call. He's about 36 or 38 years old, a good-looking fellow enough, and an Irishman." "Perhaps he also is some railway projector," said Mr. Greenwood, rising to take his departure. At this moment a double knock at the front door was heard. "That must be my lodger," exclaimed Mr. Pennywhiffe. Urged by curiosity to catch a glimpse of the mysterious gentleman alluded to, Greenwood hurried on his cloak, took leave of the calligrapher, and left the room. On the stairs he met the lodger, who was ascending to his attic with a brass candlestick containing an inch of the commonest candle in his hand. The moment he and Greenwood thus encountered each other, an ejaculation of surprise issued from the lips of each. "Hush! Not a word!" said the gentleman, placing his forefinger upon his lip. "And of course, Greenwood," he continued in a whisper, "you will never mention this to a soul." "Never, on my honour," answered Greenwood. They then shook hands and parted, the gentleman continuing his way to the attic, and Greenwood hastening to leave the house. "Wonders will never cease," thought the latter, as he proceeded towards the cab-stand near Rowland Hill's chapel in the Blackfriars Road. "Who would have thought of one of the Irish members of Parliament living in an attic in the New Cut?" End of section 51.
Section 52 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 52. The Forged Bills. At 4:30 on the following afternoon, Ellen Munro was in the immediate vicinity of the Bank of England. She had been to receive a small sum of money which an old debtor of her father's, residing in Birchin Lane, had written to state that he was in a condition to pay, and she was now on her return to Markham Place. The evenings of January are obscure, if not quite dark, at that hour, and the lamps were lighted. As she was proceeding along Lothbury, Greenwood suddenly passed her. He was walking rapidly, in a preoccupied manner, and did not perceive her. But she beheld him, and she turned to speak to him, for in spite of all the injuries which her parent, her benefactor Richard, and herself had sustained at his hands, he was still the father of her child. Scarcely had she thus turned, when he drew his handkerchief from his pocket, still hurrying on towards Tokenhouse Yard. Ellen quickened her pace, but in a few moments her foot encountered an object on the pavement. She stooped and picked it up. It was a pocket-book. Conceiving that Greenwood might have dropped it, as she had found it on the very spot where she had seen him take his handkerchief from his pocket, she ran in the direction which she supposed him to have pursued, but as, in the meantime, he had turned into the narrow alley called Tokenhouse Yard, and as she continued her way along Lothbury towards Throgmorton Street, she did not, of course, overtake him. Finding that her search after him was unavailing, she determined to examine the contents of the pocket-book, and ascertain if it really did belong to him, in which case she resolved to proceed straight to Spring Gardens and restore it to him. Retracing her steps along Lothbury, she entered Cateaton Street, and turning into the old Jewry, which was almost deserted, she stopped beneath the light of a lamp to open the pocket-book. It contained several letters, addressed to G. M. Greenwood, Esquire, M.P., and thus her doubts were cleared up at once. But as she was thus investigating the interior of the pocket-book, her eye fell upon a number of bills of exchange, all drawn and endorsed by Mr. Greenwood, and accepted for large sums by noblemen, well-known landowners, and eminent merchants. A rapid glance over these documents convinced Ellen that the aggregate amount which they represented could not fall far short of £25,000, for, in addition to the fictitious bills obtained from Pennywhiff, Greenwood had placed in his pocket-book several genuine ones which he legitimately possessed. Miss Munro's scrutiny did not altogether occupy a minute, and carefully securing the pocket-book about her person, she hurried towards Cheapside, where she entered a cab, directing the driver to take her to Spring Gardens. She did not forget Greenwood's former conduct in having her carried away to his house in the country, but she did not apprehend any ill usage at his hands in a part of London where succour would be so readily obtained as in Spring Gardens. It was therefore without hesitation that she resolved to proceed direct to his own dwelling in that quarter. In due time the vehicle stopped at Greenwood's house in Spring Gardens. With a beating heart, Ellen knocked at the door, which was almost immediately opened by Filippo. "Ah, Miss Munro!" he exclaimed, as the light of the hall lamp fell upon her beautiful countenance. "Yes, it is I at Mr. Greenwood's house," she answered with a smile. "Is he at home?" "No, miss. He has gone into the city, but he will be back at 6 o'clock at the latest." "Then I will wait for him," said Ellen. Filippo conducted her upstairs. In the window of the staircase still stood the beautiful model of the Diana, holding a lamp in its hand, that model which was the image of her own faultless form. On the landing-place, communicating with the drawing-room, was also the marble statue, the bust of which was sculptured in precise imitation of her own. And, when she entered the drawing-room, the first object which met her eyes was the picture of Venus rising from the ocean, surrounded by Nereids and nymphs, that Venus which was a faithful likeness of herself. Oh, how many phases of her existence did these permanent representations of her matchless beauty bring back to her memory! When Filippo left her, and she found herself alone, she fell upon a sofa, and gave way to a violent flood of tears. Then she felt relieved, and she began to ask herself wherefore she had come thither. Was it because she was glad to have found an excuse for calling upon him who was the father of her child? Was it because she was anxious to receive his thanks, from his own lips, for restoring to him his pocket-book? She scarcely knew. Half an hour passed in reflections of this nature, reflections which branched off in so many different ways, and converged to no satisfactory point, when a cab suddenly drove up to the house. In another minute hasty steps ascended the stairs. They approached the drawing-room, and Greenwood rushed in, banging the door furiously behind him. "My God! What have I done?" he exclaimed frantically, for he did not immediately perceive Ellen, whom a screen concealed from his view. "The pocket-book is lost, gone. I am ruined. Should those forged bills—" He said no more, but threw himself upon a chair, and buried his face in his hands. Ellen instantly comprehended it all. The bills which she had seen in the pocket-book were forgeries. Rapid as lightning, a train of new reflections passed through her brain. A project suggested itself. She hesitated for a moment, but only for a moment. She thought of her child, and she was resolved. Assuming all her calmness, and calculating in an instant all the chances of her scheme, she rose from the sofa, and slowly approached the chair on which Greenwood was seated. He heard a step in the room, and raised his eyes. "Ellen!" he exclaimed, starting back in surprise. She murmured a Christian name, but it was not George. "Call me not that, Ellen!" cried Greenwood fiercely. "The time is not come. But tell me," he added, speaking thickly, and at the same instant casting upon her a glance which seemed to pierce her inmost soul, "tell me, were you here, in this room, when I came in?" "I was," answered Ellen, gazing in her turn fixedly upon him. "And you heard?" "I heard every word you uttered," continued Miss Monroe, keeping her eyes still bent upon him. "Ah, then you know that you have committed forgery," added Ellen, in an emphatic tone, "and that you are ruined." "Damnation!" ejaculated Greenwood. "What did you come for? Why are you here? To gloat over my falling fortunes? To make yourself merry at my ruin? To taunt me with the past? To laugh at me in my adversity? To—" "Then it is true," thought Ellen within herself. "These bills are forgeries, and he is in my power." "No," she exclaimed aloud, "such was not my object." "Then go! Leave me! Depart!" cried Greenwood frantically. "I am in no humour to listen to you now. But Ellen," he added, suddenly becoming cool, desperately cool, "tell me, speak, you will not betray me?" "No, that is, on one condition," answered Ellen. "One condition," repeated Greenwood. "Name it." "That you make me your wife," was the steady reply. "My wife!" exclaimed Greenwood, laughing hysterically. "Do you know whose wife you would become? The wife of a forger. Have you not learnt that dread secret? But perhaps it is to mock me that you offer to become my wife. Oh, I understand you full well, Ellen. When I was rich and beyond the reach of the law, I would not marry you. And now you mean me to comprehend that since I am ruined, and every moment in danger of being dragged to a station house, you would scorn the alliance. The jest is good. No, the revenge is just. But it is not the less bitter to me, Ellen." "By heavens, you wrong me!" cried Ellen. "Listen with calmness, with composure, if you can." "I cannot, Ellen, I cannot. I am mad. A few months, nay, even a few weeks ago, I was happy, wealthy, prosperous. Now I am ruined, miserable, lost. Oh, the grand prospects that were so lately open before me!" "Again I say, listen. All is not so bad as you imagine," said the young lady in a hasty tone. "What do you mean, Ellen? What can you mean?" he exclaimed, bewildered. "Do you not understand the nature of a forgery, the consequences which it entails? True, I did not perpetrate the forgery with my own hands, but the bills are all drawn, all endorsed by me. Oh, it is dreadful! It is terrible! Your pocket-book is found." "Found?" repeated Greenwood, electrified by that word, and not knowing whether it imported good or evil to him. "Found, did you say?" "Yes, found," answered Miss Munro, "and by me." "By you, Ellen?" cried Greenwood. "No, it is impossible." "How, then, should I know that you had lost a pocket-book?" asked the young lady. "True. And you have found it? Then I am saved! I am saved! Give it to me, Ellen! Give it to me!" And he advanced towards her with outstretched hands. "No, not yet," exclaimed the young lady in a firm tone. "In this room, yes, in this very room, I went down upon my knees and implored you to save me from disgrace, to give a father's name to the child who was then as yet unborn, and you refused my supplication. You turned a deaf ear to my agonising entreaties. I remember that scene but too well. You would not do me justice, and I told you you might live to repent your cruelty towards me." "What? You will now avenge your alleged wrongs?" cried Greenwood, his countenance becoming livid with mingled fear and rage. "You will deliver me up to justice? No! I will tear the pocket-book from you. I will destroy the proofs of my folly, my crime, and then— But why should I waste time in idle words like these? I must act. Give me the book!" And he rushed towards her, as a tiger springs upon its victim. But Ellen, light as the fawn, glided away from him, and took such a position that a table was between them, and a bell-pull within her reach. "Dare to attempt violence towards me," she exclaimed, "and I summon your servants. Then, in their presence, I will proclaim their master a forger. Provoke me not. My spirit is roused, and your fate hangs upon a thread." "Damnation!" cried Greenwood, grinding his teeth with rage. "Can nothing move you, Ellen?" "Yes, the one condition that I ere now named," she answered, drawing herself up to her full height, and assuming all the influence of her really queenly beauty. "Agreed!" ejaculated Greenwood. "Give me the pocket-book. I take God to witness that I will make you my wife within a week from this day." "You regard an oath no more than a mere promise," replied Ellen calmly, and with a slightly satirical curl of the lip. "I will give you the promise in writing, Ellen," persisted Greenwood, urged to desperation. "Neither will that satisfy me," said the young lady. "When our hands are joined at the altar, I will restore you the proofs of your crime, and God grant," she added solemnly, "that this peril which you have incurred may serve as a warning to you against future risks of the same fearful kind." "You have no faith in my word? You have no confidence in my written promise, Ellen?" cried Greenwood. "How then can you be anxious to have me as a husband?" "That my child may not grow up with the stain of illegitimacy upon him, that he may not learn to despise his mother," answered Ellen emphatically, "for he need never know the precise date of our union." "But you know, Ellen," again remonstrated Greenwood, "that there are circumstances which act as an insuperable barrier to this marriage. Could you tell your father that you have espoused the man who ruined him, ruined Richard, and also admit, at the same time, that this man was the father of your child? Consider, Ellen, reflect." "There is no need of consideration, no need of reflection," interrupted Miss Munro. "I care not about revealing the fact of my marriage for the present. In a few years, when our child can comprehend his true position, then it would be necessary to declare myself a wife." "But there is another difficulty, Ellen," persisted Greenwood. "My name—" "Let us be wedded privately, in some suburban church, where you stand no chance of being recognised as George Montague Greenwood, and where your right name may be fearlessly inscribed upon the register." "A woman who is determined to gain her point annihilates all difficulties," muttered Greenwood to himself. "How do you decide?" asked Ellen. "Remember that I am firm. I have these alternatives before me, either to obtain a father's name for my child, or to avenge the wrongs of my own parent and myself. Consent to make me your wife, and the proofs of your crime shall be returned to you at the altar. Refuse, and tomorrow morning I will prepare the way for vengeance." "Ellen, I consent to your proposal," said Greenwood, in a tone of deep humiliation, "but upon condition that our marriage shall never be proclaimed until that day when—" "I understand you, and I cheerfully agree to the proposal," interrupted Miss Monroe. "You can believe my word. Besides, you must know that I also should have reasons to conceal our union until you choose to declare your real name." "Then be it as you propose, Ellen. To-morrow morning, early, I will procure a special licence, and we will be united at Hackney. You can meet me at the church precisely at 10 o'clock in the morning. I will have everything in readiness. But whom will you ask to accompany you?" "Marian, the faithful servant who has been so devoted to my interests," answered Miss Monroe. "I think that I should prefer the wife of that surgeon, Mrs. Wentworth, I mean, as the witness to our union," said Greenwood. "I dislike the idea of domestics being entrusted with important secrets. Besides, Mrs. Wentworth has never seen me, knows not that I am passing by the name of Greenwood, and, in a word, is a lady." "Be it as you will in this instance," returned Ellen. "Mrs. Wentworth shall accompany me. I can rely upon her." She then rang the bell. "What do you require, Ellen?" asked Greenwood, alarmed by this movement on her part. "Merely to ensure the presence of one of your servants, as I pass from this spot to the door of the room," replied Ellen. "You can give him some order to avert suspicion." Filippo made his appearance, and Ellen then took leave of Mr. Greenwood, as if nothing peculiar had occurred between them. Oh, with what joy, with what fervid, intoxicating joy, did she return to Markham Place! She had subdued him whose cold, calculating, selfish heart was hitherto unacquainted with honourable concessions. She had conquered him, reduced him to submit to her terms, imposed her own conditions. Never, never before had she embraced her child with such pride, such undiluted happiness as on that evening; and never had she herself appeared more beautiful, more enchantingly lovely. Her lips were wreathed in smiles, her eyes beamed with the transports of hope, triumph, and maternal affection. A glow of ineffable bliss animated her countenance. Her swelling bosom heaved with rapture. "You are very late, my dear child," said Mr. Monroe, when she took her seat at the tea-table. "I began to grow uneasy." "I was detained a long time at the office of your debtor," answered Ellen. "To-morrow morning I intend to pay a visit to Mrs. Wentworth, and shall invite myself to breakfast with her. So you need not be surprised, dear father," she added, with a sweet smile, "if I do not make my appearance at your table." "You please me in pleasing yourself, dear Ellen. Moreover, I am delighted that you should cultivate Mrs. Wentworth's acquaintance. Most sincerely do I hope," continued Mr. Monroe, "that we shall have letters from Richard to-morrow. The communications which we have already received are not satisfactory to my mind. God grant that he may be by this time safe in Naples, if not on his way to England." "Alas! the enterprise has been a most unfortunate one for him," returned Ellen, a cloud passing over her countenance. "I understand his noble disposition so well, that I am convinced he deeply feels the defeat of Ossore. We must observe that the news of our hero's success at Estella had not yet reached England. "It will be a happy day for us all," said Mr. Munro after a pause, "when Richard once more sets foot in his own home. For I love him as if he were my son." "And I as if he were my brother," added Ellen. "Yes, my brother," she repeated with strange emphasis upon these words. On the following morning, a few minutes before 10 o'clock, a post-chaise stopped at the gate of the parish church of Hackney, and Mr. Greenwood alighted. He was pale, and the quivering of his lip denoted the agitation of his mind. The clock was striking 10, when a hackney coach reached the same point. Greenwood hastened to the door, and assisted Mrs. Wentworth and Ellen Munro to descend the steps. As he handed out the latter, he said in a hurried whisper, "You have the pocket-book with you?" "I have," answered Ellen. The party then proceeded to the church, the drivers of the vehicles being directed to await their return at a little distance, so as not to attract the notice of the inhabitants. The clergyman and the clerk awaited the arrival of the nuptial party. The ceremony commenced, proceeded, and terminated. Ellen was now a wife. Her husband imprinted a kiss upon her pale forehead, and at the same moment she handed him the pocket-book. In a few minutes the marriage certificate was in her possession. Drawing her husband aside, she said, "Let me now implore you, for your own sake, for the sake of your child, if not for mine, to abstain from those courses." "Ellen," interrupted Greenwood, "do not alarm yourself on that head. My friend the Marquis of Holmesford lent me £10,000 last evening, and with that sum I will retrieve my falling fortunes. Yes, you shall yet bear a great name. Ellen," he added, his countenance lighting up with animation, "a name that shall go down to posterity. But tell me, has your father received any tidings from Richard?" "None since those of which I wrote to you. We are not yet aware whether he be in safety or not." "You will write to me the moment you receive any fresh communication?" "Rest assured that I shall not forget that duty." "And now, Ellen, we must pass the day together. We will spend our honeymoon of 24 hours at Richmond. Mrs. Wentworth can return home and send word to your father that she means to keep you with her until to-morrow morning." "If you command me, it is my duty to obey," replied Ellen. I do," answered Greenwood earnestly. "You are now mine. The circumstances which led to our union shall be forgotten, and I shall think of you only as my beautiful wife." "Oh, if this be really true," murmured Ellen, pressing his hand fervently, and regarding him with affection, for he was the father of her child. "It is true," answered Greenwood; but his bride perceived not how much of sensual passion prompted him on the present occasion. "I know that you have been faithful to me, that the hope of one day becoming my wife has swayed your conduct. Of that I have proofs." "Proofs?" repeated Ellen, with mingled surprise and joy. "Yes, proofs. Do you not remember the Greek brigand at the masquerade, where you met and so justly upbraided that canting hypocrite, Reginald Tracy?" "I do. But that Greek brigand—" "Was myself," replied Greenwood. "You?" exclaimed Ellen, with a smile of satisfaction. "Yes, and I overheard every sentence you uttered. But we may not tarry here longer. Speak to Mrs. Wentworth, that she send a proper excuse to your father, and let us depart." Ellen hastened to the vestry, where the surgeon's wife was seated near a cheerful fire, and the arrangement desired by Greenwood was soon made. The party then proceeded to the vehicles. Mrs. Wentworth bade the newly married couple adieu, having faithfully promised to retain their secret inviolate, and Greenwood handed her into the hackney coach. He and Ellen entered the post-chaise, and while the surgeon's wife retraced her way to her own abode, the bride and bridegroom hastened to Richmond. End of section 52.
Section 53 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2 by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 53. Chapter 188. The Battles of Piacere and Abrantani. We must now request our readers to accompany us once more to Castelcicala. In an incredibly short time, and by dint of a forced march, which put the mettle of his troops to a severe test, at which, however, they did not repine, for they were animated by the dauntless courage and perseverance of their commander, Richard Markham arrived beneath the walls of Villabella. During his progress towards the town, he had been joined by upwards of 400 volunteers, all belonging to the national militia, and armed and equipped, ready for active service. The daring exploit which had made him master of Estella had created an enthusiasm in his favour which he himself and all his followers considered to be an augury of the final success of the constitutional cause, and in every village, in every hamlet through which his army had passed, was he welcomed with the most lively demonstration of joy. When, early on the morning of the 1st of January, his advanced guard emerged from the woods which skirted the southern suburb of Villabella, the arrival of the constitutional army was saluted by the roar of artillery from the ramparts, and almost at the same moment the tricoloured flag was hoisted on every pinnacle and every tower of the great manufacturing town. "We have none but friends there," exclaimed Richard, as he pointed towards Villabella. "God grant that we may have no blood to shed elsewhere." The army halted beneath the walls of Villabella, for Richard did not deem it proper to enter those precincts until formally invited to do so by the corporation. He, however, immediately despatched a messenger to the mayor, with certain credentials which had been supplied to him by the Committee of Administration at Estella, and in the course of an hour the municipal authorities of Villabella came forth in procession to welcome him. The mayor was a venerable man of 80 years of age, but with unimpaired intellects and a mind still young and vigorous. Alighting from his horse, Richard hastened forward to meet him. "Let me embrace you, noble young man," exclaimed the mayor. "Your fame has preceded you, and within those walls," he added, turning and pointing towards Villabella, "there breathes not a soul opposed to the sacred cause which Heaven has sent you to direct." Then the mayor embraced Richard in presence of the corporation, in presence of the constitutional army, and the welkin rang with shouts of enthusiastic joy. The formal invitation to enter Villabella was now given, and Markham issued the necessary orders. The corporation led the way. Next came the general, attended by his staff, and after him proceeded the long lines of troops, their martial weapons gleaming in the morning sun. The moment our hero passed the inner drawbridge, the roar of cannon was renewed upon the ramparts, and the bells in all the towers commenced a merry peal. As at Estella, the windows were thronged with faces, the streets were crowded with spectators, and every testimonial of an enthusiastic welcome awaited the champion of constitutional liberty. Then resounded, too, myriads of voices exclaiming, "Long live Alberto! Long live the general! Down with the tyrant! Death to the Austrians!" In this manner the corporation, Markham, and his staff proceeded to the town hall, while the troops defiled off to the barracks, where the garrison, 1,000 in number, welcomed them as brethren in arms. All the officers of the troops in Villabella, moreover, with the exception of the colonel commandant, declared in favour of the Constitutionalists, and even that superior functionary manifested no particular hostility to the movement, but simply declared that, although he could never again bear arms in favour of the Grand Duke, he would not fight against him. When he had transacted business at the town hall, and countersigned a proclamation, which the municipality drew up, recognising the Committee of Administration of Estella, and constituting itself a permanent body invested with similar functions, Markham repaired to the barracks. Thence he immediately dispatched couriers to the excellent banker at Pinalla, to the mayor of Estella, and to the Committee of Government at Montoni. He then issued an address to his army, complimenting it upon the spirit and resolution with which the forced march to Villabella had been accomplished, reminding it that everything depended upon the celerity of its movements, so as to prevent a concentration of any great number of adverse troops before the constitutional force could be augmented sufficiently to cope with them, and finally ordering it to prepare to resume the march that afternoon at 3 o'clock. By means of new volunteers and a portion of the garrison of Villabella, Richard found his army increased to nearly 4,000 men. At the head of this imposing force he set out once more at the time indicated, and commenced another rapid march in the direction of Piacere. On the ensuing evening, the 2nd of January, the towers of that important city broke upon the view of the vanguard of the Constitutionalists. The commandant of the garrison of Piacere was an old and famous officer, General Giustiniani, devoted to the cause of the Grand Duke, and holding in abhorrence everything savouring of liberal opinions. Markham was aware of this fact, and he felt convinced that Piacere would not fall into his hands without bloodshed. At the same time, he determined not to pass it by, because it would serve as a point of centralization for the troops of Veronese and Tirano, both being seats of the military administration of captains general, and moreover afford the enemy a means of cutting off all communication between himself on the one hand, and Villabella and Estella on the other. Certain of being attacked, Markham lost no time in making the necessary arrangements. He ordered the vanguard to halt until the troops in the rear could come up and take their proper places, and he planted his artillery upon a hill which commanded almost the entire interval between his army and the city. Nor were his precautions vainly taken, for in a short time a large force was seen moving towards him from Piacere, the rays of the setting sun irradiating their glittering bayonets and the steel helmets of a corps of cuirassiers. In another quarter of an hour, the enemy was so near as to induce Richard to order his artillery to open a fire upon them. But General Giustiniani, who commanded in person, led his forces on with such rapidity that the engagement speedily commenced. Giustiniani had about 3,500 men under his orders, but although this force was numerically inferior to the Constitutionalists, it was superior in other respects, for it comprised a large body of cuirassiers, a regiment of grenadiers, a corps of rifles, and 20 field pieces. It was, moreover, fresh and unwearied, whereas the Constitutionalists were fatigued with a long march. For a few minutes a murderous fire was kept up on both sides, but Richard led his troops to close quarters, and charged the cuirassiers at the head of his cavalry. At the same time the Cingani, in obedience to an order which he had sent their chiefs, turned the right flank of the rifles by a rapid and skilful manoeuvre, and so isolated them from their main body as to expose them to the artillery upon the hill. Excited, as it were, to desperation, by the conduct of our hero, the constitutional cavalry performed prodigies of valour, and after an hour's hard fighting in the grey twilight, succeeded in breaking the hitherto compact body of cuirassiers. Leaving his cavalry to accomplish the rout of the enemy's horse guards, Richard flew to the aid of his right wing, which was sorely pressed by the grenadiers, and was breaking into disorder. "Constitutionalists!" he cried, "your brethren are victorious elsewhere. Abandon not the field. Follow me, to conquest or to death." These words operated with electrical effect, and the constitutional infantry immediately rallied under the guidance of their youthful leader. Then the battle was renewed. Darkness fell upon the scene, but still the murderous conflict was prolonged. At length Richard engaged hand to hand with the colonel of the grenadiers, who was well mounted on a steed of enormous size. But this combat was short. The officer's sword was dashed from his hand, and he became our hero's prisoner. These tidings spread like wildfire, and the enemy fell into confusion. Their retreat became general. Richard followed up his advantage, and Giustiniani's army was completely routed. The Constitutionalists pressed close upon them, and Richard, once more putting himself at the head of his cavalry, pursued the fugitives up to the very walls of Piacere, not with the murderous intention of exterminating them, but with a view to secure as many prisoners as possible, and to prevent the enemy from taking refuge in the city. At the very gates of Piacere he overtook General Giustiniani, and after a short conflict made him captive. He then retraced his steps to the scene of his victory, and took the necessary steps for concentrating his forces once more. That night the Constitutionalists bivouacked in the plains about a mile from Piacere. Early in the morning of the 3rd of January, the results of the brilliant triumph of the preceding evening were known. 800 of the enemy lay dead upon the field, and 1,500 had been taken prisoners. The Constitutionalists had lost 300 men, and had nearly as many wounded. Scarcely had the sun risen on the scene of carnage, when messengers arrived from Piacere, stating that the corporation had declared in favour of the Constitutionalists, and bearing letters from the municipal authorities to Markham. Those documents assured our hero that the sympathies of the great majority of the inhabitants were in favour of his cause, and that deep regret was experienced at the waste of life which had been occasioned by the obstinacy and self-will of General Giustiniani. Those letters also contained an invitation for him to enter the city, where the tricoloured flag was already hoisted. These welcome tidings were soon made known to the whole army, and were received with shouts of joy and triumph. Richard returned a suitable answer to the delegates, and then sought General Giustiniani. To this commander he offered immediate liberty, on condition that he would not again bear arms against the Constitutionalists. The offer was spurned with contempt. Markham accordingly dispatched him, under a strong escort, to Villabella. At 9 o'clock Markham entered Piacere, amidst the ringing of bells, the thunder of cannon, and the welcome of the inhabitants. The corporation presented him with the keys, which he immediately returned to the mayor, saying, "I am the servant, sir, and not the master of the Castelcicalans." This reply was speedily circulated through Piacere, and increased the enthusiasm of the inhabitants in his favour. Richard determined to remain until the following morning in this city, Having seen his troops comfortably lodged in the barracks, he adopted his usual course of dispatching couriers with accounts of his proceedings to Villabella, Estella, Pinalla, and Montoni. Need we say that every letter which he addressed to the worthy banker contained brief notes, necessarily brief, to be sent by way of Naples to Mr. Monroe and Isabella? Having performed these duties, Richard repaired to the town hall, where he countersigned a decree appointing the municipal body a committee of administration, and a proclamation to that effect was speedily published. He next, with the most unwearied diligence, adopted measures to increase his army, for he resolved to march with as little delay as possible towards Abrantani, where a strong Austrian and Castelcicalan force was lying under the command of the Captain-General of that province. At that point Richard well knew an important struggle must take place, a struggle in comparison with which all that he had hitherto done was as nothing. But his endeavours in obtaining recruits were attended with great success. Volunteers flocked to the barracks, and the city arsenal was well provided with all the uniforms, arms, ammunition, and stores that were required. On the west of Piacere was a vast plain, on which Richard determined to review his troops at daybreak, and thence march direct upon Abrantani. The order was accordingly issued, and half an hour before the sun rose, the army defiled through the western gates. Nearly all the inhabitants repaired to the plain to witness the martial spectacle, and many were the bright eyes that glanced with admiration, and even a softer feeling, at the handsome countenance of that young man whose name now belonged to history. Colonel Caserio, the second in command, directed the evolutions. The army was drawn up in divisions 4 deep, and mustered 5,000 strong. And now, on the 4th of January, a morning golden with sunbeams, the review began. Each regiment had its brass band and its gay colours, and the joyous beams of the orb of day sported on the points of bayonets, flashed on naked swords, and played on the steel helmets of 400 cuirassiers whom Richard had organised on the preceding evening. Stationed on an eminence, attended by his staff, and by his faithful Morcar, who had comported himself gallantly in the battle of the 2nd, Markham surveyed, with feelings of indescribable enthusiasm, that armament which owned him as its chief. Caserio gave the word. It was passed on from division to division, and now all these sections are wheeling into line. The line is formed. The bands are stationed in front of their respective corps, and all is as still as death. Again the colonel gives the word of command, "General salute! Present arms!" and a long din of hands clapping against the muskets echoes around. The bands strike up the glorious French air of the Parisienne, and Markham gracefully raises his plumed hat from his brow in acknowledgment of the salute of his army. The music ceases. The word, "Shoulder arms!" is passed from division to division along that line of half a mile from flank to flank. Then Markham gallops towards the troops, followed by his staff. The ranks take open order. He passes along, inspecting the different corps, addressing them, encouraging them. Again he returns to the eminence. The line is once more broken into divisions. Close columns are formed, and the whole army is put in motion to march past its general, the bands playing a lively air. From the plain the troops defiled towards the road leading to Abrantani. But scarcely had Markham taken leave of the mayor and the municipal authorities in order to rejoin his army, when a courier, covered with dust, galloped up to him. He was the bearer of letters from Signor Viviani. Those documents afforded our hero the welcome intelligence that Pinalla had hoisted the tricolour, declared in favour of the cause of liberty, recognised Markham as the General-in-Chief of the constitutional armies of Castelcicala, and had dispatched a reinforcement of 2,000 men to fight under his banner. Richard hastily communicated these tidings to the corporation of Piacere, and then joined his army, throughout the ranks of which the news of the adhesion of so important a city as Pinalla to the great cause diffused the utmost joy. "Everything favours me," thought Richard, his heart leaping within him. "Oh, for success at Abrantani, and such will be its moral effect upon my troops, that I shall fear nothing for the results of the grand and final struggle that must take place beneath the walls of Montoni. And then, Isabella, even your father will acknowledge that I have some claim to your hand, as a reward for placing him upon the ducal throne." The road that the army now pursued was most favourable for the rapid march which Richard urged. It was wide and even, and afforded an easy passage to the artillery. Shortly after midday, the vanguard entered the beautiful province of Abrantani, and there the troops were received by the inhabitants with an enthusiasm of the most grateful description. For it was in this district that the tyranny of the Grand Duke's regime, under the auspices of Count Santa Croce, had been most severely felt. No wonder, then, that the constitutional army was greeted with rapture and delight. No wonder that blessings were invoked upon the head of its general. The old men went down upon their knees by the roadsides, to implore heaven to accord success to his mission. Mothers held up their children to catch a glimpse of the youthful hero, and young maidens threw garlands of flowers in his path. Volunteers poured in from all sides, and the army increased in its progress like the snowball rolling along the ground. At sunset the entire force halted in the precincts of a large town, the inhabitants of which hastened to supply the soldiers with provisions and wine. During that pause, couriers arrived from Veronese, with the joyful tidings that it had declared in favour of the constitutional cause, and was sending reinforcements. Thus the whole of the south of Castelcicala was now devoted to the movement of which Markham was the head and chief. For 2 hours was the army permitted to rest. It then continued its march until midnight, when it bivouacked in a wide plain, a wood protecting its right wing, and a hill whereon the artillery was planted, defending its left. Richard adopted every precaution to avoid a surprise, for he was well aware that the Count of Santa Croce was not a man to slumber at such a crisis. But it afterwards appeared that the Captain-General did not dare to quit the neighbourhood of the city of Abrantani for fear that it should pronounce in favour of the Constitutionalists. It was, therefore, under the walls of Abrantani itself that the contest was to take place. There was a flat eminence to the east of the city, and on this had Santa Croce taken up his position at the head of 7,000 men. 3,000 Castelcicalans and 4,000 Austrians. Against this force was Richard to contend, at the head of 6,000 soldiers, the volunteers who had joined him since he left Piacere amounting to 1,000. But to return to our narrative in the consecutive order of events. At 5 o'clock in the morning of the 5th, the Constitutionalists quitted their position where they had bivouacked and pursued their way towards the city of Abrantani. The day passed, night came once more, and the troops bivouacked in the immediate vicinity of a large hamlet. The morning of the 6th saw them again in motion, but Richard allowed them to proceed with diminished celerity, as he had already enough chances against him to warn him not to increase them by over-fatiguing his army. It was not, therefore, until the evening that he came in sight of the tall spire on the Cathedral of Abrantani. "By this time tomorrow," exclaimed Richard, pointing in the direction of the city. "The tower on which yon spire stands shall echo with the sounds of its bells to celebrate our triumph." "Amen!" ejaculated Morcar, who was close behind him. The Constitutionalists took up a strong position, with a village on their right and a range of extensive farm buildings on their left. They were all animated by an enthusiasm worthy of the great cause in which they were embarked, and their ardour was manifested by singing martial songs as they crowded round the fires of the bivouac. Richard never closed his eyes during the night, confident that his want of experience in military tactics must be compensated for by unceasing exercise of that intelligence and keenness of perception which had enabled him to direct the movements of his troops so as to achieve the victory of Piacere. He reconnoitred all the positions adjacent to his own, marked those where troops would be advantageously placed, and observed others where they would be endangered, visited the outposts, studied the maps of that part of the country, and held consultations with his most skilful officers. These subordinates were astonished at the soundness of his views, the excellence of his arrangements, and the admirable nature of his combinations. Markham was resolved to effect two objects which he felt convinced would lessen the chances that were now against him. The first was to throw up a small redoubt, where he might place a portion of his artillery, so as to command the flat eminence on which the Austro-Castelcicalan army was stationed. The second was to send off a small detachment before daybreak to gain a wood about 2 miles distant, whence it might debouch at the proper time and fall upon the left flank of the enemy. The redoubt was commenced and proceeded rapidly, and an hour before sunrise the corps of Signani departed on the important service which the General-in-Chief confided to it, with strict orders not to move from the wood until the enemy should have left the eminence and descended to the plain. Thus, by the time the sun rose on the morning of the 7th, the Signani were safely concealed in the wood. A redoubt, bristling with artillery, commanded the enemy's position, and the Constitutionalists were formed in order of battle. Richard commanded the right wing, and Colonel Caserio the left. The engagement began on the part of the Constitutionalists with a cannonade from the redoubt, and so well did this battery perform its part that, as Richard had foreseen, the Captain-General was compelled to descend into the plain and endeavour to surround the right wing of the Constitutionalists in order to terminate the carnage occasioned by that dreadful cannonade. Meantime, Caserio, with his division, advanced to meet 3 battalions which the Captain-General had detached to attack the range of farm buildings, and for an hour the combat raged in that point with inconceivable fury. The Austrians precipitated themselves with a desperate ardour upon Caserio's troops, who were at length compelled to retreat and occupy the farm. On the right, Markham sustained a fearful contest with the force opposed to him. The fire of the musketry was at point-blank distance, and the firmness with which the action was maintained on both sides rendered the result highly dubious. But now the Signani debouched from the wood and fell upon the left wing of the enemy. The impetuosity of their attack was irresistible. The wing was turned by them, and the Austro-Castelcicalans were thrown into disorder. Then Richard, at the head of his cuirassiers, charged upon the centre of the enemy and decided the fortune of the day. In the meantime, Caserio had completely rallied his division and had succeeded in repulsing the battalions that were opposed to him. The Captain-General endeavoured to effect a retreat in an orderly manner towards the eminence which he had originally occupied, but Richard, perceiving his intention, was enabled to outflank him and to gain possession of the height. For an hour this important position was disputed with all the vigour and ardour of military combat, But though the Austro-Castelcicalans manifested a vehemence bordering on rage and a perseverance approaching to desperation, all their attempts to recover their lost ground were ineffectual. And equally vain were the endeavours of Santa Croce to secure an orderly retreat. His columns were shattered, his battalions broken. The flight of his troops became general, but they were closely pursued by their conquerors. The Cathedral of Abrantani proclaimed the hour of 3 in the afternoon, when Richard, on the eminence commanding the city, sat down to pen hasty dispatches, announcing this great victory to the committees of Montoni, Piacere, Villabella, Veronese, Pinalla, and Estella. Nor did he forget to enclose, in his letters to Signor Viviani, brief notes addressed to his friend Monroe and the Princess Isabella. The results of the Battle of Abrantani were most glorious to the constitutional arms. While Richard's loss was small, that of the enemy had been enormous. 2,000 men, chiefly Austrians, lay dead upon the plain, and nearly as many were taken prisoners. 2 of the Castelcicalan regiments rallied at a short distance from the scene of the conflict, and placing themselves at the disposal of Colonel Caserio, who had pursued them, joined the constitutional cause. The Captain-General, Count Santa Croce, succeeded in effecting his escape with several of his superior officers, and hastening to join the Grand Duke, who was still besieging Montoni, the vanquished chief was the first to communicate to that prince the fatal result of the battle. That same evening Richard Markham entered the city of Abrantani, which joyfully opened its gates to receive him. And, as in the other towns which he had occupied, the thunders of artillery, the ringing of bells, and the plaudits of admiring crowds testified the enthusiasm which was inspired by the presence of the youthful general. Richard determined to remain some days in the city of Abrantani. Montoni was besieged by a force nearly 25,000 strong, and our hero felt the necessity of waiting for the reinforcements promised him, and of raising as many volunteers as possible ere he could venture to cope with so formidable a force. But in every dispatch which he had sent to the Committee of Government at Montoni, he had given the most solemn assurances of his resolution to march to the relief of the capital with as little delay as possible, and it was now at Abrantani that he anxiously expected official tidings from the besieged city. Nor was he kept long in suspense. On the morning of the 10th, a courier arrived with dispatches from the Committee of Government. These documents are so important that we do not hesitate to lay them before our readers. The first was conceived thus: Montoni, January 9th, 1841. The Committee of Government of the State of Castelcicala have received the various dispatches which the General-in-Chief of the Constitutional Army has addressed to them respectively from Villabella, Piacere, and Abrantani. The committee must reserve for a future occasion the pleasing duty of expressing how deeply they rejoice at the General-in-Chief's various successes, and how anxiously they watch the progress of that cause of which he has become the guide and champion. The committee cannot, however, omit one duty which they now perform by virtue of the full powers of administration and government that have been vested in them by the inhabitants of the capital, and which powers are recognised by all faithful Castelcicalans who have declared in favour of the constitutional cause. This duty is rendered imperious on the committee by the eminent and unequalled services of the General-in-Chief. The Committee of Government have therefore ordained, and do ordain, that the style and title of Marquis of Estella be conferred upon the General-in-Chief, the most excellent Signor Richard Markham, and a copy of this decree shall be forwarded to every city or town which has pronounced in favour of the constitutional cause. By order of the Committee of Government, Gaetano, President, Terlizzi, Vice President. The second dispatch ran thus: To the Marquis of Estella, General-in-Chief of the Constitutional Armies of Castelcicala. My Lord, We, the members of the Committee of Government of Castelcicala, have the honour to lay before your lordship a few particulars relative to the condition of the capital city of that state. Closely besieged by the foreign force whom the traitor Angelo has invited into the country, and blockaded at sea by the fleet of the High Lord Admiral, Montoni already enters upon the dread phase of famine. The garrison performs its duty nobly in defending the capital from the attacks daily directed against it by the insolent Austrian invaders, but it is impossible that we can hold out for any length of time. We are, however, happy to be enabled to assure your lordship that the inhabitants endure their lamentable condition with exemplary fortitude and patience, the brilliant achievements of your lordship and the constitutional army having inspired them with the most lively hopes of a speedy deliverance. So sorely are we pressed that it has been only with the greatest difficulty that your lordship's couriers have been able to pass the lines of the besiegers and gain entrance into the city. We feel convinced that these brief statements will be sufficient to induce your lordship to lose no time in marching to the deliverance of the capital. We have the honour to remain, my lord, your lordship's obedient servants. For the members of the committee, Gaetano, President, Terlizzi, Vice President. Montoni, January 9th, 1841, 6 o'clock in the morning. Most welcome in one sense to our hero were these documents. Although he deeply deplored the condition to which Montoni was reduced, he could not do otherwise than experience the most thrilling and rapturous delight at the impression which his conduct had produced upon the provisional government of the state and of the inhabitants of the capital. Nor shall we depreciate the merits of Richard Markham if we admit that he received, with the most heartfelt joy, that title of nobility which, he felt convinced, must lead him nearer to the grand aim of all his exertions, the hand of Isabella. And as he looked back upon the events of the last fortnight, when he reflected that at the commencement of that short interval he had issued from Pinalla on a desperate undertaking, and that these 14 days had shed glory on his name, and placed the coronet of a marquis upon his brow, he was lost in admiration of the inscrutable ways of that Providence to whom he had never ceased to pray morning and evening, as well when crowned with success as in the hour of danger. But as we do not wish to dwell too much upon this grand and remarkable episode in our hero's history, we shall continue our narrative of these events in their proper order. The Marquis of Estella each day saw his army increasing. The promised reinforcements arrived from Pinalla and Veronese. Lipari and Ossory declared for his cause, and furnished their contingents to the constitutional forces, and each hour brought to Richard's headquarters at Abrantani tidings of fresh movements in his favour. Troops poured in, and he was compelled to muster his forces in an encampment on the northern side of the town. Indeed, the battles of Piacere and Abrantani had electrified Castelcicala, and the tri-coloured banner already floated on the walls of the principal cities and towns of the state. Addresses of confidence and congratulation were sent to our hero from all parts, and large sums of money were raised and forwarded to him to enable him to reward his troops and equip his volunteers. It was on the 20th of January that Markham put his army in motion. He was now at the head of 16,000 men, with a formidable train of artillery. Although the numerical odds were fearfully against him, he reposed the most perfect confidence in the valour of his troops, elated as they were by previous successes, and glorying in a cause which they deemed holy and sacred. Moreover, he knew that the moral strength of his army was incomparably superior to that of the mere drilled Austrian troops, who were trained under a soul-crushing system of discipline, and who regarded their chiefs rather as tyrants and oppressors than as generous superiors exercising a species of paternal influence over them. On the morning of the 22nd, the Constitutional Army reached Ossore, all the inhabitants of which town came out to behold the glorious procession and testify their admiration of the young general. It was during a brief halt near this place that a courier, travel-soiled and sinking with fatigue, arrived from Montoni with a letter addressed to the Marquis of Estella and containing only this laconic but urgent prayer: "Hasten, my lord, delay not. In 48 hours it will be too late. Gaetano." Richard instantly dispatched a messenger, on whose prudence and daring he could rely, with an answer equally brief and impressive. "Fear not, signor. By tomorrow night Montoni shall be delivered, or the army which I am leading to your rescue will be annihilated. Estella." The city was indeed sore pressed. The inhabitants were reduced to the utmost extremities in respect to provision, and the Austrians, headed by the Grand Duke in person and Marshal Herbertstein, were pushing the siege with a vigour that was almost irresistible. But on the 22nd of January, those commanders were compelled to concentrate nearly all their troops on the southern side of Montoni, for they were well aware that the Constitutional Army was now approaching. In the afternoon of the same day, the light cavalry of Richard's force entered upon the broad plain through which the Ferretti rolls its silver way, and at a distance of 3 miles the tower of St. Theodosia reared its summit far above the white buildings of Montoni. By 9 o'clock on that night, the entire Constitutional Army had taken up a strong position, its left being protected by high sandbanks which overlooked the sea, and its right defended by a large village. Oh, it was a great cause which was so soon to be justified, and that was a glorious army which was now preparing for the final struggle. A discharge of cannon from the walls of Montoni announced that the capital awaited its deliverance, and the Committee of Government issued orders that the bells of every church should ring for mass at daybreak, in order that the inhabitants might offer up prayers for the success of the Constitutional Army. As on the eve of the glorious fight of Abrantani, the Marquis of Estella was actively employed during the whole night in making the various dispositions for the great battle which, on the following day, must decide the fate of Castelcicala. And most solemnly and sublimely interesting was that night. So close were the two armies to each other, only half a cannon shot distant, that every sound on either side could be mutually heard. The very outposts and sentinels were almost within speaking range, and the lights of the two positions were plainly visible. Watchfulness and keen observation characterized both sides. An hour before sunrise, and by the lurid gleam of the bivouac fire in the grove of Legino, Richard addressed a letter full of tenderness and hope to the Princess Isabella, and this he dispatched in another epistle to his excellent friend, the banker at Pinalla. Then, when the first gleam of twilight heralded the advent of the sun, and while the bells were ringing in every tower of Montoni, the hero mounted his horse and prepared for the conflict that was now at hand. End of section 53. Section 54 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 54, Chapter 189, The Battle of Montoni. The morning of the memorable 23rd of January dawned, and the bells were ringing in every tower, when 3 cannon gave the signal for the fight, and the Battle of Montoni began. The light troops of the Constitutionalists opened a smart fire upon the Austrians, and dislodged a strong corps from a position which it occupied on the bank of a small stream. In consequence of this first success, Richard was enabled to stretch out his right wing without restraint, and, remembering the operation effected by the Cingani at Abrantani, he instantly dispatched that faithful corps with a battalion of rifles to make the circuit of the village and endeavour to turn the Austrians' left flank. The left wing of the Constitutionalists soon came to close quarters with the right wing of the enemy, and a desperate struggle ensued to decide the occupancy of the sandbanks, which were quite hard and a desirable position for artillery pieces. Colonel Caserio, who commanded in that point, succeeded, after a desperate conflict, in repulsing the Austrians, and 20 field pieces were dragged on the sandbanks. These speedily vomited forth the messengers of destruction, and the dread ordnance scattered death with appalling rapidity. The Grand Duke, seeing that his cause was hopeless if that dreadful cannonade was not stopped, ordered 4 battalions of grenadiers to attack the position. Markham, who was riding about the field, now issuing orders, now taking a part in the conflict, observed the manoeuvre, and instantly placed himself at the head of 2 regiments of cuirassiers with a view to render it abortive. Then commenced one of the most deadly spectacles ever performed on the theatre of the world. The Grand Duke sent a strong detachment of Austrian Life Guards to support the grenadiers, and the 2 squadrons of cavalry came into fearful collision. The Constitutionalists were giving way, when Markham precipitated himself into the thickest of the fight, cleared everything before him, and seized the Austrian colours. Morcar was immediately by his side. The sword of a Life Guard already gleamed above our hero's head. Another moment, and he would have been no more. But the faithful gipsy warded off the blow, and with another stroke of his heavy brand nearly severed the sword arm of the Life Guard. Richard thanked him with a rapid but profoundly expressive glance, and retaining his hold on the Austrian banner, struck the ensign-bearer to the ground. This splendid achievement reanimated the constitutional cuirassiers, and the Austrian Life Guards were shattered beyond redemption. Almost at the same time, the Cingani and Rifles effected their movement on the left wing of the enemy and threw it into confusion. This disorder was however retrieved for about the space of 2 hours, when the Marquis of Estella, with his cuirassiers, was enabled to take a part in the conflict in that direction. This attack bore down the Austrians. They formed themselves into a square, but vain were their attempts to oppose the impetuosity with which the cuirassiers charged them. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the left wing of the enemy was overwhelmed so completely that all the endeavours of Marshal Herbert Stein to rally his troops were fruitless. Then, resolved to perish rather than surrender, the Austrian commander met an honourable death in the ranks of battle. In the centre, the conflict raged with a fury which seemed to leave room for doubt relative to the fortune of the day, notwithstanding the important successes already obtained by the Constitutionalists. The Grand Duke had flown with a choice body of cavalry to support the compact masses that were now fighting for the victory. He himself rode along the ranks, encouraging them, urging them on, promising rewards. For nearly 4 hours more did the battle last in this point, but at length, Our hero came up with his cuirassiers, all flushed with conquest elsewhere, and his presence gave a decided turn to the struggle. Rushing precipitately on, bearing down all before them, thundering along with an irresistible impetuosity, the cuirassiers scattered confusion and dismay in the ranks of their enemies. And ever foremost in that last struggle, as in the first, the waving heron's plume which marked his rank, and the death-dealing brand which he wielded with such fatal effect, denoted the presence of Richard Markham. He saw that the day was his own. The Austrians were flying in all directions. Confusion, disorder, and dismay prevailed throughout their broken corps and shattered bands. Marshal Herbertstein was numbered with the slain. The Grand Duke fled, and at 8 o'clock in the evening Montoni was delivered. Darkness had now fallen on the scene of carnage, but still the Constitutionalists pursued the Austrian fugitives, and numbers were taken ere they could reach the river. A comparatively small portion of the vanquished succeeded in throwing themselves into the boats that were moored on the southern bank, or in gaining the adjacent bridges, and those only escaped. Montoni saluted its deliverance with salvos of artillery and the ringing of bells, and the joyous sounds fell upon the ears of the Grand Duke as, heartbroken and distracted, he pursued his way, attended only by a few faithful followers, towards the frontiers of that state from which his rashness and despotism had driven him for ever. Meantime, Richard Markham issued the necessary orders for the safeguard of the prisoners and the care of the wounded, and having attended to those duties, he repaired to the village before mentioned, where he established his temporary headquarters at the chateau of a nobleman devoted to the constitutional cause. Then, in the solitude of the chamber to which he had retired, and with a soul full of tenderness and hope, as in the morning in the grove of Ladino, he addressed a letter to the princess, the only joy of his heart, the charming and well-beloved Isabella. Headquarters, near Montoni, January 23rd, 11 at night. Long ere this will reach thee, dearest one, thou wilt have heard, by means of telegraphic dispatch through France, of the great victory which has made me master of Castelcicala. If there be any merit due unto myself in consummating this great aim, and conducting this glorious cause to its final triumph, it was thine image, beloved Isabella, which nerved my arm and which gave me intelligence to make the combinations that have led to so decided an end, in the thickest of the fight, in the midst of danger, when balls whistled by me like hail, and the messengers of death were circulating in every direction. Thine eyes seemed to be guiding stars of hope and promise and love. And now, the first moment that I can snatch from the time which so many circumstances compel me to devote to your native land is given to thee. Tomorrow I shall write at great length to your honoured father, whom in the morning it will be my pleasing duty to proclaim Alberto I, Grand Duke of Castelcicala. Although men now call me Marquis of Estella, to thee, dearest, I am simply Richard. Our hero dispatched this letter in one to Signor Viviani at Pinalla by a special courier. He next wrote hasty accounts of the great victory which he had gained to the chief authorities of the various cities and towns which had first declared in his favour, as before mentioned, and these also were instantly sent off by messengers. Then soon did rumour tell the glorious tale how Montoni was delivered, and how the mighty flood of Austrian power, which had dashed its billows against the walls of the ducal capital, was rolled back over the confines of Castelcicala into the Roman States, never to return. We shall not dwell upon the particulars of that night which succeeded the battle. Our readers can imagine the duties that devolve upon a commander after so brilliant and yet so sanguinary a day. Suffice it to observe that Richard visited the houses in the village to which the wounded had been conveyed, while Colonel Cossario took possession of the Austrian camp. That night Montoni was brilliantly illuminated, and the most exuberant joy prevailed throughout the capital. The Committee of Government assembled in close deliberation immediately after the receipt of the welcome tidings of the victory, and although they consulted in secret, still the inhabitants could well divine the subject of their debate, the best means of testifying their own and the nation's gratitude towards that champion who had thus diffused joy into so many hearts. Early in the morning, the entire committee, dressed in their robes and attended by the chief officers of the garrison, repaired on horseback to the village where Richard had established his headquarters. Our hero came forth to meet them at the door of the mansion where he was lodged, and received those high functionaries with his plumed hat in hand. "My lord," exclaimed Signor Gaetano, the president of the committee, "it is for us to bare our heads to you. You have saved us from an odious tyranny, from oppression, from siege, from famine. God alone can adequately reward you. Castelcicala cannot. We have, however, further favours to solicit at your lordship's hand. Until that prince, who is now our rightful sovereign, can come amongst us and occupy that throne which your hands have prepared for him, you must be our chief, our regent, my lord. 100 councillors, forming the Provisional Committee of Government, debated this point last evening, and not a single voice was raised in objection to that request which I, as their organ, have now proffered to your lordship." "No," answered Richard, "that cannot be. The world would say that I am ambitious, that I am swayed by interested motives of aggrandizement. Continue, gentlemen, to exercise supreme sway until the arrival of your sovereign." "My lord," returned the president, "Castelcicala demands this favour at your hands." "Then, if Castelcicala command, I accept the trust with which you honour me," exclaimed Markham. "But so soon as I shall have succeeded in restoring peace and order, you will permit me, gentlemen, to repair to England, to present the ducal diadem to your rightful liege. And one word more," continued Markham. "Your troops have conducted themselves, throughout this short but brilliant campaign, in a manner which exceeds all praise. To you I commend them. You must reward them." "Your lordship is now the regent of Castelcicala," answered the president, "and your decrees become our laws. Order, and we obey." "I shall not abuse the power which you place in my hands," rejoined Markham. The president then communicated to the regent the pleasing fact that the Lord High Admiral had that morning hoisted the tricoloured flag and sent an officer to signify his adhesion to the victorious cause. In answer to a question from Signor Gaetano, Richard signified his intention of entering Montoni at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The principal authorities then returned to the capital. Long before the appointed hour, the sovereign city wore an aspect of rejoicing and happiness. Triumphal arches were erected in the streets through which the conqueror would have to pass. The troops of the garrison were mustered in the great square of the palace, and a guard of honour was dispatched to the southern gate. The windows were filled with smiling faces, banners waved from the tops of the houses. The ships in the harbour and roadstead were decked in their gayest colours, and boats were constantly arriving from the fleet with provisions of all kinds for the use of the inhabitants. The great bell in the tower of St. Theodosia at length proclaims the hour of 3. And now, hark! The artillery roars. Montoni salutes her regent, the guard of honour presents arms, the martial music plays a national air, and the conqueror enters the capital. The men of war in the roadstead thunder forth echoes to the cannon on the ramparts, and the yards are manned in token of respect for the representative of the sovereign power. What were Richard's feelings now? But little more than 2 months had elapsed since he had first entered that city, a prisoner, vanquished, with shattered hopes, and uncertain as to the fate that might be in store for him. How changed were his circumstances! As a conqueror, a noble, and a ruler, did he now make his appearance in a capital where his name was upon every tongue, and where his great deeds excited the enthusiasm, the admiration, and the respect of every heart. Then his ideas were reflected still farther back, and he thought of the time when he was a prisoner, though innocent, in an English jail. Far more rapidly than we can record his meditations did memory whirl him through all past adversities, reproduce before his mental eyes his recent wanderings in Castelcicala, and hurry him on to this glorious consummation, when he finds himself entering the capital as the highest peer in the state. On his right hand was Colonel Casario, and close behind him, amidst his brilliant staff, was Morcar, the faithful gipsy, whose devotedness to his master had not a little contributed to this grand result. On went the procession amidst the enthusiastic applause of the myriads collected to welcome the conquerors, on through streets crowded to the rooftops with happy faces, on to the ducal palace, in whose great square 10,000 troops were assembled to receive the regent. Richard alighted from his horse at the gate of the princely abode, on the threshold of which the municipal authorities were gathered to receive him. Oh, at that moment how deeply, how sincerely did he regret the loss of General Gracia, Colonel Morosino, and the other patriots who had fallen in the fatal conflict of Ossore. Nor less did memory recall the prophetic words of that departed girl who had loved him so devotedly, but so unhappily. Those words which Marianne, with Sibylline inspiration, had uttered upon her deathbed. Brilliant destinies await you, Richard. All your enduring patience, your resignation under the oppression of foul wrong will meet with a glorious reward. Yes, for I know all. That angel Isabella has kept no secret from me. She is a princess, Richard, and by your union with her, you yourself will become one of the greatest princes in Europe. Her father, too, shall succeed to his just rights, and then, Richard, then, how small will be the distance between yourself and the Castelcicalan throne. End of section 54. Section 55 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 55, Chapter 190. Two of Our Old Acquaintances. We must again transport our readers to the great metropolis of England. It was late in the evening of the 24th of January, 1841. With Byron, we like to be particular in dates, that a man of Herculean form, weather-beaten countenance, and whose age was apparently somewhat past 40, was passing down Drury Lane. He was dressed like a labourer, with a smock frock and a very broad-brimmed straw hat, which was slouched as much as possible over his face. Passing into Blackmore Street, he continued his way towards Clare Market, whence he turned abruptly into Clement's Lane, and entered a public-house on the right-hand side of this wretched scene of squalor and poverty. No one possessing the least feeling of compassion for the suffering portion of the industrious millions, and how large is that portion, can pass along the miserable thoroughfare called Clement's Lane without being shocked at the internal misery which the exterior appearance of many of the dwellings bespeaks. There is ever a vile effluvium in that narrow alley, a miasma as of a crowded churchyard. Entering the parlour of the public-house, the man with the weather-beaten countenance and slouched hat was immediately recognized by a lad seated apart from the other inmates of the room. This youth was about 18 or 19 years of age, very short in stature, but well made. On a former occasion we have stated that his countenance was effeminate and by no means bad-looking. His eyes were dark and intelligent, his teeth good, and his voice soft and agreeable. His manners were superior to his condition, and his language was singularly correct for one who was almost entirely self-taught, and who had filled menial employments since his boyhood. He was dressed in a blue jacket and waistcoat, and dark brown trousers, and that attire, together with a boy's cap, contributed towards the extreme youthfulness of his appearance. A pint of porter stood, untouched, upon a table at which he was sitting. The man with the weather-beaten countenance proceeded to take his seat next to this lad. He then rang the bell, and having ordered some liquor and a pipe, entered into conversation with his young companion. "Have you heard anything more of that villain Tidkins, Harry?" asked the man. "Nothing more since I saw you yesterday morning, Jem," replied Holford. "I have lost all trace of him." "But are you sure that it was him you saw the day before yesterday?" demanded Crankey Jem, for he was the individual with the weather-beaten countenance and slouched hat. "Don't you think I know him well enough, after all I have told you concerning him?" said Henry Holford, smiling. "When you and I accidentally met for the first time, the day before yesterday, in this parlour, and when in the course of the conversation that sprang up between us I happened to mention the name of Tidkins, I saw how you fired, how you coloured, how agitated you became. What injury has he done you, that you are so bitter against him?" "I will tell you another time, Harry," answered Crankey Jem. "My history is a strange one, and you shall know it all. But I must find out the lurking-hole of this miscreant Tidkins. You say he was well dressed?" "As well as a private person can be," answered Holford. "But did the Resurrection Man put on the robes of the greatest monarch in the world, he could not mitigate the atrocious expression of his cadaverous, hang-dog countenance. I confess that I am afraid of that man. Yes, I am afraid of him." "He was well dressed, and was stepping into a cab at a stand under the Charterhouse wall, you said," observed Crankey Jem. "Yes, and he said, 'To the Mint, Borough,'" replied Holford. "Those were his very words, and away the cab went." "And you have since been to see if you could recognise the cab, and pump the cabman?" continued Jem. "By your request I have done so," answered Holford, "and my researches have been altogether unsuccessful. I could not find the particular cab which he took." "Why didn't you question the watermen and the drivers?" asked Jem. "So I did, but I could glean nothing. Now, if you really want to find the Resurrection Man, I should advise you to go over to the Mint and hunt him out amongst the low public-houses in that district. Depend upon it," added Holford, "he has business there, for he is not a man to run about in cabs for nothing." "The fact is, Harry," returned Jem, "that it doesn't suit my schemes to look after Tidkins myself. He would only get out of my way, and, as I have missed my aim once, I must take care to thrust home the next time I fall in with him." "You mean to say that you have poniarded him once, and that he escaped death?" whispered Holford. "Yes, but I will tell you all about it presently, Harry," said Crankey Jem, "and then, perhaps, you will be induced to assist me in hunting out the Resurrection Man." "I certainly have an old score to settle with him," returned Holford, "for, as I told you, he once laid a plot against my life. To-night you shall tell me how you came to be so bitter against him. To-morrow night I will visit the Mint, and make the inquiries you wish concerning him, and the night afterwards I must devote to particular business of my own." "And what particular business can such a younker as you have in hand?" asked Crankey Jem, with as much of a smile as his grim countenance could possibly relax itself into. "I now and then visit a place where I can contemplate at my ease a beautiful lady, without even my presence being suspected," answered Holford in a mysterious tone. "A beautiful lady? Are you in love with her, then?" demanded Crankey Jem. "The mere idea is so utterly absurd, so extravagant, so preposterous," replied Holford, "that my lips dare not speak an affirmative. To acknowledge that I love this lady of whom I speak would be almost a crime, an atrocity, a diabolical insult, so highly is she placed above me. And yet," he added mournfully, "the human heart has strange susceptibilities, will indulge in the idlest fantasies. My chief happiness is to gaze upon this lady, and my blood boils when I behold him on whom all her affection is bestowed." "She's married, then?" said Crankey Jem interrogatively. "Yes, married to one who is handsome and young, and who perhaps loves her all the more because he owes so much, so very much to her. But I actually shudder. I feel alarmed. I tremble while I thus permit my tongue to touch upon such topics as sacred as a religion, as holy as a worship." "You have either indulged in some very foolish and most hopeless attachment, Harry," said his companion, "or else your wits are going a wool-gathering." "Maybe both your remarks apply to me," muttered Holford, a cloud passing over his countenance. "But no, I am in the perfect possession of my senses. My intellects are altogether unimpaired. It is a fancy, a whim of my mind to introduce myself into the place I before alluded to, and, from my concealment, contemplate the lady of whom I have spoken. It gives me pleasure to look upon her, I know not why. Then, when I'm alone, I brood upon her image, recall to mind all I have heard her say or seen or do, and ponder on her features, her figure, her dress, her whole appearance, until I become astonished at myself, alarmed at my own presumption, terrified at my own thoughts. For weeks and weeks, nay, for months, I remain away from the place where she often dwells, but at length some imperceptible and unknown impulse urges me thither. I rove about the neighbourhood, gazing longingly upon the building. I endeavour to tear myself away. I cannot. And then I ascend the wall. I traverse the garden. I enter the dwelling. I conceal myself. I behold her again, him also, and my pleasures and my tortures are experienced all over again. "You're a singular lad," said Crankey Jem, eyeing the youth with no small degree of astonishment, and some suspicion that he was not altogether right in his upper story. "But who is this lady that you speak of, and why are you so frightened even to think of her? A cat may look at a king, Ay, and think of him too, for that matter. Human nature is human nature, and one isn't always answerable for one's feelings." "There I agree with you, Jem," said Holford. "I have often struggled hard against that impulse which urges me towards the place where the lady dwells, but all in vain." "Who is she, once more?" demanded Jem. "That is a secret, never to be revealed," answered Harry. Crankey Jem had commenced an observation in reply, when one of the persons who were sitting drinking at another table suddenly struck up a chant in so loud and boisterous a tone that it completely drowned the voice of Holford's companion. Flare up, I say, my jolly friends, and pass the bingo gaily. Who cares a rap if all this ends some morn at the Old Bailey? A short life and a merry one should be our constant maxim, and he's a fool that gives up fun because remorse attacks him. Here Ned has forks so precious fly, and Bill can smash the flimsies. No trap to Tom could e'er connive, for he's so fleet of limbs is. Bob is the best to crack a crib, and Dick to nap a fogle, and I can wag my tongue so glib a beak would wipe his ogle. Who are so happy then as we, each with such useful knowledge, for Oxford University can't beat the floating college. To parish prigs one gives degrees, to lumberlags the ladder, but I would sooner cross the seas than in humbox patter. Each state in life has its mishaps, King's Fair a revolution, the knowing covey dreads the traps in both an execution. Death will not long pass any by, each chance is duly raffled. What matters whether we must die in bed or on the scaffold? Flare up, I say then, jolly friends, and pass the bingo gaily. Who cares a rap if all this ends some morn at the Old Bailey? A short life and a merry one should be our constant maxim, and he's a fool that gives up fun because remorse attacks him. "Now let us be moving, young sprig," said Crankey Jem, when the song was brought to a conclusion. "You shall come with me to my lodging, where we'll have a bit of supper together, and then I'll tell you my story. It is a strange one, I can assure you." Holford rose and followed Crankey Jem from the public-house. The latter led the way to a court in Drury Lane, and introduced the lad into a small back chamber, which was tolerably neat and comfortable. On a table near the window were small models of ships, executed with considerable taste, various tools, blocks of wood not yet shaped, paint-pots, brushes, twine, little brass cannon and anchors, in a word, all the articles necessary for the miniature vessels which are seen in the superior toy-shops. "That is the way I get my living, Harry," said Jem, pointing towards the work-table. "I have been a sad fellow in my time, but if any one who has gone through all I have suffered doesn't change, I don't know who the devil would. Sit down, Harry, the fire will soon blaze up." Jem stirred the fire, and then busied himself to spread a small round table standing in the middle of the room, with some cold meat, a substantial piece of cheese, and a quartern loaf. He also produced from his cupboard a bottle of spirits, and when there was a good blaze in the grate, he placed the kettle to boil. "You have got everything comfortable enough here, Jem," said Holford, when these preparations were concluded. "Yes, I can earn a good bit of money when I choose," was the answer, "but I waste a great deal of time in making inquiries after Tidkins. Yes, and in brooding on my vengeance, as you, Harry, do upon your love." "Love!" ejaculated Holford. "My God, if you only knew of whom you were speaking!" "Well, well," cried Jem, laughing, "I see it is a sore point. I won't touch on it any more. So now fall to and eat, Harry. You're sincerely welcome. Besides, you can and will serve me, I know, in ferreting out this villain Tidkins. If you behave well, I'll teach you how to make those pretty ships, and you can earn 6 times as much at that work as ever you will obtain as pot-boy at a public." "Oh, if you would really instruct me, Jem, in your business," exclaimed Holford. "How much I should be obliged to you! The very name of a pot-boy is odious to my ears. Yes, I will serve you faithfully and truly, Jem," continued the lad. "I will go over to the Mint tomorrow evening, and if Tidkins is there, you shall know where." "That's what I call business, Harry," said Jem. "Serve me in this, and you can't guess all I'll do for you." They ate their supper with a good appetite. Jem, who was somewhat methodical after a fashion, cleared away the things and placed 2 clean tumblers and a bowl full of sugar upon the table. When the grog was duly mixed, and everything was comfortable, as the man termed it, he commenced his truly remarkable history, which we have corrected and improved as to language in the following manner. End of section 55. Section 56 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 56. Chapter 191. Crankey Jem's History. My father's name was Robert Cuffin. At the death of his father, he succeeded to a good business as grocer and tea dealer, but he was very extravagant, and soon became bankrupt. He obtained his certificate, and then embarked as a wine merchant. At the expiration of 3 years he failed again, and once more appeared in the Gazette. This time he was refused his certificate. He, however, set up in business a 3rd time, and became a coal merchant. His extravagances continued. So did his misfortunes. He failed, was thrown into prison, and took the benefit of the Insolvents Act, but not without a long remand. On his release from jail he turned dry salter. This new trade lasted a short time, and ended as all the others had done. Another residence in prison, another application to the Insolvents Court, and another remand ensued. My father was now about 40 years of age, and completely ruined. He had no credit, no resources, no means of commencing business again. He was, however, provided with a wife and 7 children, all requiring maintenance, and he having nothing to maintain them on. I was not as yet born. It appears that my father sat down one evening in a very doleful humour, and in a very miserable garret, to meditate upon his circumstances. He revolved 1,000 schemes in his head, but all required some little credit or capital wherewith to make a commencement, and he had neither. At length he started up, slapped his hand briskly upon the table, and exclaimed, "By heavens, I've got it!" "Got what?" demanded his wife. "A call," replied my father. "A call!" ejaculated his better half in astonishment. "Yes, a call," repeated my father. "A call from above to preach the blessed gospel and cleanse the unsavoury vessels of earth from their sinfulness." His wife began to cry, for she thought that distress had turned his brain, but he soon convinced her that he was never more in earnest in his life. He desired her to make the room look as neat as possible, and get a neighbour to take care of the children for an hour or 2 in the evening, when he should return with a few friends. He then went out, and his wife obeyed his instructions. Sure enough, in the evening, back came my father with a huge Bible under one arm and a prayer book under the other, and followed by 6 demure-looking ladies and gentlemen, who had a curious knack of keeping their eyes incessantly fixed upwards, or heavenward, as my father used to express it. Well, the visitors sat down, and my father, whose countenance had assumed a most wonderful gravity of expression since the morning, opened the prayer meeting with a psalm. He then read passages from the 2 sacred books he had brought with him, and he wound up the service by an extemporaneous discourse which drew tears from the eyes of his audience. The prayer meeting being over, an elderly lady felt herself so overcome with my father's convincing eloquence that a considerate old gentleman sent for a bottle of gin, and thus my father's call was duly celebrated. To be brief, so well did my father play his cards that he soon gathered about him a numerous congregation. A chapel was hired somewhere in Goodman's Fields, and he was now a popular minister. His flock placed unbounded confidence in him, nay, almost worshipped him, so that, thanks to their liberality, he was soon provided with a nicely furnished house in the immediate vicinity of the chapel. Next door to him there dwelt a poor widow named Ashford, and who had a very pretty daughter called Ruth. These females were amongst the most devoted of my father's flock, and in their eyes the reverend preacher was the pattern of virtue and holiness. The widow was compelled to take a little gin at times, for the stomach's sake, but one day she imbibed too much, fell down in a fit, and died. My father preached a funeral sermon in which he eulogized her as a saint, and he afforded an asylum to the orphan girl. Ruth accordingly became an inmate of my father's house. And now commences the most extraordinary portion of the history of my father's life. You will admit that the suddenness of his call was remarkable enough, but this was nothing to the marvellous nature of a vision which one night appeared to him. Its import was duly communicated to Miss Ashford next day, and the young lady piously resigned herself to that fate which my father assured her was the will of heaven. In a few months the consequences of the vision developed themselves, for Miss Ashford was discovered to be in the family way. My father's lawful wife raised a storm which for some time seemed beyond the possibility of mitigation. The deacons of the chapel called, and the elders of the congregation came to investigate the matter. My father received them with a countenance expressive of more than ordinary demureness and solemnity. A conclave was held. Explanations were demanded of my father. Then was it that the author of my being rose, and in a most impressive manner acquainted the assembly with the nature of his vision. "The angel of the Lord," he said, "appeared to me one night, and ordered me to raise up seed of righteousness, so that when the Lord calls me unto himself, fitting heirs to carry on the good work which I have commenced may not fail. I appealed to the angel in behalf of my own lawfully begotten offspring, but the angel's command brooked not remonstrances, and willed that I should raise up seed of Ruth Ashford, for she is blessed in that her name is Ruth." This explanation was deemed perfectly satisfactory, and, when the deacons and elders had departed, my father succeeded somehow or another, not only in pacifying his wife, but also in reconciling her to the amour which he still carried on with Miss Ashford. Thus my father preserved both his mistress and his sanctity, at least for some considerable time longer. The fruit of that amour was myself, and my name is consequently Ashford, James Ashford, although my father insisted upon calling me Cuffin. Time wore on, but by degrees the jealousies which my father had at first succeeded in appeasing developed themselves in an alarming manner between the wife and the mistress. Scenes of violence occurred at the house of his reverence, and the neighbours began to think that their minister's amour was not quite so holy in its nature as he had represented it. The congregation fell off, and my father's reputation for sanctity was rapidly wearing out. Still, he would not part with my mother and me, and the result was that his lawful wife left the house with all her own children. My father refused to support them. The parish officers interfered, and the scandal was grievously aggravated. Death arrived at this juncture to carry away the principal bone of contention. My mother became dangerously ill, and after languishing in a hopeless condition for a few weeks, breathed her last. Having thus stated the particulars of my birth, it will not be necessary to dwell on this portion of my narrative. I will only just observe that, at the death of Miss Ashford, a reconciliation was effected between my father and his wife, and that the former contrived to maintain his post as minister of the chapel, though with a diminished flock, and consequently with a decreased revenue. Nevertheless, I obtained a smattering of education at the school belonging to the chapel, and was treated with kindness by my father, although with great harshness by his wife. Thus continued matters until I was 15, when my father died, and I was immediately thrust out of doors to shift for myself. I was totally friendless. Vainly did I call upon the deacons and elders of the congregation. Even those who had adhered to my father to the very last had their eyes opened now that he was no longer present to reason with them. They spurned me from their doors, and I was left to beg or steal. I chose the former, but one night I was taken up by a watchman — there were no police in those times — because I was found wandering about without being able to give a satisfactory account of myself. You may look astonished, but I can assure you that when a poor devil says, "I am starving, houseless, friendless, penniless," it is supposed to mean that he can't give a satisfactory account of himself. In the morning I was taken before the magistrate and committed to the house of correction as a rogue and vagabond. In prison I became acquainted with a number of young thieves and pickpockets, and so desperate was my condition that when the day of emancipation arrived, I was easily persuaded to join them. Then commenced a career which I would gladly recall, but cannot. Amongst my new companions I obtained the nickname of Crankey, because I was subject to fits of deep despondency and remorse, so that they fancied I was not right in my head. In time I became the most expert housebreaker in London, Tom the cracksman alone excepted. My exploits grew more and more daring, and on 3 occasions I got into trouble. The first and second times I was sent to the hulks. I remember that on my second trial a pal of mine was acquitted through a flaw in the indictment. He was charged with having broken into and burglariously entered a jeweller's shop. It was, however, proved by one of the prosecutor's own witnesses that the shop door had been accidentally left unlocked and unbolted, and that consequently he had entered without any violence at all. Thanks to the laws, he escaped on that ground, although judge and jury were both convinced of his guilt. Time wore on, and I formed new acquaintances in the line to which I was devoted. These were Tom the cracksman, Bill Bolter, Dick Flarer, the Buffer, and the Resurrection Man. With them I accomplished many successful burglaries, but at length I got into trouble a 3rd time, and a stop was put to my career in London. It was in the year 1835 that the Resurrection Man and I broke into a jeweller's shop in Princes Street, Soho. We got off with a good booty. The Resurrection Man went over to the Mint. I let Dick Flarer into the secret, gave him a part of my share in the plunder, and then took to a hiding-place which there is in Chick Lane, Smithfield. Now I knew that Dick was staunch to the backbone, and so he proved himself, for he brought me my food as regularly as possible, and at the end of a week the storm had blown over enough to enable me to leave my hiding-place. I hastened to join the Resurrection Man in the Mint, where I stayed 2 or 3 days. Then the miscreant sold me in order to save himself, and we were both committed to Newgate. Tidkins turned King's evidence, and I was sentenced to transportation for life. The Resurrection Man was discharged at the termination of the business of the sessions. Myself and several other convicts who were sentenced at the same session were removed from Newgate to the penitentiary at Millbank. Among the number were 2 persons whose names you may have heard before, because their case made a great noise at the time. These were Robert Stevens and Hugh McChisel, who were the principal parties concerned in a conspiracy to pass a certain Eliza Sidney off as a young man and defraud the Earl of Warrington out of a considerable property. We remained about a fortnight in the penitentiary, and were then transferred to the convict ship at Woolwich. But before we left Millbank, we were clothed in new suits of grey, or pepper and salt, as we called the colour, and we were also ironed. The convict ship was well arranged for its miserable purpose. On each side of the between decks were 2 rows of sleeping berths, one above the other. Each berth was about 6 feet square, and was calculated to hold 4 convicts, 18 inches space to sleep in being considered ample room enough for each individual. The hospital was in the fore part of the vessel, and was separated from the prison by means of a bulkhead, in which partition there were 2 strong doors, forming a means of communication between the 2 compartments. The fore and main hatchways between decks were fitted up with strong wooden stanchions round them, and in each of those stanchions there was a door with 3 padlocks, to let the convicts in and out, and secure them effectually at night. In each hatchway a ladder was placed, for us to go up and down by, and these ladders were always pulled on deck after dusk. Scuttle holes, or small ports to open and shut for the admission of air, were cut along the vessel's sides, and in the partition between the prison and the hospital was fixed a large stove with a funnel, which warmed and ventilated both compartments at the same time. When we were placed on board the convict ship, we had each a pair of shoes, 2 pairs of trousers, 4 shirts, and other warm clothing, besides a bed, bolster, and blanket. Of Bibles, Testaments, and prayer books there was also plenty. The moment the surgeon came on board, he arranged the mess berths and mess tables. All the clothing, linen, bedding, and other articles were marked with consecutive numerals in black paint, from number 1 up to the highest number of convicts embarked. Thus we messed and slept along the prison deck in regular numerical progression. In food we were not stinted. Each man had 3/4 pound of biscuit daily, and every day, too, we sat down to beef, pork, or pea soup. Gruel and cocoa were served out for breakfast and supper. Every week we received a certain quantity of vinegar, lime juice, and sugar, which were taken as preventives for scurvy. Each mess selected a head or chairman who saw the provisions weighed out, and that justice was done in this particular to each individual at his table. The surgeon selected 6 of the most fitting amongst the convicts to act the part of petty officers, whose duty it was to see his orders punctually executed, and to report instances of misconduct. 4 of these remained in the prison, and the other 2 were stationed on deck, to watch those convicts who came up in their turns for airing. The captains of the deck, as the officers were called, had some little extra allowance for their trouble, and were, moreover, allowed a certain quantity of tobacco. It was in January 1836 that we sailed for Sydney. Although I had no wife, no children, and I may almost say no friend that I cared about, still my heart sank within me when, from the deck of the convict ship, I caught a last glimpse of the white cliffs of old England. Tears came into my eyes, and I, who had not wept since childhood, wept then. But there were several of my companions who had left wives and children, or parents, behind them, and I could read on their countenances the anguish which filled their inmost souls. The surgeon was a kind and humane man. The moment we were out of sight of land, he ordered our chains to be taken off, and he allowed us to enjoy as much air upon deck as we could possibly require. The guard, under the command of a commissioned officer, consisted of 31 men, and did duty on the quarter-deck in 3 alternate watches. A sentry with a drawn cutlass stood at each hatchway, and the soldiers on watch always had their firearms loaded. When we had been at sea a little time, most of the convicts relapsed into their old habits of swearing, lying, and obscene conversation. They also gambled at pitch and toss, the stakes being their rations. Thieving prevailed to a very great extent, for the convict who lost his dinner by gambling was sure to get one by stealing. They would often make wagers amongst themselves as to who was the most expert thief, and when the point was put to a practical test, dreadful quarrels would arise, the loser of the wager, perhaps, discovering that he himself was the victim of the trial of skill, and that his hoard of lime juice, sugar, tobacco, or biscuit had disappeared. Stevens, who was at the same mess with myself, did all he could to discourage these practices, but the others pronounced him a false magician, and even his friend Mac Chisel turned against him. So at last he gave up the idea of introducing a reformation amongst his brethren in bondage. The fact is that any convict who attempts to humbug the others by pretensions to honesty, or who expresses some superior delicacy of sentiment, which of course in many instances is actually experienced, had better hang himself at once. The equality of the convict ship is a frightful equality, the equality of crime, the levelling influence of villainy, the abolition of all social distinctions by the hideous freemasonry of turpitude and its consequent penalties. And yet there is an aristocracy, even in the prison of the convict ship, an aristocracy consisting of the oldest thieves, in contradistinction to the youngest, and of townies in opposition to yokels. The deference paid by the younger thieves to the elder ones is astonishing, and that man who, in relating his own history, can enumerate the greatest number of atrocities is a king amongst convicts. Some of the best informed of the convicts wrote slang journals during the passage, and read them once a week to the rest. They generally referred to the sprees of the night, and contained such entries as this: "A Peter cracked and frisked while the cobbles dorsed. Sawbones came and found the glim doused, fatted the Dobbins in a yokel's crib, while he blew the conkey horn. Sawbones lipped a snitch, togs leered in yokel's downy, yokel screwed with the darbies." The exact meaning of this is, a chest broken open and robbed while the convict slept. Surgeon came in and found the lamp put out. The thief thrust the clothes which he had stolen into a countryman's berth while he was snoring fast asleep. The surgeon ordered a general search, the clothes were found in the countryman's bed, and the countryman was put into irons. I must observe that while the ship was still in the Thames, none of the convicts would admit that they deserved their fate. They all proclaimed themselves much injured individuals, and declared that the Home Secretary was certain to order a commutation of their sentence. The usual declarations were these: "I am sure never to see New South Wales. The prejudice of the judge against me at the trial were evident to all present in the court. The jury were totally misled by his summing up. My friends are doing everything they can for me, and I am sure to get off." Out of 110 convicts, at least 100 spoke in this manner. But the ship sailed. England was far behind, and not one single convict had his hopes of a commuted sentence gratified. Then, when those hopes had disappeared, they all opened their budget of gossip most freely, and related their exploits in so frank a manner that it was very easy to perceive the justice of the verdicts which had condemned them. The voyage out was, on the whole, a tolerably fine one. It lasted 4 months and a half, and it was, consequently, in the middle of May that we arrived in sight of Sydney. But, when thus at the point of destination, the sea became so rough, and the wind blew such great guns, that the captain declared there was mischief at hand. The convicts were all ordered into the prison, the ports of which were closed, and the heat was stifling. The tempest came with appalling violence. Crash went to every loose thing on board. The timbers creaked as if they would start from their settings. The ropes rattled, and the wind whistled horribly through the rigging. The ship was lifted to an immense height, and then by the fall of the mountain wave was plunged into the depths of the trough of the sea. At one moment dipping the studding sail boom into the water, and the next lying nearly on its beam ends on the opposite side. I afterwards learnt from a sailor that the waves were 40 feet high, 20 below the ordinary level of the sea, and 20 above it. Thus, when we were in the trough, they were 40 feet above our heads. Towards evening, the storm subsided, and early next morning, Sydney broke more clearly upon our view. Sydney is beautifully situated. It possesses a fine ascent from a noble harbour, and its bays, its coves, its gardens, its gentlemen's seats, form a pleasing spectacle. Then its forests of masts, the government house with its beautiful domain, the numerous wharfs, the thousands of boats upon the glassy water, and Wooloomooloo with its charming villas and its windmills. All these combine to enhance the interest of the scene. The town itself is far more handsome than I had expected to find it. The shops are very fine, particularly the silversmiths, the haberdashers, and confectioners, which would not disgrace the West End of London. They are mostly lighted with gas, and in the evening have a brilliant appearance. There is an astonishing number of grog shops, nearly 250 for a population of 30,000 souls. George Street and Pitt Street are the principal thoroughfares, and the rents are so high that they average from £300 to £500 a year. There are no common sewers in Sydney, and although the greater portion of the town stands upon a height, yet many of the principal streets are perfectly level, and the want of a vent for the foul water and other impurities is sadly felt. I may add that the first appearance of Sydney and its inhabitants does not impress a stranger with the idea of being in a country so far away from Europe. The language, the manners, and the dress of the people being so closely similar to those of England. But wait a little while, and a closer observation produces a different effect. Presently you will see the government gangs of convicts marching backwards and forwards from their work in single military file. Solitary ones straggling here and there, with their white woolen Parramatta frocks and trousers, or grey or yellow jackets with duck overalls, all daubed over with broad arrows and initial letters to denote the establishment to which they belong. And then the jail gang, moving sulkily along with their jingling lake chains. All these sad spectacles telling a tale of crime and its effects, and proclaiming trumpet-tongued the narrative of human degradation. The ship entered the harbour. Our irons had already been put on again some days previously, and we were all landed under the care of the guard. We were marched to the jail yard, and there our clothes were all daubed over with broad arrows and the initials P.S., meaning prisoners' barracks, to which establishment we were conducted as soon as the ceremony of painting our garments was completed. This barrack had several large day-rooms and numerous sleeping wards, the bedsteads being arranged in 2 tiers or large platforms, but without separation. In every room there was a man in charge who was answerable for the conduct of the rest, but no one ever thought of complaining of the misbehaviour of his companions. A treadmill was attached to the building. There were moreover several solitary cells, a species of punishment the horrors of which no tongue can describe. In the course of a few days we were all divided into sections, according to the degrees of punishment which we were to undergo. Stevens and Mac-Chisel were kept at Sydney. I was sent with some 30 others to Port Macquarie, a place about 260 miles, as the crow flies, to the north of Sydney. The scenery is magnificent in the neighbourhood of Macquarie Harbour, but the life of the convict, oh, that is fearful in the extreme. I know that I was a great criminal. I know that my deeds demanded a severe punishment, but death had been preferable to a doom like that. Compelled to endure every kind of privation, shut out from the rest of the world, restricted to a very limited quantity of food, which never included fresh meat, kept in chains and under a military guard with fixed bayonets and loaded firearms, with no indulgence for good conduct, but severe penalties, even flogging or solitary confinement, for the smallest offences, constantly toiling in the wet at felling timber and rolling it to the water, forced to support without murmuring the most terrible hardships. How did I curse the day when I rendered myself liable to the discipline of this hell upon earth? I will give you an idea of the horrors of that place. During the 6 months that I remained there, 19 deaths occurred among 220 convicts, and of those 19, only 5 were from natural causes. 2 were drowned, 4 were killed by the falling of trees, 3 were shot by the military, and 5 were murdered by their comrades. And why were those murders perpetrated? Because the assassins were tired of life, but had not the courage to commit suicide, and therefore they accomplished crimes which were sure to be visited by death upon the scaffold. The chain gang to which I belonged was stationed at Philip's Creek, and our business was to supply timber for the shipbuilders on Sarah's Island. We were lodged in huts of the most miserable description, and though our toils were so long and arduous, our rations were scarcely sufficient to keep body and soul together. The timber we cut was principally Huon pine. No beasts of burden were allowed, and we had to roll the trunks of trees to an immense distance. What with the humid climate, the want of fresh meat, and the severity of the labour, no man who fell ill ever entertained a hope of recovery. Talk of the civilized notions of the English! Talk of the humane principles of her penal laws! Why, the Inquisition itself could not have been more horrible than the doom of the convict at Macquarie Harbour. Again, I say, it was true that we were great criminals, but surely some adequate mode of punishment, some mode involving the means of reformation, might have been devised without the application of so much real physical torture. I have heard or read that when the Inquisition put its victims to the rack, it afterwards remanded them to their dungeons and allowed them leisure to recover and to be cured. But in the penal settlement of Port Macquarie, those tortures were renewed daily, and they killed the miserable sufferers by inches. Our rations consisted daily of 1 pound and a half of flour, from which 12% of bran had been subtracted, 1 pound and a half of salt meat, and half an ounce of soap, no tea, no vegetables. The flour was made into cakes called damper, cooked in a frying pan, and this wasteful mode of preparing it greatly diminished its quantity. Besides, divide those rations into 3 parts, and you will find that the 3 meals are little enough for men toiling hard from sunrise to sunset. The convict who did not keep a good lookout on his provisions was certain to be robbed by his comrades, and some men have been plundered to such an extent as actually to have been on the very verge of starvation. I had not been at Macquarie Harbour more than 5 months when Stevens and Mac Chisel arrived and were added to our chain gang. This punishment they had incurred for having endeavoured to escape from Sydney, where they had been treated with some indulgence in consequence of their station in life previous to their sentence in England. So miserable was I with hard work and scanty food that I resolved to leave the place or perish in the attempt. I communicated my design to Stevens and McChisel, and they agreed to accompany me. Escape from Macquarie was known to be a most difficult undertaking, and few convicts who essayed it were ever able to reach the settlements in other parts of the colony. They were either murdered by their comrades for a supply of food, or perished in the bush. Formidable forests had to be traversed, and the chance of catching kangaroos was the only prospect of obtaining the means of existence. Nevertheless, I resolved to dare all those horrors and fearful risks rather than remain at Philip's Creek. 5 or 6 others, in addition to Stevens and McChisel, agreed to adopt this desperate venture with me, and one night we stole away, to the number of 10, from the huts. Yes, we thus set out on this tremendous undertaking, each individual possessing no more food than was sufficient for a single meal, and ere the sun rose, all our store was consumed, and we found ourselves in the middle of a vast forest, without a guide, without victuals, almost without a hope. Convicts are not the men to cheer each other. Misfortunes have made them selfish, brutal, and sulky. We toiled on in comparative silence. One of my companions, who had been 10 years at Macquarie Harbour, was well acquainted with the mode in which the natives search for traces of the opossum, and when hunger began to press upon us, he examined every tree with a hollow limb, and also the adjacent trees for marks of the opossum's claws, for I must tell you that this animal is so sagacious that it usually runs up a neighbouring tree, and thence jumps to the one wherein its retreat is, in order to avoid being traced. The convict to whom I have alluded, and whose name was Blackley, at length discovered the trail of an opossum, and clambered up the tree in which its hole was found, by means of successive notches in the bark, to place the great toe in. Having reached the hole, he probed it with a long stick, and found that there actually was an opossum within. Thrusting in his hand, he seized the animal by the tail, pulled it out, and killed it by a swinging dash against the trunk of a tree. But this was little enough amongst so many. We, however, made a fire, cooked it, and thus contrived just to mitigate the terrible cravings of hunger. The flesh of the opossum is like that of a rabbit, and is therefore too delicate to enable a hearty appetite to make a good meal on a 10th portion of so small an animal. On the following day, Blackley managed to kill a kangaroo, weighing about 60 pounds, and thus we were supplied with food for 3 or 4 days, acting economically. The flesh of the kangaroo is much like venison, and is very fine eating. We continued our way amidst the forest, which appeared endless, and in due time the kangaroo's flesh was consumed. Blackley was unwearied in his exertions to provide more food, and so much time was wasted in these endeavours that we made but little progress in our journey. And now, to our terror, Blackley could find no more opossums, could kill no more kangaroos. We grew desperate. Starvation was before us. Moody, sulky, glaring on each other with a horribly significant ferocity, we dragged ourselves along. 4 days elapsed, and not a mouthful of food had we touched. On the 5th night we made a fire, and sat round it at considerable distances from each other. We all endeavoured to remain awake. We trembled at the approach of drowsiness, for we knew the consequences of sleep in our desperate condition. There we sat, none uttering a word, with cracked and bloody lips, parched throats, eyes glowing with cannibal fires, our minds a prey to the most appalling thoughts. At length McChisel, the lawyer, fell back in a sound slumber, having no doubt found it impossible to bear up against the weariness which was creeping over him. Then Blackley rose and went farther into the wood. It required no ghost to tell us that he had gone to cut a club for a horrible purpose. The most breathless silence prevailed. At length there was a strange rustling amongst the trees at a little distance, and then cries of indescribable agony fell upon our ears. These tokens of distress were in the voice of Blackley, who called us by name, one after another. A vague idea of the real truth riveted us to the spot, and in a short time the cries ceased altogether. Oh, what a night of horror was that! An hour had elapsed since Blackley's disappearance, and we had ceased to trouble ourselves concerning his fate. Our own intolerable cravings for food were the sole objects of our thoughts. Nor was McChisel doomed to escape death. A convict named Pelton determined to execute the purpose which Blackley had entertained, though in a different manner. Afraid to venture away from the party to cut a bludgeon, he drew a large clasp knife from his pocket, and plunged the long, sharp blade into the breast of the sleeper. Cry of horror burst from Stevens and myself, and we rushed forward, now that it was unfortunately too late, to save the victim. We were well aware of the man's intentions when he approached his victim, but it was not until the blow was struck that we had the courage to interfere. It was, however, as I have said, too late. McChisel expired without a groan. I cannot dwell upon this scene. Depraved, wicked, criminal as I was in many respects, my soul revolted from the idea of cannibalism, now that the opportunity of appeasing my hunger by such horrible means was within my reach. Stevens and I retired a little from the rest, and turned our backs upon the frightful work that was in progress. Again I say, oh, the horrors of that night! I was starving, and food was near. But what food? The flesh of a fellow creature? In imagination I followed the entire process that was in operation so close behind me, and presently the hissing of the flesh upon the embers and the odour of the awful cookery convinced me that the meal would soon be served up. Then how did I wrestle with my own inclinations, and Stevens, I could well perceive, was also engaged in a terrific warfare with the promptings of hunger. But we resisted the temptation. Yes, we resisted it, and our companions did not trouble themselves to invite us to their repast. At length the morning dawned upon that awful and never to be forgotten night. The fire was now extinguished, but near the ashes lay the entrails and the head of the murdered man. The cannibals had completely anatomized the corpse, and had wrapped up in their shirts, which they took off for the purpose, all that they chose to carry away with them. Not a word was spoken amongst us. The last frail links of sympathy, if any really had existed, seemed to have been broken by the incidents of the preceding night. 6 men had partaken of the horrible repast, and they evidently looked on each other with loathing, and on Stevens and myself with suspicion. We all with one accord cut thick sticks, and advanced in the direction whence Blackley's cries had proceeded a few hours previously. His fate was that which we had suspected. An enormous snake was coiled around the wretch's corpse, licking it with its long tongue, to cover it with saliva for the purpose of deglutition. We attacked the monstrous reptile and killed it. Its huge coils had actually squeezed our unfortunate comrade to death. Then, for the first time for many, many years, did a religious sentiment steal into my soul, and I murmured to myself, surely this was the judgment of God upon a man who had meditated murder. That same day Stevens and myself gave our companions the slip, and struck into another direction together. We were fortunate enough to kill a kangaroo, and we made a hearty meal upon a portion of its flesh. Then how did we rejoice that we had withstood the temptation of the cannibal banquet! Stevens fell upon his knees and prayed aloud. I imitated his example. I joined in his thanksgiving. We husbanded our resources as much as possible, and God was merciful to us. We succeeded in killing another kangaroo, even before the first was entirely consumed, and this new supply enabled us to reach a settlement without further experiencing the pangs of hunger. Prudence now compelled us to separate, for though we had rid ourselves of our chains, we were still in our convict garb, and it was evident that 2 persons so clad were more likely to attract unpleasant notice than one individual skulking about by himself. We accordingly parted, and from that moment I have never heard of Stevens. Whether he succeeded in escaping from the colony altogether, or whether he took to the bush again and perished, I know not. That he was not retaken I am sure, because, were he captured, he would have been sent to Norfolk Island, and that he did not visit that most horrible of all the penal settlements, at least during a period of 18 months after our escape from Macquarie, I am well aware, for reasons which I shall soon explain. In fact, I was not long at large after I separated from Stevens. My convict dress betrayed me to a party of soldiers. I was arrested, taken to Sydney, tried, and sentenced to transportation to Norfolk Island. Before I left England in 1836, and since my return towards the end of 1839, I have heard a great many persons talk about Norfolk Island, but no one seemed to know much about it. I will therefore tell you something concerning it now. 1,000 miles to the eastward of Sydney, there are 3 islands close together. As you advance towards them in a ship from Sydney, Phillip Island, which is very high land and has a bold peak to the south, comes in view. Close beyond it the lower hills of Norfolk Island, crowned with lofty pines, appear in sight, and between those 2 islands is a small and sterile speck called Nepean Island. Norfolk Island is 6 miles and a half long and 4 broad, a miserable dot in the ocean compared to the vast tract of Australia. The soil is chiefly basaltic, and rises into hills covered with grass and forest. Mount Pitt, the loftiest eminence in the island, is 1,200 feet above the level of the sea. The Norfolk Island pine shoots to a height of 100 feet, sometimes growing in clumps, elsewhere singly, on the grassy parts of the island, even to the very verge of the shore, where its roots are washed by the sea at high water. The apple-fruited guava, the lemon, grapes, figs, coffee, olives, pomegranates, strawberries, and melons have been introduced and are cultivated successfully. The island is everywhere inaccessible, save at an opening in a low reef fronting the little bay, and that is the point where the settlement is situated. The prisoners' barracks are pretty much upon the same plan as those at Sydney, and which I described to you just now. There is a room called the court-house, where the Protestant prisoners meet on Sunday to hear prayers, and there is another called the lumber-yard room for the Roman Catholics. The prayers in both places are read by prisoners. The principal buildings in the settlement are the commandant's residence, the military barracks, the penitentiary, the jail, and the hospital. The convicts are principally employed in quarrying stone, and as no gunpowder is used in blasting the rocks, and the stone is raised by means of levers, the labour is even more crushing than that of wood felling at Port Macquarie. The prisoners, moreover, have to work in irons, and the food is not only insufficient but bad, consisting only of dry maize bread and hard salt meat. Were it not for the supply of wild fruits in the island, the scurvy would rage like a pestilence. Between Macquarie Harbour and Norfolk Island, I can only draw this distinction, that the former is purgatory and the latter hell. There is no attempt to reform the prisoners in Norfolk Island beyond prayer reading, and this is of scarcely any benefit. The convicts are too depraved to be amended by mere moral lessons. They want education. They require to be treated like human beings instead of brute beasts, criminal though they are. They need a sufficiency of wholesome food to enable them to toil with something approaching a good will. They ought to be protected against the tyranny of overseers, who send them to jail for the most trivial offences, or on the slightest suspicions. They should not be forced to labour in chains which gall their ankles almost to the bone, when a guard with loaded muskets is ever near, and seeing that shackles on the legs would not prevent violence with the hands, were they inclined to have recourse to it. Nor should they be constantly treated as if they were merely wild beasts whom it is impossible to tame save by means of privation, heart-breaking toil, and the constant sense of utter degradation. How can men be redeemed, reclaimed, reformed by such treatment as this? Let punishment be terrible, not horrible. It is monstrous to endeavour to render the criminal more obstinate, to make the dangerous one more ferocious, to crush in the soul every inducement to amend, to convert vice into hardened recklessness. The tortures of semi-starvation and overwhelming toil, and the system of retaining men's minds in a state of moral abasement and degradation in their own eyes, will never lead to reform. When at Macquarie Harbour, or at Norfolk Island, I have often thought how comparatively easy it would be to reclaim even the very worst among the convicts. Teach them practically that while there is life there is hope, that it is never too late to repent, that man can show mercy to the greatest sinner, even as God does, that the most degraded mind may rise from the depths of its abasement, that society seeks reformation and prevention in respect to crime, and not vengeance, that the Christian religion, in a word, exists in the heart as well as in a book. But what sentiments do the convicts entertain? They are taught, by oppressive treatment, to lose sight of their own turpitude, and therefore to consider that all mankind is bent on inflicting a demoniac vengeance upon them. They look upon the authorities as their persecutors. They begin to fancy that they are worms, which are justified in turning on those who tread them under foot. They swear and blaspheme and talk obscenely, merely because there is no earthly solace left them save in hardening their own hearts against all kindly sympathies and emotions. They receive the word of God with suspicion, because man does not practically help them to a belief in the divine assurance relative to the efficacy of repentance. They are compelled by terrific and unceasing hardships to look upon the tears of a contrite heart as the proofs of moral weakness, and in a word, they study how to avoid reflections which can lead, so far as they can see, to no beneficial end. They therefore welcome hardness of heart, obstinacy, and recklessness of disposition as an actual means of escape from thoughts which would, under favourable circumstances, lead to moral amendment and reformation. You may be surprised to hear such ideas from my lips, but I have pondered much and often upon this subject, and if ever these words which I am now uttering to you, Henry Holford, should find their way into print, if ever my narrative with its various reflections should go forth to the world, be you well assured that these ideas will set people thinking on the grand point, whether society punishes to prevent crime and to reclaim the offender, or merely to avenge itself upon him. My own prospects were gloomy enough. My life was to be passed in exile, misery, and torture. I loathed my associates. They took all possible pains to tease and annoy each other. They converted a beautiful spot, one of the loveliest islands in the world, into a perfect hell upon earth, and seemed determined to supply any deficiency which the authorities had left in the sum of our unhappiness. They concocted various schemes of mischief, and then the most hardened would betray their comrades merely for the pleasure of seeing them flogged. I never shall forget a convict saying to me one day, "I doubt the existence of a God, but I wish if there is one that he would take away my life, for I am so very miserable. I have only 6 years more to serve, and I am determined either to escape or to murder someone and get hanged for it." This man's name was Anson, and from that moment he and I had frequent conversations together relative to an escape from the island. But how few were our hopes! Surrounded by the ocean, pent up in so narrow a space as it were, so distant from all other lands, fearful to confide in our companions, and unable to carry our scheme into effect without assistance, we were frequently induced to give it up in despair. Not very far from the Commandant's house was a singular little cave, hollowed in the rugged limestone that forms 2 low hills, the flat and the reef on the south of the island. This cave was near a lime kiln, and was concealed by a stone drawn over its mouth. I had been nearly 18 months on the island, during which time, as I before said, Stevens was not sent to join the gangs, and therefore I concluded that he either perished in Australia or effected his escape to Europe. 18 months, I say, had elapsed, when Anson and I were one day at work in the lime kiln with a small gang. When the midday mealtime came, he and I strolled apart from the rest, and none of the sentries took any notice of us, because escape from that point in the broad daylight was impossible. As we were walking along and conversing, we discovered the cave. This circumstance gave a new impulse to our ideas and to our hopes of an escape, and a few days afterwards we put our plan into execution. we enlisted 2 other convicts in the scheme, 2 men in whom we imagined that more confidence was to be placed than in any of the rest. By their aid we contrived to purloin at dusk a sack of biscuits, and this we conveyed to the cave. On the next night, one of our new accomplices contrived to rob a small house of entertainment for seamen of 3 suits of sailors' clothes, and these were conveyed to the cave. Our plans were now all matured. A small decked yacht, cutter-rigged, and belonging to the Commandant, lay close by the shore, and we knew that there were only a man and a boy on board at that time. Our project was a desperate one, but the risk was worth running, seeing the result to be gained, namely, our freedom. When our arrangements were completed, we all 4 one evening absconded as we were returning home from the day's toils, and took refuge in the cave. No time was to be lost. About midnight, Anson and I swam off to the yacht, contrived to get on board, seized each a windlass bar, and descending to the cabin, mastered the man and the boy. We bound them in such a way that they could not leave their hammocks, and then we fastened down the hatchway to drown their cries in case they should shout for assistance. We next lowered the little skiff and returned to land. Our companions joined us, with the bag of biscuit and the clothes, at a point previously agreed upon, and we all succeeded in reaching the cutter in safety. Then we set sail, and, favoured by the darkness of the night, got clear away without having excited on shore a suspicion that the yacht had moved from its moorings. As we had conjectured, there was very little provision on board, for the Commandant never used the yacht for more than a few hours' trip at a time. We had therefore done wisely to provide the biscuit, but there was not 2 days' supply of meat on board. We accordingly steered for the back of Phillip Island, which we knew to abound in pigs and goats, and to be uninhabited by man. Anson and another of our companions went on shore with firearms, which we had found in the cutter, and within 2 hours after daylight they shot 4 pigs and 13 goats. Myself and the other convict, who remained on board to take care of the vessel and guard the seaman and the boy, caught several kingfish and rock cod. We were thus well provisioned, and another trip to the shore filled our water casks. We next proposed to the seaman and boy either to join us or to take the skiff and return to Norfolk Island as best they might. They preferred the latter offer, and we accordingly suffered them to depart, after compelling the sailor to exchange his clothes for one of our convict suits, so that we had now a proper garb each. In their presence we had talked of running for New Caledonia, an island to the north of Norfolk Island. But the moment they were gone we set sail for New Zealand, which is precisely in a contrary direction, being to the south of Norfolk Island. Our craft was but little better than a cockle-boat. It was, however, decked. Fine weather prevailed, and moreover it was better to die by drowning than perish by the gradual tortures of a penal settlement. We were in sight of New Zealand when a fearful storm came on suddenly at an early hour on the 13th morning after we had quitted Norfolk Island. A tremendous sea broke over our little craft and washed poor Anson overboard. The other 2 convicts and myself did all we could to save the vessel and run her into a bay which we now descried in the distance. But our inexperience in nautical matters was put to a severe test. When our condition was apparently hopeless, and we expected that the sea would swallow us up, a large bark hove in sight. We made signals of distress, and the vessel steered towards us. But a mountainous wave struck the stern of the cutter and stove in her timbers. She immediately began to fill. We cut away the boom and clung to it as a last hope. The vessel went down, and, small as it was, it formed a vortex, which for a few moments sucked us under, spar and all. But we rose again to the surface, clinging desperately to the boom. Suddenly, one of my comrades uttered a fearful cry, a cry of such wild agony that it rings in my ears every time I think of that horrible incident. I glanced towards him. The water was for an instant tinged with blood. A shark had bitten off one of the wretched man's legs. Oh, what an agony of fear I experienced then! The poor creature continued to shriek in an appalling manner for a few seconds. Then he loosened his hold upon the spar and disappeared in the raging element. My only surviving companion and myself exchanged looks of unutterable horror. We were drifting rapidly in the direction of the bark, which on its side was advancing towards us. When within hail, it lowered a boat, but I was destined to be the only survivor of the 4 convicts who had escaped from Norfolk Island. When only a few yards from the boat, my companion suddenly relaxed his hold upon the spar and sank with a loud cry, to rise no more. The water was not tinged with blood, and therefore I do not suppose that he was attacked by a shark. Most probably a sudden cramp seized him, but whatever the cause, he perished. I was dragged in an exhausted state into the boat, and was speedily safe on board the bark. The vessel was a trading one, and bound for Hobart Town, whence it was to sail for England. I gave so plausible an account of the shipwrecked cutter that the real truth was not suspected, especially as I was attired in a sailor's dress, and as the bark was not to remain many days at Hobart Town, where, moreover, I was not known. I entertained the most sanguine hopes of being able to ensure my safe return to England. In 3 weeks, after encountering much bad weather, we entered the Derwent, and, taking in a pilot, were carried safe up to Sullivan's Cove. End of section 56. Section 57 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2 by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 57. Chapter 191, Crankey Jem's History, continued. Hobart Town is the capital of Van Diemen's Land, and is beautifully placed on the banks of an estuary called the Derwent. The streets are spacious. The houses are built of brick, and the roofs, covered with shingles, have the appearance of being slated. Mount Wellington rises behind the town to the height of 4,000 feet, and is almost entirely clothed with forests. There is in Hobart Town a spacious house of correction for females. It is called the Factory, and contained at that time about 250 prisoners. They were employed in picking and spinning wool, and in washing for the hospital, orphan school, and other institutions. The women were dressed in a prison garb, and had their hair cut close, which they naturally considered a grievous infliction of tyranny. When they misbehaved themselves, they were put into solitary confinement, and I heard that many of them had gone raving mad while enduring that horrible mental torture. I saw a chain gang of 110 convicts employed in raising a causeway across a muddy flat in the Derwent. They looked miserably unhealthy, pale and emaciated, being half-starved, overworked, and compelled to drink very bad water. The Government House is a fine building on the banks of the Derwent, and about a mile from the town. The penitentiary at Hobart Town contains about 600 prisoners, and is the principal receptacle for newly arrived convicts. They are sent out in gangs, under overseers and guards, to work on the roads, or as carpenters, builders, sawyers, or masons in the various departments. After remaining almost a fortnight at Hobart Town, the bark sailed for England by way of Cape Horn, and I was now relieved from all fears of detection, at least for the present. As I have spoken of the condition of the female convicts in Hobart Town, I may as well give you some account of how transportation affects women, for you may be sure that I heard enough of that subject both at Sydney and at Macquarie Harbour. A female convict ship is fitted up on precisely the same plan as that of the men, with the addition of shelves whereon to stow away the tea crockery. The women's rations are the same as the men's, with the extra comforts of tea and sugar. This they have for breakfast, and oatmeal for supper. No guard of soldiers is required on board, nor is there a bulkhead across the upper decks and midships. Instead of captains of the vessel, there are matrons appointed by the surgeon to take care of the morals of the rest, and these matrons are usually old brothel keepers or procuresses who know how to feign a sanctity which produces a favourable impression in their behalf. Women convicts are dreadfully quarrelsome, and their language is said to be more disgusting and filthy than that of the men. However vigilant the surgeon may be, it is impossible altogether to prevent intercourse between the females and the sailors, and it often happens that some of the fair ones, on their arrival in the colony, are in a way to increase the Australian population. Perhaps the surgeon himself may take a fancy to one or two of the best-looking, and these are sure to obtain great indulgences, such as being appointed nurses to the sick, or being permitted to remain on the sick list throughout the voyage, which is an excuse for allowing them wine and other little comforts. The women always speak to and of each other as ladies, and the old procuresses, when chosen as matrons, are treated with the respectful Mrs. Thus it is always, "Ladies, come forward for your pork," or "Ladies, come up for your biscuit," or "Ladies, the puddings are cooked." Of an evening they dance or sing, and as often quarrel and fight. This cannot be wondered at, when it is remembered that there is no attempt at classification, and women who may have been chaste in person, though criminal in other respects, are compelled to herd with prostitutes of all degrees, from the lowest troll that skulks in the courts leading out of Fleet Street, to the fashionable nymph who displays her charms at the theatre. The very chastity of a woman who has been sentenced perhaps for robbing furnished lodgings, or plundering her master in her capacity of servant, or for committing a forgery, is made a reproach to her by the prostitutes and old procuresses, and her life is miserable. Moreover, it is next to impossible that she can escape a contamination which prepares her for a life of profligacy when she reaches the colony. Before the female convict ship leaves the Thames, numbers of old procuresses and brothel keepers go on board to take leave of the girls with whom they are acquainted. These hags, dressed out in their gayest garb, and pretending to be overwhelmed with grief, while they really are with gin, represent themselves to be the mothers or aunts of the poor dear creatures who have got into trouble, and assure the surgeon that their so-called daughters or nieces were most excellent girls, and bore exemplary characters previous to their present misfortune. The surgeon, if a novice or a humane man, believes the tale, and is sure to treat with kindness the poor creatures thus recommended to him. About 20 years ago, a religious society in London sent out in an emigrant ship 12 reclaimed unfortunate girls, with the hope that they might form good matrimonial connections among the free settlers in the colony, there always having been, especially at first, a great dearth of European females in Australia. These girls were called the 12 Apostles, and all England ran with the good work which has been accomplished by the religious society. But on the arrival of the 12 Apostles at Sydney, 7 of them were found to be in the family way by the sailors, and the others immediately entered on a course of unbounded licentiousness. A few days before the female convict vessel arrives at Sydney, the women, old and young, busy themselves in getting ready their finery for landing. The debarkation of female convicts always takes place with great effect. The prostitutes appear in their most flaunting attire, and many of them have gold ornaments about them. They are then sent to the Paramatta factory. This establishment cannot be looked on as a place of punishment, nor as a place of reformation. The inmates are well fed, and are put to no labour. There is an extensive garden in which they can walk at pleasure, Some of them are allotted to free settlers requiring servants, but the grand hope of the female convict is to marry. This prospect is materially aided by the fact that both free settlers and ticket-of-leave convicts are allowed to seek for helpmates in the factory. When they call for that purpose, the fair penitents are drawn up in a row, and the wife-seeking individual inspects them as a general does his army, or a butcher the sheep in Smithfield Market. If he fancies one of the candidates, he beckons her from the rank, and they retire to a distance to converse. Should a matrimonial arrangement be made, the business is soon finished by the aid of a clergyman. But if no amicable understanding is come to, the nymph returns to the rank, and the swain chooses another, and so on, until the object of his visit is accomplished. So anxious are the unmarried free settlers or the ticket-of-leave convicts to change their single state of blessedness, and so ready are the fair sex to meet their wishes, that few women whose husbands die remain widows a couple of days, some not more than 24 hours. A few years before I was in the colony, an old settler saw a convict girl performing penance on a market day, with her gown tail drawn over her head, for drunkenness and disorderly conduct in the factory. He walked straight up to her, regardless of the hootings of the crowd, and proposed marriage. She was candid enough to confess to him that she was 5 months gone in the family way by a master to whom she had been allotted ere she returned to the factory. But the amorous swain, who was nearly 60, was so much struck by her black eyes and plump shape that he expressed his readiness to take her for better or worse, and she had not left the place of punishment an hour ere she was married to one of the richest settlers in the colony. I will tell you one more anecdote relative to Australian marriages. A very handsome woman was transported for shoplifting, her third offence of the kind. She left a husband behind her in England. On her arrival at Sydney, she was allotted to an elderly gentleman, a free settler, and who, being a bachelor, sought to make her his mistress. She, however, resisted his overtures, hoping that he would make her his wife, as he was not aware that she had a husband in her native country. Time wore on, he urgent, she obstinate, he declining matrimonial bonds. At length she received a black-edged letter from her mother in England, and upon being questioned by her master, she stated that its contents made a great alteration in her circumstances. More she would not tell him. He was afraid of losing his handsome servant, and agreed to marry her. They were united accordingly. When the nuptial knot was indissolubly tied, he begged his beloved wife to explain the nature of the black-edged letter. "There is now no need for any further mystery," she said. "The truth is I could not marry you before, because I had a husband living in England. That black-edged letter conveyed to me the welcome news that he was hanged 5 months ago at the Old Bailey, and thus nothing now stands in the way of our happiness." And that woman made the rich settler a most exemplary wife. I have now given you an insight into the morals of the female, as well as those of the male convicts, and you may also perceive that while transportation is actually a means of pleasing variety of scene and habits to the woman, it is an earthly hell to the man. I know that transportation is spoken of as something very light, a mere change of climate, among those thieves in England who have never yet crossed the water, but they are woefully mistaken. Transportation was once a trivial punishment, when all convicts were allotted to settlers, and money would purchase tickets of leave, or when a convict's wife, if he had one, might go out in the next ship with all the swag which his crimes had produced, and on her arrival in the colony apply for her husband to be allotted to her as her servant, by which step he became a free man, opened a public house or some kind of shop, and made a fortune. Those were glorious times for convicts, but all that system has been changed. Now you have road gangs and hulk gangs and quarrying gangs, men who work in chains, and who cannot obtain a sufficiency of food. There is also Norfolk Island, Garden of Eden and natural loveliness, rendered an earthly hell by human occupation. Oh, let not the opinion prevail that transportation is no punishment. Let not those who are young in the ways of iniquity pursue their career under the impression that exile to Australia is nothing more than a pleasant change of scene. They will too soon discover how miserably they are mistaken, and when they feel the galling chain upon their ankles, when they find themselves toiling amidst the incessant damps of Macquarie, or on the hard roads of Van Diemen's Land, or in the quarries of Norfolk Island, when they are labouring in forests where every step may arouse a venomous snake whose bite is death, or where a falling tree may crush them beneath its weight, when they are exposed to the brutality of overseers, or the still more intolerable cruelty of their companions, when they sleep in constant dread of being murdered by their fellow-convicts, and awake only to the dull monotony of a life of intense and heart-breaking labour, then will they loathe their very existence, and dare all the perils of starvation, or the horrors of cannibalism, in order to escape from those scenes of ineffable misery. But I need say no more upon this subject. The bark, in which I worked my passage to Europe, reached England in safety, and I was once more at large in my native country. Yes, I was free to go whithersoever I would, and to avenge myself on him who had betrayed me to justice. The hope of some day consummating that vengeance had never deserted me from the moment I was sentenced in the Central Criminal Court. It had animated me throughout all the miseries, the toils, and the hardships which I have related to you. It inspired me with courage to dare the dangers of an escape from Macquarie. Its effect was the same when I resolved upon quitting Norfolk Island. I have once had my mortal foe within my reach, but my hand dealt not the blow with sufficient force. It will not fail next time. I know that vengeance is a crime, but I cannot subdue those feelings which prompt me to punish the man whose perfidy sent me into exile. In all other respects I am reformed, completely reformed. Not that the authorities in Australia or Norfolk Island have in any way contributed to this moral change which has come over me. No, my own meditations and reflections have induced me to toil in order to earn an honest livelihood. I will never steal again. I will die sooner. I would also rather die by my own hand than return to the horrors of Macquarie or Norfolk Island. But my vengeance, oh, I must gratify my vengeance, and I care not what may become of me afterwards." Crankey Jem then related so much of his adventures with the gipsies as did not involve a betrayal of any of their secrets, and concluded his recital by a concise account of his sudden meeting with, and attack upon, the Resurrection Man at a certain house in St. Giles. Chapter 192. The Mint, the 40 Thieves. Reader, if you stroll down that portion of the Southwark Bridge Road which lies between Union Street and Great Suffolk Street, you will perceive, midway, and on your left hand, a large mound of earth, heaped on an open space, doubtless intended for building ground. At the southern extremity of this mound, on which all the offal from the adjacent houses is thrown, and where vagabond boys are constantly collected, is the entrance into an assemblage of miserable streets, alleys, and courts, forming one of the vilest, most dangerous, and most demoralized districts of this huge metropolis. The houses are old, gloomy, and sombre. Some of them have the upper part, beginning with the first floor, projecting at least 3 feet over the thoroughfares, for we cannot say over the pavement. Most of the doors stand open, and reveal low, dark, and filthy passages, the mere aspect of which compels the passer-by to get into the middle of the way, for fear of being suddenly dragged into those sinister dens which seem fitted for crimes of the blackest dye. This is no exaggeration. Even in the daytime one shudders at the cut-throat appearances of the places into the full depths of whose gloom the eye cannot entirely penetrate. But by night, the Mint, for it is of this district that we are now writing, is far more calculated to inspire the boldest heart with alarm than the thickest forest or the wildest heath ever infested by banditti. The houses in the Mint give one an idea of those dens in which murder may be committed without the least chance of detection. And yet that district swarms with population. But of what kind are its inhabitants? The refuse and the most criminal of the metropolis. There people follow trades as a blind to avert suspicions relative to their real calling, for they are actually housebreakers or thieves themselves, or else the companions and abettors of such villains. In passing through the mazes of the Mint, especially in Mint Street itself, you will observe more ill-looking fellows and revolting women in 5 minutes than you will see either on Saffron Hill or in Bethnal Green in an hour. Take the entire district that is bounded on the north by Peter Street, on the south by Great Suffolk Street, on the east by Blackman Street and High Street, and on the west by the Southwark Bridge Road. Take this small section of the metropolis, and believe us when we state that within those limits there is concentrated more depravity in all its myriad phases than many persons could suppose to exist in the entire kingdom. The Mint was once a sanctuary, like Whitefriars, and although the law has deprived it of its ancient privileges, its inhabitants still maintain them, by a tacit understanding with each other, to the extent of their power. Thus, if a villain, of whom the officers of justice are in search, takes refuge at a lodging in the Mint, the landlord will keep his secret in spite of every inducement. The only danger which he might incur would be at the hands of the lowest description of buzzcloaks, dummy hunters, area sneaks, and vampers who dwell in that district. There is no part of Paris that can compare with the Mint in squalor, filth, or moral depravity. No, not even the street in the island of the city where Eugene Sue has placed his celebrated tapis franc. Let those who happen to visit the Mint, after reading this description thereof, mark well the countenances of the inhabitants whom they will meet in that gloomy labyrinth. Hardened ruffianism characterizes the men. Insolent, leering, and shameless looks express the depravity of the women. The boys have the sneaking, shuffling manner of juvenile thieves. The girls, even of a tender age, possess the brazen air of incipient profligacy. It was about 9 o'clock in the evening when the Resurrection Man, wrapped in a thick and capacious pea-coat, the collar of which concealed all the lower part of his countenance, turned hastily from the Southwark Bridge Road into Mint Street. The weather was piercingly cold, and the sleet was peppering down with painful violence. The Resurrection Man accordingly buried his face as much as possible in the collar of his coat, and neither looked to the right nor left as he proceeded on his way. To this circumstance may be attributed the fact that one so cautious and wary as he should now fail to observe that his motions were watched and his steps dogged by a lad whose countenance was also well concealed by a high collar, which was drawn up to his ears. In order to avoid unnecessary mystification, we may as well observe that this youth was Henry Holford. The Resurrection Man pursued his way along Mint Street, and suddenly turned into a small court on the left-hand side. There he knocked at a door in a peculiar manner, whistling a single sharp shrill note at the same time, and in another moment Holford saw him enter the house. "Well, Mr. Tidkins," said a boy of about 14, who had opened the door to admit the formidable individual with whom he was evidently well acquainted. "A precious cold night, arn't it?" "Very, my lad," answered the Resurrection Man, turning down his collar so that the light of the candle which the boy held gleamed upon his cadaverous countenance. "Is the Bully Grand at home?" A reply in the affirmative was given, and the boy led the way, up a narrow and dilapidated staircase, to a large room where a great number of youths, whose ages varied from 12 to 18, were seated at a table, drinking and smoking. The organization of this society of juvenile reprobates requires a detailed notice. The association consisted of 39 co-equals and one chief, who was denominated the Bully Grand. The fraternity was called the 40 Thieves, whether in consequence of the founders having accidentally amounted to precisely that number, or whether the idea of emulating the celebrated heroes of the Arabian tale, we cannot determine. The society had, however, been established for upwards of 30 years at the time of which we are writing, and is in existence at this present moment. The rules of the association may thus be briefly summed up. The society consists of 40 members, including the Bully Grand. Candidates for admission are eligible at 12 years of age. When a member reaches the age of 18, he must retire from the association. This rule does not, however, apply to the Bully Grand, who is not eligible for that situation until he has actually reached the age of 18 and has been a member for at least 4 years. Each candidate for membership must be guaranteed as to eligibility and honour, that honour which is necessary amongst thieves, by 3 members of good standing in the society, and should any member misconduct himself, or withhold a portion of any booty which he may acquire, his guarantees are responsible for him. The Bully Grand must find 12 guarantees amongst the oldest members. His power is in most respects absolute, and the greatest deference is paid to him. The modes of proceeding are as follows. The metropolis is divided into 12 districts, distinguished thus: 1. The Regent's Park. 2. Pentonville. 3. Hoxton. 4. Finsbury. 5. City. 6. Tower Hamlets. 7. Westminster. 8. Pimlico. 9. Hyde Park. 10. Grosvenor Square. 11. Lambeth. 12. The Borough. 3 members are allotted to each district, and are changed in due rotation every day. Thus, the 3 who take the Regent's Park district on Monday pass to the Pentonville district on Tuesday, the Hoxton district on Wednesday, and so on. Thus, 36 members are every day employed in the district service. The Bully Grand and the 3 others in the meantime attend to the disposal of the stolen property and to the various business of the fraternity. In every district there is a public house or boozing ken in the interest of the association, and to the landlords of these flash cribs is the produce of each day's work consigned in the evening. The house in the Mint is merely a place of meeting once a fortnight, a residence for the Bully Grand, and the central depot to which articles are conveyed from the care of the district boozing kens. The minor regulations and bye-laws may be thus summed up. Of the 3 members allotted to each district, the oldest member acts as the chief, and guides the plan of proceedings according to his discretion. Should any member be proved to have secreted booty, his guarantees must pay the value of it, and with them rests the punishment of the defaulter. General meetings take place at the headquarters in the Mint on the 1st and 3rd Wednesday in every month. But if the Bully Grand wishes to call an extraordinary assembly, or to summon any particular member or members to his presence, he must leave notices to that effect with the landlords of the district houses of call. The members are to effect no robberies by violence, nor to break into houses. Their proceedings must be effected by sleight of hand, cunning, and artifice. All disputes must be referred to the Bully Grand for settlement. The booty must be converted into money, and the cash divided fairly between all the members every fortnight, a certain percentage being allotted by way of salary to the Bully Grand. Such are the principles upon which the association of the 40 Thieves is based. Every precaution is adopted, by means of the guarantees, to prevent the admission of unsuitable members, and to ensure the fidelity and honour of those who belong to the fraternity. When a member gets into trouble, persons of apparent respectability come forward to give the lad a character, so that magistrates or judges are quite bewildered by the assurances that it must be a mistake, that the prisoner is an honest hard-working boy, belonging to poor but respectable parents in the country, or that so convinced is the witness of the lad's innocence that he will instantly take him into his service if the magistrate will discharge him. While a member remains in prison, previous to trial, the funds of the association provide him with the best food allowed to enter the gaol, and if he be condemned to a term of incarceration in the House of Correction, he looks forward to the banquet that will be given in the Mint to celebrate the day of his release. Moreover, a member does not lose his right to a share of the funds realized during his imprisonment. Thus every inducement is adopted to prevent members who get into trouble from peaching against their comrades or making any revelations calculated to compromise the safety of the society. It was a fortnightly meeting of the society when the Resurrection Man visited the house in the Mint, on the occasion of which we were ere now speaking. The 40 thieves were all gathered round a board formed of several rude deal tables placed together, and literally groaning beneath the weight of pewter pots, bottles, jugs, etc. The tallow candles burnt like stars seen through a mist, so dense was the tobacco smoke in the apartment. At the upper end of the table sat the Bully Grand, a tall, well-dressed, good-looking young man, with a profusion of hair, but no whiskers, and little of that bluish appearance on the chin which denotes a beard. His aspect was therefore even more juvenile than was consistent with his age, which was about 25. He possessed a splendid set of teeth, of which he seemed very proud, and his delicate white hand, which had never been applied to any harder work than picking pockets, was waved gently backward and forward when he spoke. Around the table there were fine materials for the study of a phrenologist. Such a concatenation of varied physiognomies was not often to be met with, because none of the charities nor amenities of life were there delineated. Those countenances were indices only of vice in all its grades and phases. The Resurrection Man was welcomed with a hum of applause on the part of the members, and with outstretched hands by the Bully Grand, near whom he was invited to take a seat. "The business of the evening is over, Mr. Tidkins," said Mr. Tunks, for so the Bully Grand was named, "and we are now deep in the pleasures of the meeting, as you see. Help yourself. There are spirits of all kinds, and pipes or cigars, whichever you prefer." "Have you any information to give me?" inquired Tidkins in a low tone. "Plenty, but not at this moment, Mr. Tidkins. Take a glass of something to dispel the cold, and by and by we will talk on matters of business. There's plenty of time, and many of my young friends here would no doubt be proud to give you a specimen of their vocal powers. Let me see, whose turn is it?" "Leary Lipkins, sir," whispered a boy who sat near the Bully Grand. "Oh, Leary Lipkins, is it?" said Tunks aloud. "Now, brother Lipkins, the company are waiting for an opportunity to drink to your health and song." Mr. Lipkins, a sharp-looking, hatchet-faced, restless-eyed youth of about 16, did not require much pressing ere he favoured his audience with the following sample of vocal melody, "The Sign of the Fiddle." "There's not in all London a tavern so gay as that where the knowing ones meet of a day. So long as a farthing remains to my share, I'll drink at the tavern and never elsewhere. Yet it is not that comforts there only combine, nor because it dispenses good brandy and wine. 'Tis not the sweet odour of pipe and cigar. Oh no, 'tis a something more cosy by far. 'Tis that friends of the light-fingered craft are all nigh, who drink till the cellar itself should be dry, and teach you to feel how existence may please when passed in the presence of cronies like these. Sweet sign of the fiddle, how long could I dwell in thy tap full of smoke with the friends I love well, when bailiffs no longer the alleys infest, and duns like their bills have relapsed into rest." "Bravo! Bravo! Bravo!" echoed on all sides, when this elegant effusion was brought to a close. The Bully Grand then rose and spoke in the following manner. "Gentlemen, in proposing the health of our excellent brother Leary Lipkins, I might spare eulogy, his merits being so well known to us all. but I feel that there are times when it is necessary to expatiate somewhat on the excellent qualities of the leading members of our honourable society, in order to encourage an emulative feeling in the breasts of our younger brethren. Such an occasion as the present one, when we are all thus sociably assembled. Gentlemen, you all know Leary Lipkins? Cheers and cries of "We do, we do." You all know that he is indeed leery in every sense of the word. Hear, hear. He can see through the best bit of broadcloth that ever covered a swell's pocket. There seems to be a sort of magnetic attraction between his fingers and a gold watch in the fob of a Bond Street lounger. Cheers. Talk of mesmerism. Why, Leary Lipkins can send a gentleman into a complete state of coma as he walks along the streets, so that he never can possibly feel Leary's hands in his pockets. Gentlemen, I hold Leary Lipkins up to you as an excellent example, and beg to propose his very good health. The toast was drunk with 3 times 3. Mr. Lipkins returned thanks in what a newspaper reporter would term a neat speech, and he then exercised the usual privilege of calling upon a particular individual for a song. A certain Master Tripes Todkinson accordingly indulged his companions in the following manner: The Compassionate Lady and the Chimney Sweep. Pray who's the little boy that is dancing so nimbly? Come, Mary, bring a halfpenny down. Please, ma'am, I'm the feller as swept your chimbley, and I'm very much obleeged for the brown. Alas, how his schooling has been neglected, but perhaps his kind father's dead. No, ma'am, he's a tinker as is very much respected, and this morning he's drunk in bed. Perchance 'tis a motherless child that they fixed on to dance. Does your mamma still live? Yes, ma'am, at this moment she's staying at Brixton with a gentleman as keeps a mill. Poor child, he is miserably clad. How shocking! Not to give him some clothes were a sin. Thank'ee, ma'am, but I doesn't want no shoe nor stocking. I'd rather have a quartern of gin. The Bully Grand proposed the health of Master Tripes Todkinson in a speech which was mightily applauded, and Master Tripes Todkinson, having duly returned thanks, called on Master Bandy-Legged Diggs to continue the vocal harmony. This invitation was responded to with as much readiness as Master Diggs would have displayed in easing an elderly gentleman in a crowd of his purse, and the air with which he favoured his audience ran thus: The Last Oath. Upon the drop he turned to swear a parting oath. He cursed the parson and Jack Ketch, and he coolly damned them both. He listened to the hum of the crowds that gathered nigh, and he carelessly remarked, "What a famous man am I!" Beside the scaffold's foot his mistress piped her eye. She waved to him her dirty rag, and whimpering said good-bye. She mourned the good old times that ne'er could come again, when he brought her home a well-lined purse, but all her tears were vain. Poor Jack was soon turned off, and gallantly was hung. There was a sigh in every breast, a groan on every tongue. Go gaze upon his corse, and remember then you see the bravest robber that has been, or ever more shall be. We need scarcely observe that this chant was received with as much favour as the preceding ones. The Resurrection Man was, however, growing impatient, for the reader doubtless comprehends enough of his character to be well aware that Tidkins was not one who loved pleasure better than business. He looked at his watch, and cast a significant glance towards the Bully Grand. "What o'clock is it, Mr. Tidkins?" inquired that great functionary. "10:30, was the answer. "Well, I will devote my attention to you in a few minutes," said Tunks. "You may rest perfectly easy. I have obtained information on every point in which you are interested. But hark, Shuffling Simon is going to speak." A lad of about 17, who had a weakness in the joints of his knees, and walked in a fashion which had led to the nickname mentioned by the Bully Grand, rose from his seat and proposed the health of Mr. Tunks, the chief of the Society of the 40 Thieves. Then followed a tremendous clattering of bottles and glasses, as the company filled up bumpers in order to pay due honour to the toast, and every one, save the Grand himself, rose. The health was drunk with rounds of applause, a pause of a few moments ensued, and then shuffling Simon commenced the following complimentary song, in the repetition of which all the other adherents of the chief vociferously joined. Prosper the Grand! Prosper our bully Grand, great Tunks our noble Grand! Prosper the Grand, send him good swag enough, heart made of sterling stuff, long to be up to snuff. Prosper the Grand! Save him from all mishaps, scatter blue bottle traps throughout the land, confound the busy beak, flourish the area sneak. In Tunks a chief we seek. Prosper the Grand! The best lush on the board to Tunks's health be poured by all the band. May he continue free, nor ever treadmills see, and all shall shout with glee, Prosper the Grand! It was really extremely refreshing for the Resurrection Man to contemplate the deep manifestation of loyalty with which the 39 Thieves sang the preceding air. Nor less was it an imposing spectacle when the object of that adoration rose from his seat, waved his right hand, and poured forth his gratitude in a most gracious speech. This ceremony being accomplished, the Grand, what a pity it was that so elegant and elevated a personage had retained his unworthy patronymic of Tunks, took a candle from the table, and conducted the Resurrection Man downstairs into a back room, which the chief denominated his private parlour. "Now for your information," said the Resurrection Man, somewhat impatiently. "In the first place, have you discovered anything concerning Crankey Jem Cuffin?" "My emissaries have been successful in every instance," answered Tunks with a complacent smile. "A man exactly corresponding with your description of Crankey Jem dwells in an obscure court in Drury Lane. Here's the address." "Any tidings of Margaret Flathers?" inquired Tidkins. "She has married a young man who answers to your description of Skilgalley, and they keep a small chandlery shop in Pitfield Street, Hoxton Old Town. The name of Mitchell is over the door." "Your lads are devilish sharp fellows, Bully Grand," said the Resurrection Man approvingly. "With 36 emissaries all over London every day, it is not so very difficult to obtain such information as you required," returned Tunks. "Moreover, you paid liberally in advance, and the boys will always be glad to serve you." "Now for the next question," said Tidkins. "Any news of the old man that Tomlinson goes to see sometimes?" "Yes, he lives in a small lodging in Thomas Street, Bethnal Green," was the answer. "There is his address also. His name is Nelson. You best know whether it is his right one or not." "That is no business of mine. Mr. Tomlinson regularly calls on him every Sunday afternoon, and passes some hours with him. The old man never stirs out, and is very unwell." "Once more I must compliment your boys," exclaimed Tidkins, overjoyed with this intelligence. "Have you been able to learn anything concerning Catherine Wilmot?" "There I have also succeeded," replied Mr. Tunks. "My boys discovered that, after the trial of Catherine, she lunched with some friends at an inn in the Old Bailey, and shortly afterwards left in a post-chaise. She was accompanied by an old lady, and the chaise took them to Hounslow." "And there, I suppose, all traces of them disappear?" said the Resurrection Man inquiringly. "Not at all. I sent Leary Lipkins down to Hounslow yesterday, and he discovered that Miss Wilmot is staying at a farmhouse belonging to a Mr. and Mrs. Bennet." "Precisely!" exclaimed the Resurrection Man. "That Mrs. Bennet was a witness on the trial." "I remember reading all about it. She was the sister of the woman whom Reginald Tracy murdered." "The farm is only a short distance from Hounslow," observed the Bully Grand. "Any one in the town can direct you to it. Most probably it was with this Mrs. Bennet that Miss Wilmot travelled in the post-chaise." "Evidently so," said the Resurrection Man. "But of that no matter. All I required was Catherine Wilmot's address, and you have discovered it. Now for my last question. Have you ascertained whether it will be possible to bribe the clerk of the church, where Lord Ravensworth and the Honourable Miss Adeline Enfield were married, to tear out the leaf of the register which contains the entry of that union. I have learnt that the clerk is open to bribery, but he is a cautious man, and will not allow himself to be sounded too deeply in the matter," was the answer. "Then that business must regard me," observed the Resurrection Man. "You have served me well in all these matters. £20 I gave you the other day. Here are £20 more. Are you satisfied?" "I have every reason to be pleased with your liberality," returned the Bully Grand, folding up the bank-notes with his delicate fingers. "Have you any further commands at present?" "Yes," replied the Resurrection Man, after a few moments' consideration. "Let one of your lads take a couple of notes for me." While the Bully Grand proceeded to summon Leary Lipkins, the Resurrection Man seated himself at a desk which there was in the room, and wrote the following note. "The news I have just received are rather good than bad. The clerk is open to bribery, but is cautious. I will myself call upon him the day after tomorrow, and I will meet you afterwards at our usual place of appointment in the evening between 6 and 7. But you must find money somehow or another. I am incurring expenses in this matter, and cannot work for nothing. Surely Greenwood will assist you." This letter was sealed and addressed to Gilbert Vernon, Esquire, No. Stanford Street. The Resurrection Man then penned another note which ran thus: "I have discovered Catherine's address, and shall call upon you the day after tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the evening. Remain at home, as you know the importance of the business." By the time he had concluded his correspondence, the Bully Grand had returned with Leary Lipkins. "My good lad," said the Resurrection Man, addressing the latter, "here are 2 notes which you must deliver this night. This night, mind! The first is addressed, and the person for whom it is intended never retires to bed until very late. He will be up when you call at the house where he lodges in Stamford Street. Give the letter into his own hand. You must then proceed to Golden Lane, and in the 3rd court on the right-hand side of the way, and in the 4th house on the left hand in that court, an old woman lives. You must knock till she answers you, and give her this second letter. I actually do not know her name, although I have dealings with her at present." Leary Lipkins promised to fulfil these directions, and immediately departed to execute them. Shortly afterwards, the Resurrection Man took his leave of the Bully Grand, and left the headquarters of the 40 Thieves. Henry Holford, who had never lost sight of the door of that house since he had seen the Resurrection Man enter it, and who had remained concealed in the shade of an overhanging frontage opposite for more than 2 hours, resumed his task of dogging that formidable individual. The Resurrection Man passed down Mint Street into the Borough, and called a cab from the nearest stand, saying to the driver, "New Church, Bethnal Green." The moment Tidkins was ensconced within, and the driver was seated on his box, Henry Holford crept softly behind the cab. In that manner he rode unmolested until within a short distance of the place of destination, when he descended, and followed the vehicle on foot. The cab stopped near the railings that surround the church, and the Resurrection Man, having settled the fare, hurried onwards into Globe Town, Holford still dogging him, but with the utmost caution. Presently Tidkins struck into a by-street at the eastern extremity of the Happy Valley. As our readers will remember, Globe Town is denominated in the gazetteer of metropolitan thieves, and stopped at the door of a house of dilapidated appearance. In a word, this was the very den where we have before seen him conducting his infamous plots, and in the subterranean vaults of which Viola Chichester was imprisoned for a period of 3 weeks. Holford saw the Resurrection Man enter this house by the front door communicating with the street. He watched the windows for a few moments, and then perceived a light suddenly appear in the room on the upper floor. "I have succeeded!" exclaimed Holford aloud. "The villain lives there. I have traced him to his lurking-hole, and Jem may yet be avenged." Then, in order to be enabled to give an accurate description of the house to the returned convict, Holford studied its situation and appearance with careful attention. He observed that it was 2 stories high, and that by the side was a dark alley. At length he was convinced that he should be enabled to find that particular dwelling again, or to direct Crankey Jem to it without the possibility of error, and, rejoicing at being thus enabled to oblige his new friend, the young man commenced his long and weary walk back to Drury Lane. End of Section 57.
Section 58 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by W.M. Reynolds. Another visit to Buckingham Palace. It was the evening following the incidents of which occupied the preceding chapter. Beneath a sofa in the ballroom of Buckingham Palace, Henry Holford lay concealed. It would be a mere repetition of statements made in former portions of this work, were we to describe the means by which the young man obtained access to the most private parts of the royal dwelling. We may, however, observe that he had paid frequent visits to the palace since the occasion when we first saw him enter those sacred precincts at the commencement of January 1839, and that he was as familiar with the interior of the sovereign's abode, even to its most retired chambers, as any of its numerous inmates. He had run many risks of discovery, but a species of good fortune seemed to attend upon him in these strange and romantic ventures, and those frequent alarms had never as yet terminated in his detection. Thus he became emboldened in his intrusions, and he now lay beneath the sofa in the ballroom, with no more apprehension than he would have entertained if some authority in the palace had actually connived at his presence there. It was 9 o'clock in the evening, and the ballroom was brilliantly illuminated, but as yet the low-born potboy was its sole occupant. Not long, however, was he doomed to that solitude. By a strange coincidence, the 2 noble ladies whose conversation had so much interested him on the occasion of his first visit to the palace entered the room shortly after 9 o'clock. He recognized their voices immediately, and he was delighted at their arrival, for their former dialogues had awakened the most lively sentiments of curiosity in his mind. But since his intrusion in January 1839, he had never seen nor heard them in his subsequent visits to the royal dwelling, until the present occasion. And now, as they advanced through the room together, he held his breath to catch the words that fell from them. "The dinner party was tiresome to-day, my dear Countess," observed the Duchess. Her Majesty did not appear to be in good spirits. "Alas!" exclaimed the lady thus addressed, "our gracious sovereign's melancholy fits occur at less distant intervals as she grows older." "And yet her Majesty has every earthly reason to be happy," said the Duchess. "The Prince appears to be devotedly attached to her, and the Princess Royal is a sweet babe." "Worldly prosperity will not always ensure felicity," returned the Countess, "and this your Grace must have perceived amongst the circle of your acquaintance. Her Majesty is a prey to frequent fits of despondency, which are distressing to the faithful subjects who have the honour to be near the royal person. She will sit for an hour at a time in moody contemplation of that sweet babe, and her countenance then wears an expression of such profound, such plaintive, such touching melancholy, that I have frequently wept to behold her thus." "What can be the cause of this intermittent despondency?" inquired the Duchess. "It is constitutional," answered the Countess. "The fit comes from her Majesty at moments when she is surrounded by all the elements of pleasure, happiness, and joy. It is a dark spirit against which no mind, however powerful, can wrestle. The only method of mitigating the violence of its attacks is the bustle of travelling. Then novelty, change of scene, exercise, and the demonstrations of popular devotion seem to relieve our beloved sovereign from the influence of that morbid, moody melancholy. I believe that when we conversed upon this topic on a former occasion, it must be at least 2 years ago, your ladyship hinted at the existence of hereditary idiosyncrasies in the royal family?" observed the Duchess, inquiringly. "Indeed," added her Grace hastily, "I well remember that you alluded to the unfortunate attachment of George the Third for a certain Quakeress." "Yes, Hannah Lightfoot, to whom the monarch, when a prince, was privately united," answered the Countess. "His baffled love, the necessity which compelled him to renounce one to whom he was devotedly attached, and the constant dread which he entertained lest the secret of this marriage should transpire, acted upon his mind in a manner that subsequently produced those dread results which are matters of history." "You allude to his madness," said the Duchess, with a shudder. "Yes, your Grace, that madness which is, alas, hereditary," replied the Countess solemnly. "But George the Third had many domestic afflictions. Oh, if you knew all, you would not be surprised that he had lost his reason. The prolificacy of some of his children, most of them, was alone sufficient to turn his brain. Many of those instances of prolificacy have transpired, and although the public have not been able to arrive at any positive proofs respecting the matters, I can nevertheless assure your Grace that such proofs are in existence, and in my possession. Your ladyship once before hinted as much to me, and I must confess that without having any morbid inclination for vulgar scandal, I feel some curiosity in respect to those matters. Some day I will place in your hand papers of a fearful import in connection with the royal family," returned the Countess. "Your Grace will then perceive that prolificacy the most abandoned, crimes the most heinous, vices the most depraved, characterized nearly all the children of George the Third. There is one remarkable fact relative to that prince's marriage with Hannah Lightfoot. The Royal Marriage Act was not passed until 13 years after this union, and could not therefore set it aside. And yet Hannah Lightfoot was still living when the prince espoused Charlotte Sophia, Princess of Mecklenburg-Strelitz, in 1761. "Is this possible?" exclaimed the Duchess, profoundly surprised. "It is possible. It is true," said the Countess emphatically. "In 1772 the Royal Marriage Act was passed, and provided that no member of the royal family should contract a marriage without the sovereign's consent. This measure was enacted for several reasons, but principally because the king's 2 brothers had formed private matrimonial connections, the Duke of Cumberland with Mrs. Horton, a widow, and the Duke of Gloucester with the widow of the Earl of Waldegrave. "The act certainly appears to be most cruel and oppressive," said the Duchess, "inasmuch as it interferes with the tenderest affections and most charming of human sympathies, feelings which royalty has in common with all the rest of mankind." "I cordially agree with your Grace," observed the Countess. "The law is barbarous, monstrous, revolting, and its evil effects were evidenced by almost every member of the family of George the Third. In the first place, the Prince of Wales, afterwards George the Fourth, was privately united to Mrs. Fitzherbert at the house of that lady's uncle, Lord Sefton. Fox, Sheridan, and Burke were present at the ceremony, in addition to my mother and several relations of the bride. Mr. Fox handed her into the carriage, and the happy pair proceeded to Richmond, where they passed a week or 10 days. Queen Charlotte was made acquainted with the marriage. She sent for her son, and demanded an explanation. The prince avowed the truth. Your Grace has, of course, read the discussion which took place in connection with this subject in the House of Commons in 1787. Mr. Rolle, the member for Devonshire, mysteriously alluded to the union. Mr. Fox rose up and denied it. But from that day forth Mrs. Fitzherbert never spoke to Fox again. Sheridan let the truth escape him. He said, "A lady who has been alluded to is without reproach, and is entitled to the truest and most general respect." How would Mrs. Fitzherbert have been without reproach, or entitled to respect, if she were not married to the prince? But I have proofs, convincing proofs, that such an union did actually take place, although it was certainly null and void in consequence of the Marriage Act. It nevertheless subsisted according to the feelings and inclinations of the parties interested, said the Duchess, and it was based on honour, if on no legal principle. Alas! whispered the Countess, casting a rapid glance around, the word honour must not be mentioned in connection with the name of George the Fourth. It pains me to speak ill of the ancestors of our lovely Queen, but if we converse on the subject at all, truth must influence our observations. The entire life of George the Fourth was one of profligacy and crime. Often have I marvelled how one possessing a soul so refined as Georgiana, the beautiful Duchess of Devonshire, could have resigned herself to such a degraded voluptuary, such a low debauchee. Yet she was his queen of love, surrounded by her graces, who, however, bore the modern names of Craven, Windham, and Jersey. Carlton House has, indeed, beheld strange and varied scenes, said the Duchess, low orgies and voluptuous revels, music floating here, dice rattling there, the refinements of existence in one room, and the most degraded dissipation in another. Such was the case, observed the Countess. But let us return to the consequences of the Royal Marriage Act. Rumour has told much in connection with the coupled names of the Duke of York and Mrs. Clark, the late King William and Mrs. Jordan, and so well known are these facts that I not dwell upon them. The matrimonial connections of the Duke of Sussex, first with Lady Augusta Murray, and afterwards with Lady Cecilia Underwood, are all matters resting upon something more solid than mere conjecture. And the Duke of Cumberland, the present King of Hanover, said the Duchess, inquiringly. It is dangerous to speak of him, whispered the Countess, because it is impossible to utter a word in his favour. You surely cannot believe all the tales that have been circulated against him, exclaimed the Duchess, earnestly watching the countenance of her companion, as if to anticipate her reply. Does your Grace particularly allude to the death of Sellis? asked the Countess, turning her head so as to meet the glance of her friend. Because, continued she, without waiting for a reply, I should be sorry, nay, nothing should induce me, to state in plain terms my impression relative to that event. I may, however, allude to a few material points. Sir Everard Home, the medical attendant of the Duke of Cumberland, frequently observed that too much pains were taken to involve that affair in mystery, and another eminent physician, since dead, declared that the head of Sellis was nearly severed from his body, and that no man could inflict upon himself a wound of such a depth. The Duke of Cumberland stated that his valet, Sellis, entered his bedchamber and attacked him with a sword, and that having failed in his murderous purposes, he retired to his own room and committed suicide. Sir Everard Home distinctly proved, on the inquest, that the corpse was found lying on its side on the bed, and yet he had cut his own throat so effectually that he could not have changed his position after inflicting the wound. I will not, however, make any observations upon that fact, and this statement, which seems so conflicting. The subject is almost too awful to deal with. There is still one remarkable point to which the attention of those who discuss the dark affair should be directed. The hand-basin in Sellis's room was half full of blood-stained water, and it is very clear that the miserable wretch himself could not have risen to wash his hands after the wound was inflicted in his throat. But let us not dwell on this horrible event. The mere mention of it makes me shudder. The King of Hanover has been, at least, unfortunate in many circumstances of his life, if not guilty, observed the Duchess, because his enemies have insisted strongly upon the suspicious nature of the incident of which we have been speaking. The more so because it was known that the Duke of Cumberland had intrigued with the wife of Sellis, returned the Countess. As your Grace declares, that exalted personage has been indeed unfortunate, if nothing more. In 1830 Lord Graves committed suicide, and the improper connection existing between the Duke of Cumberland and Lady Graves was notorious. I well remember, said the Duchess, that the conduct of the Duke and Lady Graves was far from prudent, to say the least of it, after that melancholy event. Scarcely were the remains of the self-slain nobleman cold in the tomb, ere his widow and her illustrious lover were seen driving about together in the neighbourhood of Hampton Court, where Lady Graves had apartments. True, exclaimed the Duchess, but we have travelled a long way from our first topic. the Royal Marriage Act. We were speaking of its pernicious effects in respect to the family of George III, and that was a fine family too. My deceased mother often expatiated, and her secret papers dwell at length upon the charms of the princesses. Alas, how sorrowfully were they situated, in the bloom of youth, in the glow of health, with warm temperaments and ardent imaginations, which received encouragement from the voluptuous indolence of their lives. They were denied the privileges of the meanest peasant girl in the realm. They were unable to form matrimonial connections where their inclinations prompted them. The consequences were those which might have been anticipated. The honour of the princesses became sacrificed to illicit passion which was still natural, although illicit. Those amours were productive of issue, but the offspring of none has created any sensation in the world, save in the instance of Captain Garth, the son of the Princess Sophia. Relative to the mysterious birth of that individual, the secret papers left by my mother, and the existence of which is even unknown to my husband, contain some strange, some startling facts. Conceive the embarrassment, the perilous nature of the situation in which the princess was suddenly involved, when, during a journey from London to some fashionable watering place, she found herself overtaken with the pangs of premature maternity. She, who up to that moment had managed to conceal her condition even from the attendants upon her person. Then imagine this princess, a daughter of the sovereign of the realm, compelled to put up at a miserable roadside inn, forced to make a confidant of her lady in attendance, and obliged also to entrust her secret to the surgeon of the village where her child was born. But you shall read the narrative, with all its details, in my private papers. What opinion has your ladyship formed relative to the circumstances which led to the bill of pains and penalties instituted against Queen Caroline, the spouse of George IV? Inquired the Duchess. I firmly believe that most unfortunate and most persecuted princess to have been completely innocent, answered the Countess with solemn emphasis. From the first she was hateful to her husband. When the Earl of Malmesbury, who was sent to Germany to escort the princess to England, arrived with her in London, the Prince of Wales repaired instantly to pay his respects to his intended bride. But scarcely had he set eyes on her when he conceived a feeling of ineffable dislike, and, turning towards the Earl, he said, "Harris, a glass of brandy. I am ill. Your Grace has heard of love at first sight. Here was hatred at first sight. Everything attending that marriage was inauspicious. For if the princess had the misfortune to make an unfavourable impression on the prince, His Royal Highness wantonly wounded her feelings by grossly manifesting his dislike towards her on all occasions. On the bridal night he drank so deeply that he fell on a sofa in the nuptial chamber, and there slept with his clothes on. But to pass over many years, let us come to the circumstances which led to the memorable trial of Queen Caroline. During her continental travels, Baron Bergami was presented to her. He was a man of honourable character, good family, but ruined fortunes. His condition excited the compassion of the generous-hearted Caroline, and she gave him a situation in her household. His conversation was fascinating, and he was frequently her companion inside the travelling chariot. Perhaps an English lady would have acted with more prudence, but your Grace will remember that there is a wide distinction between our manners and customs and those of the Continent. We see improprieties in action which foreigners view as harmless courtesies of innocent proofs of friendly interest. We also seem ready to meet suspicions of evil halfway. Foreigners, with more generous frankness and candour, say, "Evil be to him who evil thinks." But the marriage was hateful to King George IV, and he was determined to dissolve it. He was resolved to sacrifice his wife to his aversions. She was to be made a victim. Then commenced that atrocious subordination of perjured witnesses which gave a colour to the proceedings against the unfortunate queen. Her slightest levities were tortured into proofs of guilt. Her generosity towards Bergami was branded as an illicit passion. The witnesses made statements which proved how well they had been tutored. They overacted their parts, and, in their zeal to serve a master who paid them for their perjury, They deposed to more than they could possibly have known, even if the main accusation had been true. The nation was indignant, for the people, your grace, are possessed of much chivalry and noble generosity of character. Then, too, rose the portentous voices of Denman and Brougham, calling upon the hidden accuser to come forth and confront his victim. Oh, it was a vile proceeding, and I, as a woman, as a wife, feel my blood boiling in my veins when I think of all the foul wrongs which were heaped upon the most injured of my sex. That trial, said the Duchess, who was naturally of a more cautious disposition than her companion, that trial was certainly a dark blot on the page which records the annals of George IV.'s reign. Say rather, your grace, exclaimed the Countess, the blackest of the innumerable black deeds which characterized his existence. Before the accusation in respect to bigamy was ever thought of, a charge was concocted against that injured lady, and commissioners were appointed to investigate it. Thus, your grace perceives, her bad husband was determined to ruin her. That charge accused her of having been delivered of a male child at her abode at Blackheath, and the affair certainly appeared suspicious at first. But how triumphantly was it met! How readily was it refuted! How easily was it explained! The injured lady had taken a fancy to the infant of poor but respectable people named Archer, living in that neighbourhood, and she had undertaken to adopt and provide for the boy. The unfortunate princess felt the necessity of loving something, since her own child was taken from her. Thus was her goodness towards William Archer converted into a weapon wherewithal to assail her in the most tender point. Her husband's agents circulated the most odious calumnies concerning her, and even improperly coupled her name with that of Sir Sidney Smith, the hero of Acre. But the Archer story fell to the ground, and the bigamy scandal was subsequently propagated with a zeal which evinced the determination of George IV. To ruin Caroline of Brunswick. There was a pause in the conversation. The Duchess, who was possessed of a strong inclination for the mysterious or scandalous narratives connected with the family of George III., was so impressed by the vehemence and confident emphasis with which her companion had denounced the profligacy of George IV., that a species of awe and undefined alarm came over her. It suddenly appeared as if it were a sacrilege thus to canvass the character of that deceased monarch within the very palace where he himself had dwelt, and she hesitated to make any remark or ask any question that might lead to a continuation of the same topic. On her side, the Countess, who was much older than the Duchess, and more deeply initiated in the mysteries of courts, had become plunged into a deep reverie, for she possessed a generous mind, and never could ponder upon the wrongs of the murdered Queen Caroline without experiencing the most profound indignation and sorrow. The reader may probably deem it somewhat extraordinary that ladies attached to the court should thus freely discuss the most private affairs, and canvass the characters of deceased members of the royal family. But we can positively assert that nowhere are scandal and tittle-tattle more extensively indulged in than amongst the members of that circle of courtiers and female sycophants who crowd about the sovereign. The conversation of the Duchess and Countess was not renewed on the present occasion, for while they were yet plunged each in the depths of her own particular meditations, the regal train entered the ballroom, and all this while Henry Holford remained concealed beneath the sofa. Victoria leant upon the arm of her consort, and the illustrious party was preceded by the Lord Chamberlain and the Lord Steward. The Queen and the Prince proceeded to the reserved seats, which were slightly elevated in a recess, and were covered with white satin embroidered in silver. Then the magnificent ballroom presented a truly fairy spectacle. Plumes were waving, diamonds were sparkling, bright eyes were glancing, and music floated on the air. The spacious apartment was crowded with nobles and gentlemen in gorgeous uniforms or court dresses, and with ladies in the most elegant attire that French fashions could suggest or French milliners achieve. All those striking or attractive figures, and all the splendours of their appearance, were multiplied by the brilliant mirrors to an illimitable extent. The orchestra extended across one end of the ballroom, and the musicians had entered by a side door almost at the same moment that the royal procession made its appearance. In the rooms adjoining, the corps of gentlemen-at-arms and the yeomen of the guard were on duty, and in the hall the band of the Royal Regiment of Horse Guards was in attendance. The Queen and the Prince danced in the first quadrille, and afterwards they indulged in their favourite waltz, the Freuchen mein Ziel. At the termination of each dance the royal party passed into the picture gallery, where they promenaded amidst a wilderness of flowers and aromatic shrubs. Then indeed the odour-breathing exotics, the whispering leaves, the light of the pendant lamps, mellowed so as to give full effect to the portraits of those who were once famous or once beautiful, the ribboned or gartered nobles, the blaze of female loveliness, the streams of melody, the presence of all possible elements of splendour, harmony, and pleasure, combined to render the whole scene one of enchantment, and seemed to realize the most glowing and brilliant visions which Oriental writers ever shadowed forth. The dancing was renewed in the ballroom, and as the beauteous ladies of the court swam and turned in graceful mazes, it appeared as if the art had become elevated into the harmony of motion. Dancing there was something more than mechanical. It was a true, a worthy, and a legitimate sister of poetry and music. At 12 o'clock the doors of the supper-room were thrown open, and in that gorgeous banqueting hall the crimson draperies, the service of gold, and the massive table ornaments were lighted up by Chinese lanterns and silver candelabra of exquisite workmanship. A splendid row of gold cups was laid on each side of the table. On the right of each plate stood a decanter of water, a finger-glass half filled with tepid water, a champagne glass, a tumbler, and 3 wine-glasses. Numerous servants in magnificent liveries were in attendance. No one asked for anything. The servants offered the various dishes, of which the guests partook, or which they rejected according to their taste. No healths were drunk during the Queen's presence, nor was the ceremony of taking wine with each other observed, not even on the part of the gentleman with the lady whom he had handed into the room. The domestics, whose especial duty it was to serve the wine, never filled a glass until it was quite empty, nor did any guest ask for wine. But when the servant approached him, merely stated the kind of wine he chose. After sitting for about an hour, the Queen rose, and was conducted to the yellow drawing-room by Prince Albert, the guests all rising as the royal couple retired. Then the servants filled the glasses, and the Lord Steward said, "The Queen." The health was drunk standing, in silence, and with a gentle inclination of the head. In a few minutes afterwards the gentlemen conducted the ladies into the yellow drawing-room, where coffee and liqueurs were served. The harp, piano, and songs by some of the ladies occupied another hour, at the expiration of which the guests took their departure. Holford had now been concealed nearly 5 hours beneath the sofa in the ballroom, and he was cramped, stiff, and wearied. During that interval he had experienced a variety of emotions. Wonder at the strange revelations which he had heard from the lips of the Countess, ineffable delight in contemplating the person of his sovereign, envy at the exalted prosperity of Prince Albert, thrilling excitement at the fairy-like aspect of the enchanting dance, sensations of unknown rapture occasioned by the soft strains of the music, and boundless disgust for his own humble, obscure, and almost serf-like condition. During those intervals when the royal party and the guests were promenading in the picture gallery, or were engaged in the supper apartment and the drawing-room, Holford longed to escape from his hiding-place and retreat to the lumber-closet, where he was in the habit of concealing himself on the occasion of his visits to the palace. But there were too many persons about to render such a step safe. It was not, therefore, until a very late hour, or rather an early one in the morning, that he was able to enter the supper-room and help himself to some of the dainties left upon the board, having done which, he retreated to his nook in the most retired part of the palace. End of Another Visit to Buckingham Palace. Section 59 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. The Royal Breakfast. Holford did not immediately close his eyes in slumber. Although his education had been miserably neglected, he possessed good natural abilities, and his reflections at times were of a far more philosophical nature than could have been anticipated. The gorgeous scenes which he had just witnessed now led him to meditate upon the horrible contrasts which existed elsewhere, not only in the great metropolis, but throughout the United Kingdom, and many, very many of which he himself had seen with his own eyes, and felt with his own experience. At that moment when festivity was highest, and pleasure was most exciting in the regal halls, there were mothers in naked attics, dark cellars, or even houseless in the open streets. Mothers who pressed their famished little ones to their bosoms, and wondered whether a mouthful of food would ever pass their lips again, while the royal table groaned beneath the weight of golden vessels and the choicest luxuries which earth's fruitfulness, heaven's bounty, or man's ingenuity could supply, while the raciest produce of fertile vineyards sparkled in the crystal cups. At that same period, how many thousands of that exalted lady's subjects moistened their sorry crust with tears wrung from them by the consciousness of ill-requited toil and the pinching grip of bitter poverty. Delicious music here, and the cries of starving children there. Silver candelabra pouring forth a flood of lustre in a gorgeous saloon, and a flickering rushlight making visible the naked and damp-stained walls of a wretched garret. Silks and satins, rags and nudity, luxurious and pampered indolence, crushing and ill-paid labor, homage and reverence, ill-treatment and oppression, the gratification of every whim, the absence of every necessary. Not a care for tomorrow here, not a hope for tomorrow there, a certainty of a renewal of this day's plenty, a total ignorance whence the next day's bread can come, mirth and laughter, moans and sorrowing, a palace for life on one hand, and an anxiety lest even the wretched hovel may not be changed for a workhouse tomorrow. These are the appalling contrasts which our social sphere presents to view. Of all this Holford thought as he lay concealed in the lumber room of the royal dwelling. But at length sleep overtook him. It was still dark when he awoke. At first he thought that he must have slumbered for many hours, that a day had passed, and that another night had come. But he felt too little refreshed to remain many instants in that opinion. Moreover, as he watched the window, he observed a faint gleam of light, or rather a mitigation of the intenseness of the gloom without, slowly appearing, and he knew that the dawn was at hand. He was nearly frozen in that cheerless room where he had slept. His teeth chattered, his limbs were benumbed. He longed for some new excitement to elevate his drooping spirits, and thus impart physical warmth to his frame. Suddenly a thought struck him. He would penetrate into the royal breakfast-room. He knew that the Queen and Prince Albert frequently partook of the morning meal together, and he longed to listen to their conversation when thus tete-a-tete. Scarcely had he conceived this project when he resolved to execute it. The interior of the palace, even to its most private apartments and chambers, was, as we have before stated, perfectly familiar to him. Stealing from the place where he had slept, he proceeded with marvellous caution to the point of his present destination, and in about 10 minutes he reached the breakfast-room in safety. The twilight of morning had now penetrated through the windows of this apartment, for the heavy curtains were drawn aside, a cheerful fire burnt in the grate, and the table was already spread. A friendly sofa became Holford's hiding-place. Shortly after 8 o'clock a domestic entered with the morning ministerial paper, which he laid upon the table, and then withdrew. 5 minutes elapsed, when the door was thrown open, and the Queen entered, attended by 2 ladies. These were almost immediately dismissed, and Victoria seated herself near the fire to read the journal. But scarcely had she opened it ere Prince Albert made his appearance. followed by a gentleman in waiting, who humbly saluted her Majesty and retired. Servants immediately afterwards entered, and placed upon the table the materials for a sumptuous breakfast. Having performed which duty, they immediately left the room. The Queen and her consort were now alone, or at least supposed themselves to be so, and their conversation soon flowed without restraint. But such an empire, such a despotism does the habitual etiquette of courts establish over the natural freedom of the human mind, that even the best and most tender feelings of the heart are to a certain extent subdued and oppressed by that chilling influence. The royal pair were affectionate to each other. Still their tenderness was not of that lively, unembarrassed, free, and cordial nature which subsists at the domestic hearth elsewhere. There seemed to be a barrier between the frank and open interchange of their thoughts, and even though that barrier were no thicker than gauze, still it existed. Their words were to some degree measured, scarcely perceptible so, it is true. Nevertheless, the fact was apparent in the least degree, and the effect was also in the least degree unpleasant. The Queen was authoritative in the enunciation of her opinion upon any subject, and if the Prince differed from her, he expressed himself with restraint. In fact, he did not feel himself his wife's equal. Could a listener, who did not see them as they spoke, have deadened his ears to those intonations of their voices which marked their respective sex, and have judged only by their words, he would have thought that the Queen was the husband, and the Prince the wife. The Prince appeared to be very amiable, very intelligent, but totally inexperienced in the ways of the world. The Queen exhibited much natural ability and an elegant taste. Nevertheless, she also seemed lamentably ignorant of the everyday incidents of life. We mean that the royal pair manifested a reluctance to believe in those melancholy occurrences which characterize the condition of the industrious millions. This was not the result of indifference, but of sheer ignorance. Indeed, it would necessarily seem difficult for those who were so surrounded by every luxury to conceive that such a fearful contrast as literal starvation could possibly exist. But let us hear that illustrious pair converse. Their language will to some extent serve as an index to their minds. "Melbourne informed me last evening," said the Queen, "that he trembles for the safety of his cabinet during the approaching session. The Carlton Club is particularly active, and the Conservative party has acquired great strength during the recess." "What would be the consequence of a ministerial defeat?" inquired Prince Albert. "A dissolution, of course," answered the Queen. "I must candidly confess that I should regret to see the Conservative party succeed to power. All the principal lords and ladies of our household would be immediately changed. The Whigs, however, have certainly grown unpopular, and there appears to be some distress in the country. The very first article on which my eyes rested when I took up this newspaper ere now is headed, 'Dreadful Suicide through Extreme Destitution.' Beneath, in the same column, is an article entitled, 'Infanticide and Suicide of the Murderess through Literal Starvation.' The next column contains a long narrative which I have not had time to read, but which is headed, 'Suicide through Dread of the Workhouse.' On this page," continued the Queen, turning the paper upon the table, "there is an article entitled, 'Death from Starvation,' another headed, 'Dreadful Condition of the Spitalfields Weavers,' a third called, 'Starving State of the Paisley Mechanics,' a fourth entitled, 'Awful Distress in the Manufacturing Districts,' and I perceive numerous short paragraphs all announcing similar calamities." "The English papers are always full of such accounts," observed the Prince. "And yet I would have you know that England is the richest, most prosperous, and happiest country on the face of the earth," returned the Queen, somewhat impatiently. "You must not take these accounts literally as you read them. My ministers assure me that they are greatly exaggerated. It appears, as the matter has been explained to me, that the persons who furnish these narratives are remunerated according to quantity, and they therefore amplify the details as much as possible. Still those accounts must be, to a certain extent, based on truth?" said Prince Albert, half inquiringly. "Not nearly so much as you imagine. My ministers have satisfied me on that head, and they must know better than you. Take, for instance, the article headed 'Dreadful Condition of the Spitalfields Weavers.' You may there read that the weavers are in an actual state of starvation. This is only newspaper metaphor. The writer means his readers to understand that the weavers are not so well off as they would wish to be. Perhaps they have not meat every day, perhaps only 3 or 4 times a week, but they assuredly have plenty of bread and potatoes, because bread and potatoes are so cheap. I thought that you intended to discountenance the importation of foreign silks by ordering all the ladies of the court to wear dresses of English material," observed Prince Albert after a pause. "Such was my intention," answered the Queen, "but the ladies about me dropped so many hints on the subject that I was compelled to rescind the command. I must confess that I was not sorry to find an excuse for so doing, for I greatly prefer French silks and French dressmakers. But let me make an observation upon this article, which is headed 'Suicide through Dread of the Workhouse.' I spoke to the Secretary of State a few days ago upon the subject of workhouses, and he assured me that they are very comfortable places. He declared that the people do not know when they are well off, and that they require to be managed like refractory children. He quite convinced me that all he said was perfectly correct, and I really begin to think that the people are very obstinate, dissatisfied, and insolent. They are most enthusiastic in their demonstrations towards their sovereign," remarked the Prince. "And naturally so," exclaimed Victoria. "Am I not their queen? Are they not my subjects? Do I not rule over them? All the happiness, prosperity, and enjoyments which they possess emanate from the throne. They would be very ungrateful if they did not reverence, nay, adore their sovereign." "Oh, of course," said Prince Albert. "In Germany, any individual who exhibits the least coldness towards his sovereign is immediately marked as a traitor. And in this country the Home Secretary keeps a list of disaffected persons," observed the Queen. "But, thank God, their number is very limited. At least, so I am assured. My ministers are constantly informing me of the proofs of loyalty and devotion which the people manifest towards me. If this were a Roman Catholic nation, they would no doubt place my image next to the Virgin in their chapels, and if it were an idolatrous country, my effigy would assuredly stand amongst the gods and goddesses. It is very pleasant, Albert, to be so much loved by my subjects, to be positively worshipped by them." The Prince replied with a compliment which is not worth while to record. The Queen smiled, and continued, "You remember the paragraph which the Secretary of State pointed out a few days ago. It was in the Morning Post, if you recollect. That journal, which, by the by, circulates entirely amongst the upper servants of the aristocracy, and nowhere else, declared that so great is the devotion of my loyal subjects that, were such a sacrifice necessary, they would joyfully throw themselves beneath the wheels of my state carriage, even as the Indians cast themselves under the car of Juggernaut. I never in my life saw but that one number of the Post. Its circulation, I am told, is confined entirely to the servants of the aristocracy. Still it seems in that instance to express the sentiments of the entire nation. You smile, Albert?" "I was only thinking whether the paragraph to which you have alluded was another specimen of newspaper metaphor," answered the Prince, with some degree of hesitation. "Not at all," returned the Queen quickly. "The editor wrote precisely as he thought. He must know the real sentiments of the people, since he is a man of the people himself. I have been assured that he was once the head butler in a nobleman's family. Hence his success in conducting a daily newspaper exclusively devoted to the interests and capacities of upper servants." "I thought that the English editors were generally a better class of men," observed the prince. "So they are for the most part," replied the queen. "Graduates at the universities, barristers, and highly accomplished gentlemen. But in the case of the Morning Post, there seems to be an exception. We were, however, conversing upon the distress in the country, for there certainly is some little distress here and there, although the idea of people actually dying of starvation in a Christian land is of course absurd. I am really bewildered, at times, with the reasons of, and the remedies proposed for, that distress. If I ask the Home Secretary, he declares that the people are too obstinate to understand what comfortable places the workhouses are. If I ask the Colonial Secretary, he assures me that the people are most wilfully blind to the blessings of immigration. If I ask the Foreign Secretary, he labors to convince me that the distracted state of the East reacts upon this country. And if I ask the Bishop of London, he expresses his conviction that the people require more churches. For my part, I do not like to interfere in these matters," said the prince, "and therefore I never ask any questions concerning them." "And you act rightly, Albert, for you certainly know nothing of English politics. I observe by the newspapers that the country praises your forbearance in this respect. You are a field marshal, and chief judge of the Stannaries Court, and a knight of the Garter," added the prince. "Yes, and a learned doctor of laws," continued the queen. "Anything else?" "Several things, but I really forget them all now," returned the prince. "Never mind," exclaimed the queen. "I intend to obtain for you higher distinctions yet. I do not like the mere title of prince, and the style of royal highness. You shall be king consort and your majesty. Then, when a vacancy occurs, you must be appointed commander-in-chief." "I feel deeply grateful for your kind intentions," returned the prince, with a smile, "but you are well aware that I am totally ignorant of everything connected with the army." "That is of no consequence in England," replied the queen. "You will have subordinates to do your duty. I must speak to Melbourne about all this. And now, as I intend to take these steps in your behalf, pray be a little more cautious relative to your private amusements, and let me hear of no more buying of dogs with funeral honours. That little affair of the interment of Eos at Windsor has attracted the notice of the press. I understand it was indiscreet." "If I adapt my conduct entirely according to the English notions," returned the prince, "I should be compelled to give up those battues to which I am so devotedly attached." "We must consult Melbourne on that head," observed the queen. The royal pair then conversed upon a variety of topics which would afford little interest to the reader, and shortly after 9 Her Majesty withdrew. Prince Albert remained in the room to read the newspaper. Henry Holford had listened with almost breathless attention to the conversation which we have recorded. The prince had drawn his chair more closely to the fire after the queen left the room, and he was now sitting within a couple of yards of the sofa beneath which Holford lay concealed. The potboy gently drew aside the drapery which hung from the framework of the sofa to the floor, and gazed long and intently on the prince. His look was one in which envy, animosity, and admiration were strangely blended. He thought within himself, "Why are you so exalted, and I so abased? And yet your graceful person, your intelligent countenance, your handsome features, seem to fit you for such an elevated position. Nevertheless, if I had had your advantages of education—" The meditations of the presumptuous youth were suddenly and most disagreeably checked. The prince abruptly threw aside the paper, and his eyes fell on the human countenance that was gazing up at him from beneath the sofa. His Royal Highness uttered an exclamation of surprise, not altogether unmingled with alarm, and his first impulse was to stretch out his hand towards the bell rope, but, yielding to a second thought, he advanced to the sofa, exclaiming, "Come forth, whoever you may be." Then the miserable potboy dragged himself from his hiding-place, and in another moment stood, pale and trembling, in the presence of the prince. "Who are you?" demanded his Royal Highness in a stern tone. "What means this intrusion? How came you hither?" Henry Holford fell at the feet of the prince, and confessed that, urged by an invincible curiosity, he had entered the palace on the preceding evening, but he said nothing of his previous visits. For a few moments Prince Albert seemed uncertain how to act. He was doubtless hesitating between the alternatives of handing the intruder over to the officers of justice, or of allowing him to depart unmolested. After a pause, he questioned Holford more closely, and seemed satisfied that the youth's assurance that he had really entered the palace through motives of curiosity, and not for any dishonest purpose. The prince accordingly determined to be merciful. "I am willing," he said, "to forgive the present offence. You shall be suffered to depart, but I warn you that a repetition of the act will lead to a severe punishment. Follow me." The prince led the way to an ante-room where a domestic was in waiting. "Conduct this lad as privately as you can from the palace," said his Royal Highness. "Ask him no questions, and mention not the incident elsewhere." The prince withdrew, and the lackey led Henry Holford through various turnings in the palace to the servants' door opening into Pimlico. Thus was the potboy ignominiously expelled from the palace, and never in his life had he felt more thoroughly degraded, more profoundly abased, more contemptible in his own eyes, than on the present occasion. End of The Royal Breakfast.